Okay, fine, ma. So next topic we need to see is TDS and TCS. I will give you the overview because in the exam they're going to ask only few points. When TDS is required to be deducted, who is required to deduct the TDS, when it is not required. Same concept is applicable for TCS also. Only those are the points we are going to discuss in this chapter, ma. First point, who is required to deduct the TDS? Who is required to deduct the TDS as per section 51? Simply government related persons, PSUs, and metal scrap dealers. So government and government, so it may be central government, state government, local authority, government agencies, PSUs, societies established by the government. Simply government and government related persons or PSUs. PSUs means public sector undertakings. If these people are the recipients, then TDS is required to be deducted. The best example I told you is Polavaram project previously. With respect to Polavaram project, it was given to Meghana Constructions. Supplier is Meghana Constructions. Recipient is government. And the contract value is more than 2.5 lakhs, then TDS is applicable. I think with respect to Polavaram project, the contract value is more than 2.5 lakhs. Na? So that's why TDS is applicable or not applicable, ma? Definitely TDS is applicable. Sir, what is the rate of TDS? 2%, 1% CGST, 1% SGST. Okay, ma. So based on this point, when TDS is required to be deducted, first one, recipient is a notified recipient. Second one, contract value is more than 2.5 lakhs. Who are those notified recipients? Government notified persons, PSUs, and metal scrap dealers. If these people are the recipients and the contract value is more than 2.5 lakhs, what will be applicable, ma? TDS will be applicable. At 2%, that is 1% CGST and 1% SGST. Sir, for computing this 2.5 lakhs, we need to add GST for that or we need to exclude that? Exclude. Taxable value is more than 2.5 lakhs. It's not invoice value. Therefore, if any problem gives some 1 lakh rupees or 2 lakh 70,000 inclusive of GST, then we need to separate the GST there. Still the value is more than 2.5 lakhs, TDS is applicable. If the value is less than 2.5, TDS will not be applicable. Another point, the contract value is 3 lakhs. You're having 3 invoices for it, each one 1 lakh rupees. In that case, TDS applicable or not applicable? Each invoice for under 3 payments, each payment is 1 lakh. So for each payment, there is a separate invoice for 1 lakh. In that case, TDS applicable or not applicable? TDS is applicable contract-wise, but not invoice-wise. Invoice value is immaterial there. Even invoice can be issued for 10,000 also, it does not matter. The entire consolidated contract value is more than 2.5 lakhs, then what will be applicable, ma? TDS is going to be applicable. Sir, are there any relaxations for them? Yes, ma. When? Ministry of Defense. Even though it is government department, Ministry of Defense is the recipient. There is no need to deduct the TDS. But remember one thing, Ministry of Defense, for defense equipment, this relaxation was not for everything. Ministry of Defense, for defense equipment, the relaxation was there. Ante sir, the Ministry of Defense, a drone, so the రాఫెల్ సంబంధించినటువంటి యుద్ధ విమానాలు సంథింగ్ ఇలాంటి పర్చేజ్ చేస్తున్నారు అనుకోండి, then they will get the relaxation. But this defense ministry has given renovation for this building. వాళ్ళ బిల్డింగ్ ఉంది, ఆ బిల్డింగ్ కి రినోవేషన్ ఇచ్చారు. Then in that case, TDS applicable or not applicable, ma? Applicable. Ministry of Defense, in relation to defense equipments only, relaxation was given. If Ministry of Defense entered into some other contracts other than defense, then definitely TDS provisions will be applicable. That is the point. And in the same way, supply between PSUs. One PSU to another PSU. Example for PSU. HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and BDL, Bharat Dynamics Limited, Coal India is there, NTPC is there, IRCDC is there, and Power Grid is there. Like that, so many number of companies are there. With respect to all these companies, any internal transaction occurs between them. Between one PSU to another PSU, definitely what is the position, ma? There is no TDS will be applicable. But remember, if at all it is a metal scrap deal, even between them also it is taxable. One PSU to another PSU, if at all the transaction is metal scrap deal, then definitely what will be applicable, ma? TDS is applicable. General rule, one PSU to another PSU, with respect to those contracts, TDS is not applicable. But if the transaction between one PSU to another PSU is in relation to metal scrap, definitely TDS provisions will be applicable. That is the point, ma. And sir, okay, sir, TDS was deducted. Then what is the due date for payment of that? Next month, 10th. And what is the return they are required to file? TDS return, GSTR 7. And what is the due date? Next month, 10th. Only these points you should remember. That is more than sufficient, ma. The next point is TCS. So what is meant by this TCS, ma? Tax collected at source, okay. What is the applicable section for that? 52. Sir, when TCS is applicable? When TCS is applicable, ma'am? When supplies are made through ECO. When the supplies are made through ECO. In fact, it is not the exact word. When the payment is processed through ECO, then only the concept of TCS is applicable. The goods must be supplied through ECO and the payment must be processed through ECO. Then only the concept of TCS will be applicable. Take the example of Amazon. The goods are supplied through Amazon. Second one, you will make the payment to the Amazon. Amazon in return will pay to the seller. You will not make the payment directly to the seller, na? You will not make the payment directly to the seller. Instead of that, you will make the payment to Amazon. Amazon in return will pay to the seller. Then the payment is processed through ECO. In that case, Amazon is required to deduct the TCS or not? Yes. What is the rate of TCS? 0.5%. That is 0.25% CGST and 0.25% SGST. Sir, this 0.5% is needed to be applied on which value, sir? On which value it is needed to be paid? Net value of supplies. How to compute the net value of supplies? Total value of, aggregate value of taxable supplies minus sales returns. What is the amount we will get? It is known as net value of supplies. Simply sales minus sales returns, ma. Sales minus sales returns. What is the value that will be there? On that value, 0.5% is applied. Let's say, if you purchase a few items in Amazon. Nowadays, the people are using Meesho also, na? What the people are doing nowadays, they're becoming more smart nowadays. They will purchase the item for an occasion, they will use it for that particular occasion, again they're putting as a return. And again they will take another one or the amount will be credited to them. ఈ మధ్య కొంతమంది ఈ స్కామ్లు కూడా చేస్తున్నారు. రీసెంట్గా నేను విన్నాను. సో అంటే ఏమైనా అకేషన్ ఉంది అనుకోండి, ఫ్రెండ్ బర్త్డేనో ఏదో ఒకటి ఉంది, హ్యాపీగా ఏం చేస్తున్నారు వీళ్ళు, ఆ మీషోలో బుక్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఆ రోజు హ్యాపీగా అకేషన్ కేసుకెళ్తున్నారు, సాయంత్రం నచ్చలేదు అని చెప్పి రిటర్న్ పెడుతున్నారు అయిపోగానే. సో ద మనీ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి క్రెడిటెడ్ టు యువర్ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ ఆర్ మళ్ళీ ఇంకో ఫంక్షన్ వస్తే ఇంకో దానికి వాడుతున్నారు కొత్త. సో జస్ట్ లైక్ దట్ సేల్స్ రిటర్న్స్ విల్ బి దేర్ నా ఇన్ దట్. సో దట్స్ వై సేల్స్ 1 lakh, sales returns 20,000. Then on which value you are required to apply this 0.5%? 1 lakh minus 20,000. On the 80,000, you are required to apply this 0.5%. Okay. Next one. Sir, what is the due date for the payment into the government? Next month, 10th. Okay. And the next one is there any threshold? TDS lo threshold limit undi. What is the threshold limit for TDS? 2.5 lakhs. But TCS, there is no threshold limit, ma. You are required to deduct the TDS at the rate of 0.5%. Sir, when this TCS is not applicable, sir, supplier is on same points is applicable for TDS also, ma. Except this point, rest of the points are applicable for TDS also generally. If the supplier is unregistered, why TDS or TCS is not applicable? If the supplier is unregistered, there is no need to pay any output tax. If there is no need to pay any output tax, then what is the logic in applying TDS or TCS? That's why it is not applicable. If at all it is a non-taxable supply, then also no TDS. If at all it is exempted supply, then also no TDS. If at all it is a Schedule 3, negative list of GST items, then also no TDS or TCS. Why, ma? In all these cases, you are not required to pay any output tax. Whereas with respect to this, what is meant by the word e-way bill, ma? So what is meant by the word e-way bill? E-way bill means electronic way bill. What is meant by the word e-way bill, ma'am? Electronic way bill. Sir, that means before implementation of GST also, this e-way bill was there? Yes, e-way bill was not there, but way bill was there, which is a physical document, which is going to be available in market yard. Generally, district-wise market yards will be there, where the lorry drivers or their accountants use it to go there, and they will get those, what we call them as physical documents, and signed by the UDC of that agricultural, UDC is nothing but accountant there. In market yard, generally UDC like that, we will call them accounts officers, those people are. You need to sign those documents, and whenever any person stops you, you need to show those physical documents to the people. So the concept of way bill was there before implementation of GST also. Before implementation of GST also. But the problem is here, when GST was introduced, everything was made online. The reason is simple, ma. In every district headquarters, you need to go there and you need to pick up these documents. Then, if at all it is a national permit, if at all it is need to cross 3 to 4 states, then it is very difficult task, na? So that's why the government come up with a solution, and those way bills are converted to e-way bills. Those way bills are converted to e-way bills. Okay, fine. So that's why way bill is now named as electronic way bill. So first question is here, who is required to generate the e-way bill? Who is required to generate the e-way bill, ma? Who is required to generate the e-way bill? The person who is causing the physical movement of the goods is required to generate the e-way bill. The person who is causing the physical movement of the goods is required to generate the e-way bill. Sir, who is causing the physical movement then? The person who is arranging the transport. What is the first question? Who is required to generate the e-way bill? The person who is causing the physical movement is required to generate the e-way bill. Okay. The next question, who is causing the physical movement there? Who is causing the physical movement there, ma? The person who is arranging the transport is the person who is causing the physical movement. Okay. If the supplier arranges the transport, supplier is required to generate the e-way bill. If the recipient arranges the transport, recipient is required to generate the e-way bill. The question is here, if both are registered, this is the scenario. Supplier is registered as well as recipient is registered. Then who is arranging the transport is required to generate the e-way bill. Sir, if only one of them is a registered person then? If both are registered, who is causing the physical movement or who is arranging the transport is required to generate the e-way bill. Okay. If only one of them is registered, then the person who is registered is required to generate the e-way bill. So, supplier, recipient, both are registered. Who is arranging the transport will generate the e-way bill. Supplier is registered, recipient is unregistered. Then who is required to generate? Supplier. If the supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered. Who is required to generate the e-way bill? Registered, that is recipient. This is the point. Okay. Next question. Sir, whenever there is a sale, then only e-way bill is required. That means if the goods are sold, then only e-way bill is required, or with respect to job work also e-way bill is required. When the goods are sold, then only e-way bill is required, or in case of job work like things also, we are required to generate the e-way bill. E-way is required whenever there is a physical movement of the goods. Law never said that when the goods are sold, e-way is required. Whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, e-way is required. The physical movement reason can be supply or the reasons other than supply. It does not matter whether the goods are sold or went for job work or it may be a stock transfer or whatever the circumstances it is, whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, what will be there, ma? E-way bill is required. Whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, E-way bill is required. It does not matter the physical movement reason is supply or the reasons other than supply. Okay. Next question. Sir, in case of FCM, E-way bill is required. In case of RCM also, E-way bill is required. When E-way bill is required? In case of FCM or in case of RCM also? Both. I told you just now the answer for that. Whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, E-way bill is required. Whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, E-way bill is required. The physical movement reason can be supply or other than supply, whether it may be FCM or it may be RCM. This is RCM, inward supply from unregistered person. So the reason can be supply or other than supply, whether it may be FCM or RCM. Whenever there is a physical movement of the goods involved, you are required to generate the E-way bill. That is the first point. Second one. What is the second question? When E-way bill is required? When E-way bill is required, ma'am? If two conditions are satisfied. First condition we discussed, whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, E-way bill is required. What is the second condition? When the consignment value is more than 50,000. When the consignment value is more than 50,000, E-way bill is required. That means technically two conditions. First one, there must be a physical movement of the good. Second one, the consignment value is more than 50,000. If these two conditions are satisfied, E-way bill is required. Sir, what is meant by consignment value then? Okay, consignment value is more than 50,000. E-way bill is required. We know that. The next question is here. Next question is here. What is meant by the word consignment value? What is meant by the word consignment value, ma'am? That means, let's say, the goods value is 49,000, GST 2,000. E-way bill is required or not required? Goods value is 49,000, GST is 2,000. In that case, E-way bill is required or not required? So here, consignment value means taxable value plus GST. That means inclusive of GST, we should consider that 50,000. 49,000 plus 2,000, it will be 51,000. 49,000 plus 2,000, it will be, 51,000, which is more than 50,000. If at all it is more than 50,000, E-way bill is required or not required, ma? Required. That means consignment value is equal to taxable value plus GST. Sir, in that value, any exempted goods value is there. That should also be considered. Answer is no. Let's say, for example, in a 60,000, 40,000 is taxable supplies, 20,000 is exempted supplies. In the case, E-way bill is required or not required? Not required. Because in that 60,000, what is the taxable supplies value? 40,000. That means which is less than 50,000. E-way bill is required or not required, ma? Not required. So consignment value means taxable value plus GST minus exempted supplies value. What is meant by the word consignment value, ma? Taxable value plus GST minus exempted supplies value is equal to consignment value. Okay. Next point is, sir, generally if the consignment value is more than 50,000, E-way bill is required, we know that. But whereas in two circumstances, even though the consignment value is less than 50,000, E-way bill is required. What is the general rule? If the consignment value is more than 50,000, then only Eway bill is required. But in two circumstances, even though the consignment value is less than 50,000, but still Eway bill is required. What are those two circumstances? One is job work, second one is handicraft goods. One is job work, second one is handicraft goods. With respect to these two cases, what is the position, ma? Even though the consignment value is less than 50,000, Eway bill is required, provided if at all it is a interstate physical movement. What is the general rule? Consignment value is more than 50, Eway bill is required. But in two cases, even though the consignment value is less than 50, Eway bill is required. What are those two cases? One is job work, second one is handicraft goods. When there is intrastate or interstate, if at all it is an interstate physical movement, even though the consignment value is less than 50, Eway bill is required. Sir, if the consignment value is less than 50, sir, is it, that means we can voluntarily generate the Eway bill? The consignment value 50,000 కన్నా తక్కువ ఉంది, మనకు ఆనందం ఎక్కువై మనమే ఏదైనా వాలంటరీగా జనరేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చా? ఎస్, మోర్ దెన్ 50 ఇట్ ఈస్ మ్యాండేటరీ, లెస్ దాన్ 50 ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆప్షనల్. Voluntary generation, even if the consignment value is 50,000 rupees or less. Okay, fine. Next one. This is the point I told you, consignment value. So transaction value plus GST minus exempted supplies value is equal to consignment value. If this value is more than 50,000, Eway bill is required. Okay. What is the form number for Eway bill? What is the form number? EWB 01. What is the form number for Eway bill, ma? EWB 01. With respect to this EWB 01, there will be two parts, ma. Part A and Part B. What is the form number? EWB 01 is the form number to generate the Eway bill. So in EWB 01, there will be two parts, ma. Part A and Part B. With respect to Part A, what are the details that will be there in Part A, ma? Invoice details. Majorly, what are the details that will be there in Part A, ma? Invoice details. What are the details that will be there in Part B, ma? Transport details. In Part A, what are the details that will be there? Invoice details. What are the details that will be there in Part B? Transport details. Okay. Like invoice detail means what are the goods that are supplied, supplier GST number, recipient GST number, place of dispatch, delivery, like that. What are the details that will be there in invoice? Those details will be there in Part A. And a vehicle number, document number, like transport details will be there in Part B. Who will fill Part A generally, ma? Who will fill Part A generally? Generally, in our Eway bill, supplier is known as consignor, and recipient is known as consignee. So, who is required to fill this Part A? Consignor or consignee? Who is causing the movement? If the consignor is causing the movement, consignor will fill the Part A. Whereas, if the recipient is causing the physical movement, recipient will fill the Part A. Once Part A was filled by consignor or consignee, it will be endorsed to the transporter to fill the Part B details, because transport details are better known to the transporter. Once Part A details are filled either by the consignor or by the consignee, it will be assigned to the transporter to fill the Part B details. And once Part A was filled, to fill Part B, 15 days time period will be there. After filling of Part A, within 15 days, you need to fill Part B. Sir, if within 15 days Part B was not filled, then what will happen, sir? Part A also becomes invalid. Again, you need to start from the scratch. Okay. So that is the point you need to remember. Who will fill Part A? Consignor or consignee? And who will fill Part B generally? Transporter, because he knows better about his vehicle. What will be the time gap? Max 15 days. Okay, fine. But whereas, with respect to ECOs like Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, these people will fill the Part A details also, if at all they will get the authorization from consignor or consignee. Because take the example of Amazon, seller will give along with invoice the goods to Amazon. Now Amazon will fill Part A details as well as Part B details. Generally, who will fill Part A or Part B? Consignor or consignee. But permission was taken from consignor or consignee. Then Part A details also can be filled by transporter. That is the point. So, see, who will fill Part A? Person causing the movement. Who will fill Part B? Transporter. But remember one thing. If you see the words in the brackets there, Part B will be filled by the transporter if at all the goods are going to be transported by road. Four ways will be there now: roadways, railways, airways, waterways. In those four ways, which mode of transporter will fill the Part B? By road. What are the remaining modes? Railways, airways, waterways. In all these three cases, Part A as well as Part B, both shall be filled by consignor or consignee. See the second point here. Who will fill Part B there? Person causing the movement, that is either the consignor or the consignee. With respect to which one, ma? With respect to which one there? In case of train, flight, vessel. That means with respect to railways, airways, waterways, Part A as well as Part B, both shall be filled by the consignor or consignee. That is the point. And what is meant by person causing the movement? Already we completed this one. The next question is here. When Part B is required to be filled? Before commencement of physical movement of the goods or after the commencement of physical movement of the goods? When Part B is required to be filled? Before commencement of physical movement or after commencement of physical movement? Before. Pakka. No. Before or after, anytime we can generate that. By road, if at all we are transporting the goods. By road, if at all we are transporting the goods, then Part B must be filled before commencement of physical movement. If the goods are going to be transported by road, then Part B must be filled before commencement of physical movement. But whereas a train, vessel, or aircraft, Part B can be generated either before or after. That is point number 2. See, Part B details can be filled before or after the movement starts. But the delivery requires Eway bill at the time of delivery. For which mode this is applicable? See, rail, air, vessel. That means railways, airways, waterways. In these three ways, Eway bill Part B can be filled before or after. That means which one is missing there? Roadways. If at all the goods are going to be transported by roadways, Part B must be filled before commencement of physical movement. Got the point, ma? Fine. Sir, if at all it is a own conveyance, that means the recipient owns the conveyance. In that case, who will fill Part B? If at all, Part A, GTA is transporting the goods, Part A will be filled by consignor or consignee. Part B will be filled by the transporter. If at all it is our own vehicle, consignor or consignee own vehicle, in that case, who will fill Part B? Consignor or consignee. See, transported via own vehicle or a hired one. Hired one means మనం రెంట్కి తీసుకొచ్చుకున్నాం, మనమే రెంట్కి తీసుకున్నాం అంటే వెహికల్ నెంబర్ అవన్నీ మనకే తెలుసుగా. అలాంటప్పుడు who will fill Part B? Consignor or consignee. Public conveyance. Public conveyance means APSRTC. If goods are transported by APSRTC, APSRTC will fill them. No, you need to fill Part B details also. If the goods are going to be transported by own, hired or public conveyance, in those cases, Part A as well as Part B, both are actually going to be transported, both are going to be filled themselves. Okay. Next point, sir, consignment value is more than 50,000. Neither the consignor nor the consignee generated the Eway bill. Then is there any requirement of transporter to generate it? The consignment value is more than 50. Neither the consignor nor the consignee generated the Eway bill. In that case, it is a responsibility of the transporter to generate the Eway bill even though transporter is an unregistered person. That is the fourth point. E-way bill generation responsibility. Consignor or consignee does not generate the e-way bill. Transporter must generate if the consignment value is more than 50,000. Sir, if the transporter is unregistered, sir, if the transporter is unregistered, then also he need to get some unique enrollment number. Based on that unique enrollment number, he need to generate the e-way bill. The transporter cannot escape from the liability. Consignment value is more than 50. But neither the consignor nor the consignee generated the e-way bill, then it is the responsibility of the transporter to generate the e-way bill. That is the point. Okay, next one. Sorry, once e-way bill is generated, to whom it is going to be communicated? E-way bill generate అయిన తర్వాత ఎవరెవరికి అది కమ్యూనికేట్ అవుతుంది? Generally, supplier, recipient, transporter. These three parties will be notified once the e-way bill is generated. Supplier, recipient, transporter. These three parties will be notified when e-way bill is generated. Sometimes what happens is, supplier will feel that he entered the correct GST number of the recipient. Therefore, he did not cross-check it. If he cross-checks, he may find that data is wrongly entered. But supplier has sent the goods so many number of times to the recipient. He feels that he knows his GST number very well. So without cross-checking, he entered one GST number which is not of that recipient. By mistake, another GST number he entered. By mistake, another GST number he entered. The question is here, then the matter will be communicated to the recipient whose GST number was entered, na? But he is not a party to the contract. Then there must be option that should be there to the wrong recipient. Na? That's why the concept of acceptance of e-way bill was created. Once e-way bill is generated, when it is communicated to the supplier, recipient, and the transporter, if the recipient is not a party to the contract, then he may accept it or reject the e-way bill. For this acceptance or rejection, the time period that was stated is 72 hours. If within 72 hours, neither he accepted that nor he rejected that, then it is deemed to be accepted. Then it is deemed to be accepted. That is the point. So, what is the summary of this acceptance of e-way bill, ma? See, if the supplier is registered, who is generating the e-way bill? Supplier. Then the matter is communicated to transporter and recipient. If wrong recipient data is entered, recipient can reject that. Okay. If recipient is registered and he is generating the e-way bill, it is communicated to the transporter as well as supplier. If the wrong supplier number is entered, supplier is having the option to reject it. But what is the maximum time limit to do that, ma? 72 hours. I think it will be 3 days. If nothing was done within 72 hours, then what is the position, ma? It is deemed to be accepted. Okay, fine. So next question is here. Sir, a data is wrongly entered in e-way bill. Is it possible to modify the e-way bill then? A data is wrongly entered in the e-way bill. Is it possible to modify the e-way bill, ma? Answer is no. No. Only vehicle number can be changed. Except vehicle number, RTA details will be there now. Those details cannot be modified or edited. Once e-way bill is generated, its details cannot be edited or modified except Part B vehicle number. So then what is the solution for this? You can cancel the e-way bill. You cannot modify the e-way bill, but definitely you can cancel it. What is the time limit to cancel it, ma? 24 hours from the time of its generation, provided the goods are not in transit. If the goods are already in transit, you cannot cancel the e-way bill, even though with wrong data is there. Because if at all the permission is there, everybody will use it as a loophole. వాడే కావాలని రాంగ్ డేటా ఎంటర్ చేస్తాడు, దొరుకుతుంది అనే డౌట్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఈ-వే బిల్ క్యాన్సిల్ చేస్తాడు, కొత్త ఈ-వే బిల్ జనరేట్ చేస్తాడు. ఇట్ విల్ బి లూప్ హోల్ నా. దట్స్ వై వన్స్ ట్రాన్సిట్ స్టార్టెడ్ యూ కెనాట్ క్యాన్సిల్ ద ఈ-వే బిల్. బిఫోర్ ట్రాన్సిట్ within 24 hours you can cancel the e-way bill. It is the point. Next one. Validity period of e-way bill. What is this validity period, ma? The time when which this e-way bill is generated, for how much period it will be valid. For this, you need to see what is the cargo. One is over-dimensional cargo. Second one is normal cargo. Other than over-dimensional cargo means it will be normal cargo. What is this over-dimensional cargo? Heavy vehicles. In bypass, you may observe that some 10 tire, 20 tires lorries will be there, which is moving very slowly by carrying some heavy items. Those are called as over-dimensional cargo. And normal trucks will be there, na? Those are called as other than over-dimensional cargo or normal cargo. If at all it is a over-dimensional cargo, what is the validity period of e-way bill? For every 20 kilometers or part thereof, 1 day validity period will be there. If at all it is a normal cargo, for every 200 kilometers or part thereof, 1 day validity period will be there. If at all it is a over-dimensional cargo, for every 20 kilometers or part thereof, 1 day validity period will be there. If at all it is a normal cargo, every 200 kilometers or part thereof, 1 day validity period will be there. Say, for example, Guntur to Vijayawada, 30 kilometers distance was there. If at all it is a over-dimensional cargo, what is the validity period of e-way bill? Guntur to Vijayawada, 30 kilometers distance. If at all it is a over-dimensional cargo, what is the validity period of e-way bill? 2 days. First 20 kilometers, 1 day. Part thereof, 10 kilometers also, 1 day. Total how many, ma? 2 days is a validity period of e-way bill, if at all it is a over-dimensional cargo. If at all it is a normal cargo, then what is the validity period? 1 day. Because 200 kilometers are part thereof, 1 day validity period will be given. Okay. And if at all it is a multimodal shipment, where one leg in shape, in the above, both options are available. What is this multimodal shipment, ma? Manamadudi Sinmalo climax song laga. Nagarjuna in the climax song, I think Chili or something song will be there, na? In that, what he will do, he will use different vehicles, na? Car lo veltadu, bullock cart, I think so, and tractor will be there, bullet will be there. Those are called as multimodal shipment. Those things are called as multimodal shipment. That means you will use different means of transport for carrying the goods from one place to another place. And in that multimodal shipment, one leg and a leg piece and gather, one leg means some part of the journey. One leg means, what is the point, ma? Some part of the journey was there in ship. And the waterways lo ganaka journey unte. If at all it is a multimodal shipment, where some part of the journey was there in the ship, then it can be treated as over-dimensional cargo. That is a note 1 meaning. Multimodal shipment అయ్యుండి దానిలో సమ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద జర్నీ కనుక షిప్ లో ఉండుంటే దాన్ని మనం ఓవర్ డైమెన్షనల్ కార్గో కింద కూడా అనుకుని ఈ-వే బిల్ జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చు. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్. సార్, వన్స్ ఈ-వే బిల్ వాస్ జనరేటెడ్, సార్, validity period also specified. But the problem is, just like what is yesterday, before 2-3 days, cyclone was there. Na? When cyclone was there, I think Chennai highway was closed for some 12 hours or 18 hours. I can't remember exactly. The day when the cyclone is passing through, Chennai highway was blocked. Ma. The morning 6 to some 12 hours or 18 hours, I think exactly, I can't remember. Highway was blocked. Chennai highway. Okay. If at all the truck need to pass through Chennai highway, due to the cyclone, actually the road was blocked. Now, is it possible for it to reach the destination within the time limit? No. In that case, is there any chance that e-way bill validity period can be extended? Yes, but you need to get the permission from the commissioner. What is the time limit? Within 8 hours from its expiry. When your e-way bill validity period was expired, from that particular time, within 8 hours, you need to apply for commissioner permission. If the commissioner feels it is genuine and beyond your control, and he may extend the time period depending upon how much distance still pending. That is second point. Next one. Bill to ship to model. What is meant by this bill to ship to model, ma? Order will be given by one person. But whereas goods are going to be delivered to some other person. Generally, unless order given person and receiving person or the in the same state, in case of build to ship to model, there will be always two supplies. One supply is between supplier and the third party who has given the instruction, and second supply is between third party and the recipient. My Guntur Masterminds has given order to deliver goods to Hyderabad branch. Both are deemed to be distinct persons. Na? In that case, there will be two supplies technically. First supply is between the supplier and Guntur Masterminds. Second supply is between Guntur Masterminds and Hyderabad branch. In case of build to ship to model, always there will be two supplies. That's okay. Except they are within the same state. Okay. Next question is here. In that case, how many Eway bills are required? There are two supplies in a build to ship to model. How many Eway bills are required to be generated? How many, ma? One. There are two supplies. Eway bill is not based on number of supplies. Eway bill is based on how many number of times physical movement was involved therein. In case of build to ship to model, even though there will be two supplies, but how many times physical movement was involved? Only once. In that case, how many Eway bills are required? Only one Eway bill is required. It can be generated either by the supplier or by the immediate supplier, means third party, who has given the instruction. Okay, ma. In case of build to ship to model, even though there are two supplies, physical movement was there for only once. When there is only one physical movement, what is the position, ma? You are required to generate the Eway bill only once. Sir, in that case, who will generate this Eway bill, sir? Who will generate this Eway bill, ma? Either the supplier or the third party who has given the instruction. Any one of them can generate the Eway bill. That is the first point. Next one. Sir, when the Eway bill is valid, generally part A as well as part B, both are filled, then only Eway bill is valid. But in two exceptional cases, even though part B was not filled, but still it is a valid one. What are those two exceptional cases? Consignor place to transporter place, or transporter place to consignee place. If the distance is less than or equal to 50 kilometers, then part B is not required. Amma, Eway bill avasram ledani nenu cheppatledu. Part B is not required. When ma? Consignor place to transporter place, or transporter place to consignee place. If the distance is up to 50 kilometers, then part B is not required. That is the second point. See, normally valid only when part B is filled. Exception. Goods transported within 50 kilometers within the state. When ma? Consignor place to transporter place, or transporter place to consignee place. If the distance is less than or equal to 50 kilometers, then what is not required? Part B is, no. Eway bill is required. What is not required, ma? Part B is not required. Next point. Sir, goods are going to be transported in a conveyance, sir. Let's say Nauta transport. In the case, once goods reached a particular place, that truck met with an accident. One tire went to Kashmir and second tire went to Kanyakumari. So for returning those two tires, it is taking longer time. Therefore, they just want to change the vehicle. So they changed the vehicle. The question is here, when the vehicle was changed, a new Eway bill is required or old Eway bill can be modified. ఇందాకే అనుకున్నాం పార్ట్ బిలో వెహికల్ డీటెయిల్స్ మాత్రం ఎన్నిసార్లు కావాలంటే అన్నిసార్లు మోడిఫై చేయొచ్చు అని. దట్స్ వై వెహికల్ నెంబర్ కెన్ బి చేంజ్డ్ ఎనీ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్. వెహికల్ నెంబర్ కెన్ బి చేంజ్డ్ ఎనీ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్స్. What is that, ma? Changing the conveyance. If the goods are transferred to another conveyance, then PCM means a person in charge of that motor vehicle. Person in charge of that motor vehicle, that is the transporter, can update part B multiple times allowed. See this. Any number of times part B vehicle details can be modified. There is no need for generating a new Eway bill. Okay, ma. Next, already చెప్పాను. Eway bill modification possible, except part B vehicle number, Eway bill details cannot be modified. What is the option that is there to you? Translation. Another point. Sir, Guntur to Goa, we are transporting the goods. In that case, how many e-way bills are required? It is passing through 5 states. For example, Guntur to Goa, Guntur is the origin, Goa is the destination. So the goods are passing through 5 states. In that case, how many e-way bills are required? In that case, how many e-way bills are required? 1, because e-way bill is a central document. Once it is generated, it is valid throughout the country. That is the 5th point. E-way bill jurisdiction. E-way bill is a central document, not a state specific. That means for every state, there is no need to generate a separate e-way bill for the entire country, for the entire journey. Only one e-way bill is sufficient. Next one. Suppose, for example, take example, for example, at 12:30, for example, today, I just ordered Apple Ultra 3, as I told you, and I just paid the advance also. They just told me that on Monday it is going to be available with me. Okay. I just preferred is actually a black titanium with titanium actually strap. And just put the order for that, 1,05,000, the total value is. I just paid some advance. Along with me today, some 5 customers put the order for Apple Watch, but not Ultra 3, Series 11, I think the second one. 3 new variants are there. Now, one is Ultra 3 and second one is 11 series and third one is SE3. 3 variants are there, new variants in Apple. So, these 3 variants ordered by 4 customers. I ordered Ultra 3, for example. Okay. And whereas 2 customers ordered Watch Series 11, 1 customer actually ordered SE3. Those 3 are going to be dispatched from Hyderabad Infinity. We just went to Infinity. Those things are not available here. I just paid the advance at 12:30. The class is over. And they told me that it may be available on this particular Saturday or it may be Monday is Pakka. They told to all these 4 customers. So from all 4, they are going to be dispatched from their Hyderabad branch. So how many number of sellers are there? Only 1. How many number of recipients are here? 1. Ordered by Infinity Guntur, not by me or not by those 3 customers. We just paid advance to Guntur Infinity, 4 members. But whereas goods are coming from Hyderabad Infinity to Guntur Infinity. How many transporters will be there? 1 transporter. But 4 invoices are there. And whereas with respect to this one, yes, ma'am. So how many sellers are there? 1, Hyderabad Infinity. How many recipients are there? Guntur Infinity, 1. How many transporters are there? 1 transporter. But 4 customers are there, 4 invoices are there. How many e-way bills are required now? How many e-way bills are required now? 1, 4. Answer is 1, 4, 4. Answer is 1 e-way bill is required is the wrong answer. E-way bill is invoice specific. Okay, how many number of invoices are there? That many number of e-way bills we are required. That is point number 6. Invoice specific e-way bill is. Each invoice requires a separate e-way bill. Even see, vehicle, transporter, supplier, recipient remains the same. If all are the same, how many number of invoices are there? That many number of e-way bills we are required to generate. In our example, how many invoices are there? 4 invoices are there. In that case, how many e-way bills that are required? 4 e-way bills that are required. This is other points, ma'am. Next one. What are the cases where e-way bill is not required? What are the cases where e-way bill is not required? First one, transportation of specified goods, ma'am. Transportation of specified goods means, what are those specified goods? This LPG means gas, kerosene. Nowadays, I think kerosene is not given, kerosene is snara. PDS lo, ration shops lo. Kerosene ledanukunta telisina thorikittu. But in olden days it was there that kerosene the gas stoves vachinai kada. I think kerosene is not required now. In olden days, kerosene stoves are going to be used for the poor people like me. actually going to use that particular kerosene stoves in olden days. Rich people like you, they may use what is gas stoves. Okay, fine. So in those cases, electrical aviru. Okay, fine. So those kerosene oils, ma, what it will be. And third one is postal baggage. What is meant by this postal baggage, ma? Postal articles will be there, na? Those items. And precious stones and jewelry. వీటికి కూడా అక్కర్లేదమ్మా, ఎందుకంటే వీటిని ట్రాక్ చేస్తే సరదాగా తీసుకెళ్ళిపోతారు. With respect to this one, ma. So precious stones and jewelry. With respect to that, precious stones and jewelry, what is the position, ma? Regarding them, tracking will be there. It is not safe. Therefore, what is the position? So next one, ma, currency and personal effects. What is meant by this currency, ma? Why with respect to currency? That means ATM currency vans will be there, na? For them also tracking should not be there. That's why Eway bill is not required. Personal effects means packers and movers. When you want to shift the house from one place to another place, in those cases, packers and movers services will be used. Na? Generally, household items value will be more than 50,000, obviously. Household items, definitely it will be more than 50,000. Na? In those cases, Eway bill is required or not required? Ma? Definitely Eway bill is not required. That is the first one. Next one, non-taxable goods are exempted from GST. Why, ma? Non-taxable goods and exempted goods, what is the position? There is no need to pay any GST. If there is no need to pay any GST, what is not required, ma? Eway bill is not required. Next one, transportation in a non-motorized vehicle. The bullock carts, donkeys, horses, elephants, వీటిని ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు అనుకోండి, definitely they are non-motorized. Definitely they are non-motorized. If at all they are non-motorized vehicles, in those cases, what is the position, ma? Definitely Eway bill is not required. Bicycle, if at all you're transporting the items on the bicycle, in that case, Eway bill is required, not required. Next one, Schedule 3 items, negative list. On them also, we are not required to pay any GST. When we are not required to pay any GST, there is no need to generate Eway bill. This one, ignore good transported from or to Nepal or Bhutan, friendly countries, mavi. సో వాటితో మనకి చాలా క్లోజ్ రిలేషన్ ఉంటుంది. జనరల్ స్పెషాలిటీ ఏంటంటే, భూటాన్కి నువ్వు కనుక గూడ్స్ ఏదైనా ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తే రిఫండ్ విల్ బి గివెన్, బట్ నాట్ టు ద సప్లయర్, టు ద భూటాన్ గవర్నమెంట్. గూడ్స్ నువ్వు ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేసావు, మామూలుగా ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తే రిఫండ్ ఎవరికి ఇస్తాం? మనం సెల్లర్కి ఇస్తాం, అంతే కదా అక్కడేం జరిగేది. బట్ భూటాన్కి ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తే మాత్రం రిఫండ్ ఇస్తారు. ఎవరికి ఇస్తారు? భూటాన్ గవర్నమెంట్కి ఇస్తారు ఆ రిఫండ్. అంటే ఫైనాన్షియల్గా కొంచెం వీక్ కాబట్టి వీ నీడ్ టు ఎంకరేజ్ దెమ్ నా. So that's why we're having a very close and friendly relation between Nepal and Bhutan and us. So that's why, what is the position, ma? దానిలో స్ట్రాటజీ కూడా ఉందిరా. చైనాకి ఇస్తాయి మనకి. ఓకే, సో అలాంటివి ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో డెఫినెట్లీ రిగార్డింగ్ దెమ్, goods transported from or to Nepal or Bhutan, in those cases, what is the position, ma? Eway bill is not required. Goods transported by Ministry of Defense. ఆర్మీ పీపుల్ గా ఆల్రెడీ ఒకసారి తెలిసినందుకే ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ లీక్ అయినందుకు, అది ఎక్కడ రాది, పీతో స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది, Feb 14th జరిగినట్టుంది కదా ఇష్యూ కూడా. అది ఆర్మీ పీపుల్ చాలా మంది చనిపోయినట్టున్నారు కదా అప్పుడు. పీతో స్టార్ట్ అవుతున్న ఏరియా నేమ్ పుల్వామా ఆర్ సంథింగ్, ఐ కాంట్ రిమెంబర్ ద నేమ్. అది చాలా ఒకేసారి ఆల్మోస్ట్ 100 వెహికల్స్ ఏమో వెళ్ళడం, ఈ ట్రాక్ చేసి వాళ్ళు షూట్ చేసినట్టున్నారు. Feb 14th ఇన్సిడెంట్ జరిగిన గుర్తున్నంత వరకు. ఇది అప్పుడే కదా ఇన్సిడెంట్ జరిగింది, Feb 14th. అందుకే బ్లాక్ డే కింద దాన్ని మనం ట్రీట్ చేస్తున్నాం నౌ డేస్. ఆర్మీ పీపుల్ మీద జరిగిన వార్ని బేస్ చేసుకుని, అటాక్ ని బేస్ చేసుకుని. దట్స్ వై విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు ఆర్మీ వెహికల్స్, వాట్ ఈస్ నాట్ నీడెడ్, మా? Eway bill is not required. And if the goods are going to be transported by government by train, then Eway bill is not required. Who is transporting the goods? Government. Train also belongs to government. Therefore, what is not required? Eway bill is not required. Next one, empty cargo containers. What is this empty cargo containers, ma? Goods, generally in containers, goods will be sent, ma. Once goods are delivered there, empty containers will be returned to the seller, na. While returning those empty containers, even though the container value is more than 50, what is not required, ma? Eway bill is not required. Next one, transportation within 20 kilometers for weight, ma. I think weighbridge. Have you come across the word weighbridge, ma, previously? What about this weighbridge? వెయిట్ చూస్తారు. జనరల్ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే ఇది మ్యాంగోస్ కానీ ఇలాంటివి తీసుకున్నప్పుడు బిఫోర్ మ్యాంగోస్ లారీ వెయిట్ చూస్తారు. ఆఫ్టర్ మ్యాంగోస్ ఆర్ లోడెడ్ లారీ వెయిట్ చూస్తారు. బిఫోర్ కి ఆఫ్టర్ కి ఉన్న డిఫరెన్స్ ఏమవుతుందమ్మా? మ్యాంగోస్ వెయిట్ అవుతుంది. క్వింటాల్స్ మరి పెద్ద చూడలేరు కదా, అందుకని ఆ క్వింటాల్స్ డిఫరెన్స్ చూసుకుంటారు. Before load, lorry weight. After load, lorry weight will be taken. The difference is goods weight. In that way, they will measure the things there. So in that case, if that weighbridge distance from the factory is up to 20 kilometers, then what is not required, ma? E-way bill is not required. And empty cylinders. But the gas and fill chesukodaniki veltu untayi kada empty cylinders. They are nothing but cylinder is a packing material. What is the thing you will purchase, ma? Gas there. We are not purchasing the cylinder. We are purchasing the gas in the cylinder. Cylinder is nothing but a durable packing. Cylinder is nothing but a durable packing. Once the goods, to fill the gas, empty cylinders will go to the, what HP gas company or something like that. Na? For that sake, when the empty cylinders are moving, what is not required, ma? E-way bill is not required. This one we will discuss in customs. Inspection is not required for you. You can ignore them. And next one is non-compliance with E-way bill. Sir, if at all the above rules are not followed, then what is the procedure? A penalty will be levied. How much penalty that will be levied, ma? 10,000 rupees or tax amount, whichever is higher. 10,000 rupees or tax amount, whichever is higher. Along with that, the goods as well as the vehicle both can be seized. If E-way bill is not generated, then what is the penalty that can be levied, ma? 10,000 rupees or tax amount involved, whichever is higher. And along with that, what is the position, ma? Goods and conveyance both can also be seized. And last but not the least, blocking of E-way bill. When E-way bill generation can be blocked as a supplier. As a supplier gaane block chesaru. As a recipient ga nee peru eppudu untundi. వేరే వాడు జనరేట్ చేసేటప్పుడు నీ పేరు రాయొచ్చు రిసిపియంట్ గా. నువ్వు యాజ్ అ సప్లయర్ ఏం చేయలేవమ్మా. యూ కెనాట్ జనరేట్ ద E-way bill in the following four circumstances. First one, composition payer not furnished the statement for 2 consecutive quarters. That means CMP 08 was not filed for 2 continuous quarters. The composition supplier has not filed CMP 08 for 2 continuous, what we can say, quarters. And a regular taxpayer has not furnished the return for 2 tax periods, that is GSTR 3B. GSTR 3B was not filed for 2 months. And GSTR 1 was not filed for 2 continuous months. And when your RC is suspended, in all these 4 cases, your E-way bill generation can be blocked as a supplier. What are those cases, ma? A composition taxable person did not file CMP 08 but continuous 2 quarters. Second one. What is the second one, ma? See, GSTR 3B was not filed for continuous, GSTR 3B was not filed for 2 months. GSTR 1 was not filed for continuous 2 months. And when your RC is suspended. These are the 4 circumstances where as a supplier, your E-way bill generation can be blocked. But as a recipient, your name can be entered in the E-way bill. This is the context with respect to E-way bill, accounts and records, you need to study. And returns also you need to study on your own, except one amendment is there, GSTR 1A. I will tell you that later on. The next topic we need to see is place of supply. So with respect to place of supply, so what is the significance of place of supply, ma? What is the need of finding out this place of supply? To find out whether it is intrastate or interstate. If at all it is the intrastate supply, then what is the position, ma? Then what is the position? CGST plus SGST will be paid. If at all it is the interstate supply, IGST will be paid. So in order to find out which tax you are required to pay, one need to find out the place of supply there. With respect to place of supply, there are 4 sections, 10, 11, 12 and 13. 10 and 11 deals with the cases with respect to goods, and 12 and 13 deals with the cases of services. Section 10 deals with domestic supply of the goods. 11 deals with international supply of the goods. 12 deals with domestic supply of service. 13 deals with international supply of service. So first, initially, we will start with Section 10. So what is Section 10 here deals with, ma? So what is Section 10 here deals with? And so whereas with respect to this, Section 10, whereas with respect to Section 10, 10(1)(a), what is 10(1)(a) deals with, ma? Where the supply involves physical movement of the goods. Where the supply involves physical movement of the goods. The physical movement reason can be either by the supplier or by the recipient or by any other person, means GTA. Who is causing the physical movement is immaterial. Physical movement can be done either by the supplier or by the recipient or by the GTA. It does not matter. But whenever there is a physical movement of the goods, what is the place of supply? Destination. What is the place of supply, ma? Destination will be the place of supply. Destination will be the place of supply. Okay. That means, let's say, take the example of Amazon door delivery. With respect to Amazon door delivery, physical movement was involved. Na? In that case, what is the place of supply? Destination means the place where the transit ends. Destination means the place where the transit ends. That place will be the place of supply. That is the first one. And second one, 10(1)(b). What does 10(1)(b) deals with? As per the heading, goods delivered on the instruction of a third party. What this is called as? Bill to ship to model. With respect to bill to ship to model, what is the place of supply? The place where the order is given or the place where they are delivered, what is the place of supply? As per 10(1)(b), in case of bill to ship to model, what is the place of supply, ma? Third party's principal place of business will be the place of supply. Third party's principal place of business will be the place of supply. That means I told you, Guntur head office ordered, Guntur MM ordered to deliver some goods to Hyderabad branch. Here, which will be treated as place of supply. Who has given the direction there? Guntur head office. Guntur head office place will be the place of supply. That's why ITC can be taken by Guntur, the linked point. Now understood what with respect to ITC we said? In case of bill to ship to model, the goods are deemed to be received by the person who has given the instruction. In case of ITC chapter, we discussed these points, Nama. Why it was like that? Because in case of bill to ship to model, what is the place of supply? The person who has given the direction, the third party's place will be the place of supply. That's why ITC can be claimed by the third party there. This is 10(1)(b). What does 10(1)(a) deals with? Physical movement was involved. If physical movement was involved, what is the place of supply? Destination or the place where the transit ends, that place will be the POS. And with respect to bill to ship to model, what is the place of supply? Third party has given the direction, that place will be the POS. Now what is 10(1)(c)? When there is no physical movement. When there is no physical movement, what is the place of supply? Say for example, this Ravi campus. Okay, Ravi campus was, say the example of Balaji campus or Ravi campus. Generators will be there in every campus. Let us assume that Balaji campus was given on rent by me to the Masterminds management. When the building was given on rent, along with generator, it will be given composite rate, I think it will be called as your income tax. Yes, na? But later on, that Balaji campus was purchased by MM management from me. In that case, is there any physical movement of the generator was involved? No, because already the generator was at Balaji campus previously. After sold also, it was there at the Balaji campus itself. That means when the generator was sold, is there any physical movement involved therein? No. In that case, how to determine the place of supply? As per 10.1c, what is the place of supply? Location of the goods. What is the location of the goods? That place will be the POS. In our example, where is the location of the generator? Balaji campus. Therefore, Balaji campus will be the place of supply. That is 10.1c. Next one. If the goods requires any assembly or installation, for example, Masterminds purchased 10 ACs. Invoice was there in the name of Masterminds main campus, which is a register office, Gayatri Nilayam. 10 ACs are purchased by Masterminds. Invoice was in the name of main campus, but installed at Balaji campus. What is the place of supply now? Invoice in the name of main campus, but whereas AC was installed at Balaji campus. In that case, what is the place of supply? As per 10.1d, what is the place of supply? Where the goods are assembled or installed, the place will be the POS. Where the goods are assembled or installed, Balaji campus. Therefore, Balaji campus will be the place of supply, even though invoice was in the name of main campus. Next one. 10.1e, where the goods are supplied on the board of a conveyance. Let's say, for example, when you are traveling, definitely what is the position, ma'am? Let's say, yeah, with respect to Vande Bharat, Vande Bharat also, whatever the train it is. Let's say generally when I used it to go Hyderabad, morning 6 o'clock approximately, Palnadu was there. When I'm doing my articles also, it was there. At that time it was 6, now it is 5:30 or 5:45. Something approximately at the time it was there. Guntur to Secunderabad it will go. When we actually boarded on that particular train, morning session, coffee vendor will be there selling the coffee. Morning session, obviously, so many people will have the habit of having the coffee. But I don't like coffee, but generally I'm saying. So with respect to that coffee, what is the position? Coffee vendor will sell the coffee at different places. At different places. Okay. Say Guntur నుంచి Secunderabad వెళ్ళే లోపు coffee vendor will sell the coffee at different places while the train is moving. What is the place of supply regarding that coffee? What is the place of supply regarding that coffee? Where coffee was purchased, where coffee was given, where coffee cup was thrown out of the window. With respect to the goods which are supplied on the board of a conveyance, the place of supply will be the place where the coffee can was loaded onto the train. At which station the coffee can was loaded, the place will be the POS. It's not Guntur. Guntur is the journey starting point. Don't be confused with that. Okay, Guntur may be the journey starting point. For example, if a coffee can was loaded at Satinapalli, next station. At Satinapalli, what happened, this particular coffee can was loaded onto the train. Then Guntur is the place of supply or Satinapalli is the place of supply, Satinapalli will be the place of supply because at that place, coffee can was loaded onto the train. That is the point, see. Where the goods are taken on the board, where the goods are loaded onto the conveyance, the place will be the place of supply. This is 10.1e. And another point I just forgot to mention, 10.1ca. What is the next point we forgot to mention? 10.1ca. With respect to 10.1ca, to whom this 10.1ca is applicable? It should be a B2C supply and the goods are purchased in one state and going to be consumed in other state. 10.1ca. When 10.1ca is applicable, it should be a B2C supply. Second one, the goods are going to be purchased in one state but going to be consumed in some other state. ఒక స్టేట్లో కొంటాం, వేరే స్టేట్లో కన్జ్యూమ్ చేస్తాం, యూజ్ చేసుకుంటాం. బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మ్యారేజ్ షాపింగ్. నౌడేస్ ఆల్సో ఇఫ్ యూ సీ గుంటూరు, విజయవాడ అంటే మనం రిమైనింగ్ చోట ఆన్లైన్ షాపింగ్ ప్రిఫర్ చేస్తాం కానీ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు మ్యారేజ్ వీ డోంట్ టేక్ ద రిస్క్ వేర్ మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద పీపుల్. మామూలుగా బర్త్డేస్ ఇలాంటి అకేషన్స్ అయితే విల్ గో ఫర్ ఆన్లైన్ షాపింగ్, ఆన్లైన్ లో ఏది బాగుంటే తీసేసుకుంటాం. బట్ మ్యారేజ్ ఈస్ అ డిఫరెంట్ బాల్ గేమ్ నా. సో దట్స్ వై మెజారిటీ పీపుల్ వాంట్ టు physically see them and purchase them. So that's why nowadays also, if you want to go for marriage shopping, you need to go to Hyderabad only, because the floating will be more with respect to Telugu states, what I am saying. So when floating is more varieties are available at that place. Let's say in Amirpet, ARK Silk, I think, ARK, పట్టు సారీస్ కి బాగా ఫేమస్, మ్యారేజెస్ కి సంబంధించినవన్నీ మనం తీసుకోవాలన్నా అకేషన్ అయినా. సో సపోజ్ అక్కడికి వెళ్ళాం మనం మ్యారేజ్ షాపింగ్ కోసం, మన గుంటూరు నుంచి హైదరాబాద్ వెళ్ళాం. వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత షాప్ ఓనర్ ఏం చేస్తాడు, ఓకే ఫస్ట్ వెళ్ళగానే వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే పర్పస్ అడుగుతారు, మీకా గిఫ్టా అని. సీరియస్లీ, మీకా మనకన్నా అనుకో ఒక రేంజ్ లో చూపిస్తారు, గిఫ్ట్ అన్నా అనుకో వాడికి అర్థమయ్యేది ఇంకో రేంజ్ లో చూపిస్తాడు. అంటే ఆ ఫ్లోర్ లో తీసుకొచ్చే ఐటమ్ మారిపోతా ఉండేది. మాకేనండి అంటేనేమో ఒక టైప్ ఆఫ్ మెటీరియల్ చూపిస్తారు మనకి. గిఫ్ట్ అన్నాం అనుకోండి వాడికి అర్థమవుతుంది, గిఫ్ట్ ఎవడు పెద్ద పెద్ద కాస్ట్లీ ఇవ్వడు కదా జనరల్లీ. సో అప్పుడు వాడు వేరే రేంజ్ చూపిస్తాడు మనకి. అలా చూపించే టైంలో వాడు అడుగుతాడు, సార్ ఏంటి సార్ మ్యారేజ్, ఓకే సో సార్ ఏంటంటే ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చారు, ఓకే ఏంటి పరిస్థితి అని అడిగాడు. సపోజ్ వచ్చినోడు గోదావరి రోడ్ అనుకోండి, గోదావరి రోడ్ సంగతి తెలిసిందే, వెలిగిస్తే ముచ్చటి బుడ్డి వెలిగిస్తారు. గోదావరి రోడ్కి ఒక స్పెషాలిటీ ఉంటుంది, ముచ్చటి బుడ్డి వెలిగిందంటే వాళ్ళు వెలిగిస్తూనే ఉంటారు దాన్ని. ఉన్నారు క్లాస్లో ఎవరైనా గోదావరి రోడ్లు? అవునా? సో బుడ్డి వెలిగిందంటే బుడ్డి ఆరదు కదా, అది ముచ్చటి బుడ్డి. ఫైన్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద వే హౌ దే విల్ డూ. ఇప్పుడు ఈ గోదావరి వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారు, కొనడానికి వచ్చినోడు ఇదండి ఇట్లా మా చుట్టరికం, మా మేనమా వాళ్ళ తమ్ముడు వాళ్ళ బామ్మర్ది వాళ్ళ ఫ్రెండ్ వాళ్ళ కొడుకు వాళ్ళ తమ్ముడు చాలా క్లోజ్ మాకు, దగ్గర చుట్టరికం స్టార్ట్ చేసి మొత్తం పురాణం అంతా చెబుతారు. ఇప్పుడు అలాంటి వాడు అనుకోండి అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డ్ అవైలబిలిటీలో ఉంటుంది వాడికి. ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చారు, గోదావరి నుంచి వచ్చారు, సమ్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రాజమండ్రి లేదు నర్సాపురం సంథింగ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ నుంచి వచ్చారు అనుకోండి అక్కడి నుంచి. If address on record is available along with the supplier, that address will be the place of supply. Godavari district will be the place of supply. అలా కాదు, నాలుగు రోడ్ వెళ్ళాడు, నేను నా పర్పస్ చూసుకుంటాను, వాడు వచ్చాడు అడిగాడు, నీ డబ్బులు కావాలా డీటెయిల్స్ కావాలి, నా ఆధార్ కార్డు నా పాన్ కార్డు ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చారు, నేను ఏం చేస్తా, ఈ ముచ్చట కావాలా, నేను షాప్లో కొన్న ఐటమ్కి డబ్బులు కావాలి, డబ్బులే కావాలి, మూసుకుని శారీ చూపించు. ఇప్పుడు నా టైప్ ఉంటాడు, ఈ సుత్తంత ఎందుకు, నా పని నేను చేసుకుంటా, నా షాపింగ్ నేను చేసుకుంటా, నా పీస్ ఆఫ్ మైండ్ యూస్ సార్. నా టైప్ వాడు అనుకోండి రెండోసారికి ఎలకడికి వాడు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ అడుగుతాడు వాడిని ముచ్చట పెడదామని. మనం ఒకసారి వాడికి ఇలాంటి ఆన్సర్ చెప్పామనుకోండి, కొంచెం మెంటల్ అనుకుంటే అటు పనులు చేసుకుని ఎందుకు వచ్చిన వాళ్ళని వదిలేస్తాడు. మనకి నచ్చిన ఏదో శారీ మనం చూస్తాం, లేదా డ్రెస్ ఏదో చూస్తాం, పర్చేజ్ చేస్తాం, వెళ్ళిపోతాం. అప్పుడు వాడి దగ్గర అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డు ఉంటుంది. వాడు అడిగాడు అనుకో, ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చారు, హైదరాబాద్, ఇది చెప్తాను. నేను జనరల్ ఏఆర్కేసీకి నేను వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మ్యాక్సిమం వెళ్తూ ఉంటాను మా హోమ్ మినిస్టర్ కొనడానికి. ఈ కొనడానికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు జనరల్ అడుగుతారు కదా, సరే ఏంటి ఎక్కడంటే మీకు కావాలంటే సాయంత్రం వచ్చి తీసుకోవచ్చు, డిజైన్ పర్లేదు అని ఇప్పుడే తీసుకెళ్ళి అంటే అది అలవాటు. జస్ట్ ఐ డోంట్ డిస్క్లోజ్ వేర్ ఐ జస్ట్ కేమ్ ఫ్రమ్. అలాంటప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, డెఫినెట్లీ అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డ్ విల్ నాట్ బి అవైలబుల్. ఇఫ్ అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డ్ ఈస్ నాట్ అవైలబుల్, in that case what is the place of supply? Location of supplier will be the place of supply. Location of supplier will be the place of supply. So what is the position ma? First point, address on record. అంటే చాలా మంది ఉంటారు అతివాగుడి వాళ్ళు. ఫైన్, వెళ్ళి టీ తాగామో కాఫీకి టీ కూడా పోతుంటాం మనం. ఉన్నప్పుడు మన పని చూసుకున్నా వచ్చా ఉండదు, ఊళ్ళో వాళ్ళందరినీ బలకరియాలా, దోలు తీర్చుకోవాలి. ఫైన్, ఉంటారు కదా అట్లా. వెళ్తాం, వెళ్ళామా, మనం ఏం చేస్తాం, కొంతమంది వెళ్తాం కాఫీ తాగుతాం, మన అట్ట కాదు, ఊళ్ళో వాళ్ళందరినీ కలపాలా, వాడి బిజినెస్ కనుక్కోవాలా, కుదిరితే దాన్ని టేక్ ఓవర్ చేయాలా, ఈ ముచ్చట్లన్నీ పెడుతుంటారు. అలా ఉందనుకో, అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డ్ అవైలబిలిటీలో ఉంటుంది కస్టమర్కి. అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డ్ అవైలబిలిటీలో ఉందనుకోండి అమ్మా, ద ప్లేస్ విల్ బి ద ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ సప్లై. అలా కాకుండా నాలంటోడు వెళ్ళాడు అనుకోండి, ఓన్లీ కాఫీ వరకు మాత్రమే జీవితం, కాఫీ తాగామా, వచ్చామా, బిల్లు కట్టాము. ఇన్ దట్ కేస్ అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డ్ అవైలబిలిటీలో ఉందమ్మా, అడ్రస్ ఆన్ రికార్డ్ విల్ నాట్ బి అవైలబుల్. ద లొకేషన్ ఆఫ్ ద సప్లయర్ విల్ బి ద ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ సప్లై. దిస్ ఇస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ 10(1)(CA). 10(1)(CA) when it is going to be applied, ma? Goods purchased in one state and consumed in some other state. In those cases, 10(1)(CA) is coming into C. If address on record is available, that address will be the place of supply. If address on record is not available, the location of supplier will be the place of supply. This is section 10 in total. Now, section 11. What does section 11 deals with, ma? International transactions with respect to goods, ma. It is a simple story here. With respect to if the goods are imported into India, what is the place of supply? Location of the importer will be the place of supply. If the goods are exported from India, location outside India will be the place of supply. ma'am. So, Indra, sugar, parle. So, yes, with respect to section 11, with respect to imported goods in India, so location of the importer will be the place of supply. Where the goods are exported from India, location outside India will be the place of supply. For example, the goods are imported by a person. Okay, previously, okay, what I have done is, at the time, before Apple introduced its pencil and all these things, there is one app that is called as pencil. App itself is pencil actually. And in that app only one device is there. It just look like a pencil and almost its cost in those days itself it is 8,000. But I'm talking is before some 8 years or 10 years back where Apple did not introduce all these things. I purchased it from US. They send me through postal department, that particular thing. Now what happened is it routed me via Chennai. Once goods reached that particular Chennai, I just got a mail or call, I can't remember, from the customs department. So we received actually an order for you. So at the just particular Chennai port area, postal authorities area. So you need to submit the documents, Aadhaar card or PAN card, whatever things to mail soft copies. Then once they are cleared, it will be sent to your Guntur post office. I just submitted all the required documents to the customs authorities. Later, they just came to Guntur post office, which is there in main office is here near police station. Near Analpet police station, that post office is there now. That is Guntur head office, head post office. There, that particular parcel came and they just made a call to me and paid the customs duty to the postal department here, and the customs duty was remitted to the customs authorities. This is the entire scenario. Here, if you observe, when they first reached India, Chennai. The question is here whether Chennai is the place of supply or Guntur is the place of supply for that. This is import. But when they first reached India, they reached Chennai. Is that place is a place of supply or what is the second one? Guntur, where I received the goods, that one is the place of supply. As per section 11, what is the place of supply? Location of the importer. My location is Chennai or Guntur? Now, what is the place of supply? Guntur. That means the goods are routed via Chennai. Sometimes via Chennai, Vizag, the goods may reach. The importer place may be Vizag, but the routed through Chennai. But still, what is the place of supply? Location of the importer will be the place of supply with respect to export. For example, Microsoft Office was there in US. It ordered some services are needed to be provided to Microsoft Hyderabad branch. Is it export? Microsoft US Office asked me to perform some technical services to the Microsoft Hyderabad branch. I received it from US. Is it an export? What is the place of supply? Hyderabad is the place of supply. When the location is outside India, then only it is export. Here, where I delivered my service, where I delivered the good or whatever it is, Hyderabad. Is it outside India or within India? Within India. In that case, place of supply is within India. It is not a export. ఎందుకని loophole కింద వాడేస్తారు లేదంటే MNC అందరూ tax ఎగ్గొట్టేస్తారు కదా అప్పుడు it will be a big loophole for that because every MNC head office will be there in foreign country. What they will do, order will be placed from head office which is there in foreign country, whereas the goods are going to be delivered to the respective branches in India. Then automatically it is export, no taxes are needed to be paid. It will be a big loophole. That's why they come up with this point. To treat it as an export, where should be the place of supply? The location should be outside India. If the location is outside India, then only it is a export. That is section 11. Now the next point is here, what is the next point here? The next point is here, section 12, which deals with domestic supply of services. Which deals with domestic supply of services. In that, section 12.2 is Naam ke vaste. It is a residuary provision. Where it is not possible to apply 12.3 to 12.14, in those cases, section 12 will come into C. When this 12.2 will come into CMA, where it is not possible to apply 12.2 to 12.14, in those cases, 12.2 will come into C. 12.2 residuary section ma. 12.3 నుంచి 12.14 వరకు. కాని కేసెస్ ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో ఫర్ దెమ్ వాట్ విల్ బి అప్లికబుల్ 12.2 will come into C. This point. Okay. That's why we'll start from 12.3. What does 12.3 deals with ma? POS of immovable property. With respect to this 12.3, it covers 3 points ma. First one, services directly in relation to immovable property. Second one, where the immovable property is used as a accommodation. Third one, where the immovable property is used for arranging any function. In all these 3 cases, 12.3 will come into C. 12.3 is in relation to immovable property. In 3 cases, it will be applicable. First one, services directly in relation to immovable property. Second one, where immovable property is used for accommodation. Third one, where immovable property is used for organizing any function. In these 3 cases, 12.3 will come into C. Services directly in relation to immovable property ante architect services, engineer services, real estate services, construction services, those things will come under this services directly in relation to immovable property. Those are covered under 12.3. And where the immovable property is used as accommodation, it may be hotel, inn, guest house, club, campsite, or boat, houseboat, or whatever it is. Sorry, boathouse. So whatever it is, all these things comes under 12.3. And third one is where the immovable property is used for any function, marriage, reception, etc. In all these 3 cases, what it will be? 12.3 will come into C. First one, directly in relation to immovable property. Second one, where immovable property is used as a accommodation. Third one, where immovable property is used for arranging any function. In these 3 cases, 12.3 will come into C. As per 12.3, what is the place of supply? If immovable property was there in India, location of immovable property will be the place of supply. If immovable property was outside India, location of recipient will be the place of supply. If at all it is located in more than one state on a proportionate basis. Say for example, Mukesh Ambani's small house is there na, Antilla. It was constructed in, where is location of the property? Navi Mumbai, I think it is. Navi Mumbai, fine. New Mumbai, that is, fine. So Navi Mumbai means Naya Mumbai, New Mumbai, New Guntur, Old Guntur, like that. Navi Mumbai. In that place, the Mukesh Ambani house was there, constructed. So, if at all any architect services were received, in relation to that immovable property, then what is the place of supply? Is immovable properties within India? Yes. In that case, what is the place of supply? Location of immovable property will be the place of supply. That is, Mumbai will be the place of supply. But recently, Mukesh Ambani purchased one of the palace of Rani Elizabeth in UK along with golf court, where he is arranging for the renovation of that palace. I think he may live in future at that particular place. In this case, where is the location of immovable property? Outside India. In that case, what is the place of supply? If immovable property was located outside India, what is the place of supply? Location of recipient. Where is the location of Mukesh Ambani? Mumbai. Mumbai will be the place of supply. And take the example of this particular one. Let's say some people, let's say marriage తీసుకున్నాం. Marriage and reception, generally they will plan 2 things, generally people. Why both are different, ma? Marriage ఏం చేస్తారంటే జనరల్ హోమ్ టౌన్ లో పెట్టుకుంటారు. రిసెప్షన్ వచ్చేసరికి ఆఫీస్ వాళ్ళ వరకు కన్ఫైన్ అవుతారు. సో ఇప్పుడు అందుకని ఏం చేస్తారు, మ్యారేజ్ ఏమో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ హైదరాబాద్ తాజ్ లో పెట్టారు. వాడు హైదరాబాద్ కాబట్టి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రిసెప్షన్ వాడు జాబ్ చేసేది బెంగళూరు అనుకోండి. హైదరాబాద్ సార్ బెంగళూరులో కూడా తాజ్ ఉంటుందిగా, తాజ్ లో రిసెప్షన్ వాళ్ళు ఏర్పాటు చేసుకున్నారు. And the contract note Taj, but the service was provided in more than one state. One is Taj Krishna in Hyderabad, and second one is, for example, some Taj hotel that was there in Bangalore. Here, the contract is for two activities. One is for marriage, second one is for reception. In that case, what is the place of supply? We need to go by proportionate basis. In that, how much amount you paid for Hyderabad Taj, how much amount you paid for Bangalore. Based on that, what is the position? Definitely based on that, we need to allocate them. So place of supply will be there in two states. With respect to marriage, the place of supply will be Hyderabad. With respect to the reception, the place of supply will be Bangalore. This is 12.3. 12.4 మీరు చదువుకుండ్రా అంటే ఏంటంటే ఎగ్జాస్టివ్ లిస్ట్ ఇస్తాడు కొంచెం ఆ లిస్ట్ లో whatever the items that are given there, with respect to them, the place of supply will be the place where it is actually performed. Nothing is there to explain. 12.5 comes under training and performance appraisal services. Training and performance appraisal services. First comes with the training. Here we need to see whether it is B2B supply or B2C supply. If at all it is a B2B supply, then registered place of recipient will be the place of supply. If at all it is a B2C supply, where the service is actually performed, that place will be the POS. For example, Infosys wants to train its accounting professionals on recently with respect to SAP FICO. What is the next one? Oracle SAP FICO lo meer observe cheste FI means finance and CO means control. The SAP FICO certified professionals are there in hundreds only in the entire country. Certificate will be there for everybody. In Hyderabad, Amirpet, if you pay 25,000 rupees, you will get the training. But on your live project and with certificate from Microsoft, like that, you need to invest 3 to 4 lakhs for that. Even CA ki, వాళ్ళకి tie-up ఉంది. I don't know with respect to CMA. Our CA members can get the certification for Microsoft. 50% discount is there. At that time, 1,75,000 is the fee that is charged from the member. That means it fees 3,50,000 at that time. I think now the price is also increased. So for that SAP FICO, but the life is very good, but CO is different. Control modules are very difficult to learn. FI is something we can manage. So for that, what is the other thing? Oracle is nowadays. What is it? Fusion, huh? AI based, Daddy? Okay. AI. Yeah. Cloud, yeah. Okay. Cloud computing based, fine. Other recently, that is the thing actually nowadays getting more popular. In that case, what is let's say Infosys wants to train their employees in this Oracle-based platform. That's why they approached one of the Microsoft organizations there. Is it B2B or B2C? B2B. Infosys is a registered person. That Oracle is also a registered person. In that case, is it B2B or B2C, B2B. If at all it is B2B, what is the place of supply? Registered place of Infosys will be the place of supply. But one of the accounting professional of Infosys were over enthusiastic. Fine, those people, over enthusiastic people, they want to learn everything in a single day. Garbhatram antaru adana. Exact word. Ade kada? Fine. So over enthusiastic people. So with respect to these over enthusiastic people, what they will do? What papa type kad manchi otra gangadra. What papa maikullone maiku. Fine. So let's come to the point. One of that accounting professional on his own went to the Oracle for this platform learning. In that case, is it B2B or B2C? B2C. Then what is the place of supply? Where that particular coaching was given, where that particular training was given, the place will be the POS. Okay, ma'am. And same point is applicable to performance appraisal services. Generally, corporate gimmickis, everybody will say, what is your salary means? They will say 24 lakhs per annum. But in fact, the story behind that is, the fixed pay is only 14, max to max, 10 to 12 or 14 it will be. Remaining 8 is the variable pay. Nobody will tell you that. What is this variable pay? Based on your performance, based on your ability, based on how you impress the employer, you will get that extra 8 lakhs. Some points will be there for you based on your performance. If that points are there, then you will get that amount. In proportion to that, everything will be there in HR hand. HR department will be there now. They will decide like this. You are the puppet of that HR department. Generally, whatever the normal employees that are there. That's why you should be upper hand to this particular, that means above position to HR, like CEO, CFO, then you can't be a puppet. Any person below that, you will be puppet before. Because those people will decide your variable pay. 2 lakhs as per the agreement, per month they will get 80 to 90. Remaining all about that 8 lakhs or 10 lakhs, it will be a performance-based variable pay. Those things comes under performance appraisal. With respect to this performance appraisal, if at all it is a B2B supply, what is the place of supply? Registered place of recipient. B2C supply, where it is actually performed. 12(6) admission to event. Admission to event means sale of tickets will be there now. For example, IPL cricket match is there, or December 31st night musical show was there. Generally, with respect to Hyderabad, some bands will be there. They will perform the show in pubs or some other places. Based on the band, we will actually, Hyderabad culture idea, you know that. Generally, where the event is there, you can book that through app. You can, okay, just like that, it will be. Show అంటే మరీ హై రేంజ్ ఉంటారా అంటే అంత హై రేంజ్ కాకుండా పబ్స్ లో అంత హై రేంజ్ బెటర్. అలా పెట్టేప్పుడు వీడు సిట్ శ్రీరామ్ వీళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, అలాంటి నీకు బుక్ మై షోలో వేరే అవైలబుల్. హైదరాబాద్ లో పెట్టినప్పుడు బై బుక్ మై షో వాడు ఎక్కడ రవీంద్ర భారతి ఏదో ప్లేస్ లో ఆడిటోరియం తీసుకుంటాడు, దెన్ యూ కెన్ బుక్ దోస్ టికెట్స్. నేను చెప్పేది మరీ అంత హై ఎండ్ కాకుండా సమ్ లోకల్ బ్యాండ్స్ విల్ బి దేర్. దోస్ లోకల్ బ్యాండ్స్ విల్ హ్యావ్ ద సేమ్ రిప్యుటేషన్ యాజ్ హైయర్ పీపుల్ మా, బట్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దెమ్ యూ కెన్ బుక్ త్రూ యాప్ మా. బట్ టికెట్స్ ను పర్చేజ్ చేయొచ్చు ముందుగానే ఫర్ దెమ్ ఆల్సో. Then definitely ఏంటంటే ఇది రాగా ప్రోగ్రామ్ టైప్, ఓకే వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ ఈస్. సో విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దాట్ దాని టికెట్ లేదు కదరా. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఆల్ దర్ ఇస్ ఎ టికెట్ ఫర్ రాగా ప్రోగ్రామ్, వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ సప్లై? Santriket. Where that particular event was held, that place will be the place of supply. With respect to sale of tickets, IPL match, where the match was held, that place will be the POS. Next one, organizing the event. What is the difference between 12(6) and 12(7) ma? 12(6) sale of the tickets, 12(7) event management services. 12(6) sale of tickets, what is the place of supply? 12(7) organizing the event. So what about this organizing the event? B2B, registered place. B2C, where it is actually performed. If at all it is provided outside India, location of recipient, more than one state on a proportionate basis. For example, take the example of Infosys or IT sector. Why I'm taking IT sector is, with respect to IT sector, general annual days will be there. Some annual celebrations like that. GTV వీటిలో ఏదో ఉగాది పురస్కారాలు పెట్టినట్టుగా in IT sector also one day will be there, just like annual day. Celebrations will be there. For that, so many friends are there in that field. They will actually hire the professionals for the dance also. And they will take it on a serious note. Generally, మనం ఏమనుకుంటాం, మళ్ళీ జస్ట్ అలా ఉంటాయి, సరదాగా వెళ్ళి వచ్చి డాన్స్లు వేసి ఇప్పుడు బ్రహ్మానందం స్టెప్లు వేసి ఈ టైప్ లో మనం ఎంటర్టైన్. But those people will take those things also serious. They will hire the professionals for the 1 or 2 songs, and okay, somebody professional dancer will come there, will train them. If skit is there, everything they will do in a professional manner. Why? Because company will pay all those amounts. That is the logic. So that will be negotiated. Because company will incur all these expenditures for the annual day celebrations. They will hire the professionals for all these things. Then is it B2B or B2C? B2B. One event management company will organize all these things. In that case, B2B or B2C, ma'am? B2B. If at all it is a B2B supply, what is the place of supply? Registered place of recipient. And with respect to next one, B2C. One of the person was there who is actually want to perform the show. అంటే కొంతమంది ఉంటారు, అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ఐ టైప్ ఓకే అంటే పులిహోర రాజా అంటారు వీళ్ళు. These people will have the tendency to be the spotlight of the show. They just want to be the spotlight of the show, ma. So definitely those people, what they will do, ma? They want to be the spotlight. So when they want to be the spotlight, there must be some spark, no? So further plug is needed for them. So that's why they will go on their own for that professional dancers and will perform the show. Then is it B2B or B2C, ma? Is it B2B or B2C, Subbu? B2C. If at all it is a B2C, then what is the place of supply? Where that particular training was given, where it is actually performed, the place will be the POS. If the show is conducted outside India, let's say on December 31st night, every year, Isharuk, Javed Akhtar, all these people will perform the show in Dubai. Almost every year. December 31st night, they will give the live shows in Dubai. In the case where the event was held, outside India, Dubai, what is the place of supply? Location of recipient. And if at all it was done in more than one state, that is, some singers will be there, na? They will perform the shows across India. They will perform. So, for example, in Telangana, they will go for Hyderabad. In AP, they may go for Vizag, because Vizag is the people who are actually far faster than Hyderabad people. With respect to that, if at all the show is going to be performed in AP, Vizag, and Telangana, Hyderabad, and Chennai with respect to Tamil Nadu, the person, a singer is performing the show like that. In the case, it is performed in more than one state, na? Then what is the place of supply? Proportionate. That is the point. And 12.8, what does 12.8 deals with, ma? Transportation of goods, including courier. If at all it is B2B, registered place of recipient. B2C, where the goods are handed over for transportation. For example, Masterminds, with respect to VOD students, is sending the books through DTDC courier. Is it B2B or B2C? B2B. Who is the supplier? DTDC. And who is the recipient? MM. Is it B2B or B2C, ba? DTDC to MM, is it B2B or B2C? B2B. Then what is the place of supply? Registered place of MM will be the place of supply. Registered place of MM will be the place of supply. Whereas you handed over a courier in order to be sent to your friend in Bradipet 4th line DTDC office. In that case, is it B2B or B2C? B2C. With respect to B2C, what is the place of supply? Where the courier was handed over, the place will be the place of supply. That is 12.8. 12.9, ma'am, passenger transportation. If at all it is B2B, registered place. B2C, journey where the passenger boarded onto that particular conveyance, that will be the place of supply. For example, Masterminds has booked a ticket for the faculty to go and teach in Hyderabad. So who booked the ticket there? MM. Is it B2B or B2C? Is it B2B or B2C? B2B. If at all it is B2B, what is the place of supply? Registered place of recipient, that is MM main campus, will be the place of supply. If at all it is B2C, that means the faculty booked the ticket in his own name. In that case, is it B2B or B2C, ma? B2C. Then what is the place of supply? Say, for example, bus is going from Vijayawada to Hyderabad. In Guntur, he boarded onto that particular bus. What is the place of supply now? Bus start in Vijayawada. Kani Manawad boarding ekkada ante Gunturlo. Hyderabad bus. What is the place of supply now? Continuous journey starting point, or where he boarded onto that particular conveyance. Where he boarded onto that particular conveyance, Guntur will be the place of supply. Next one. Future right to passage. That means point of boarding is not known. అంటే బస్సు ఎక్కడ ఎక్కుతాడో తెలియదండి. అదేంటో అలా కూడా ఉంటాయా? హైవే మీద ఎక్కడం కాదరా, ఉడతలు పట్టేదా? బస్ పాస్, సిటీ బస్ పాస్ గుంటూరులో లేదులే, కానీ మన విజయవాడ ఉంది సిటీ బస్ పాస్. వేరే హైదరాబాద్, వెన్ వీఆర్ డూయింగ్ ఆర్టికల్స్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్, మా మెట్రో పాస్ విల్ బి దేర్. 440 ఏమో ఉండేది అది మెట్రో పాస్. బస్ తీసుకొని ఏ బస్సు బాగుంటే ఆ బస్సు ఎక్కేవాళ్ళం. డెస్టినీ ఉండేది కాదు మాకు. అదే బస్సు ఎంత దూరం వెళ్తే అంత దూరం వెళ్ళేవాళ్ళం. మళ్ళీ బస్సుని జాగ్రత్తగా ఇంటి దగ్గర దించి మళ్ళీ అదే బస్సులో వచ్చేవాళ్ళం. సో ఆ రోజులు బాగుండేవి ఆర్టికల్స్ లో. ఫైన్. సో దోస్ వర్ ద డేస్. Respect to this point here, ma. See, that means with respect to bus pass, that means the place of boarding is not known, na. అది ఎక్కడైనా బస్సు ఎక్కుతాం, బస్సు ఎక్కడ బాగుంటే కలర్ఫుల్ గా, ఐ మీన్ కొత్త బస్సు అయితే మనం డెఫినెట్లీ విల్ వెళ్తాం, మళ్ళీ నచ్చలేదంటే దిగేస్తాం. So there is no specific place, na. That's why 12.9 will not be applicable. 12.2 will come into C. 12.10. Services supplied on the board of a conveyance, air hostess services on your flight. Whereas with respect to this one, services supplied on the board of a conveyance, videos on demand will be there, air hostess services, food services will be there. With respect to them, what is the place of supply? Journey starting point. Goods ki, what is the place of supply? Where the goods are loaded, that place will be the POS. With respect to services, journey starting point will be the place of supply. Best example, Vande Bharat. Vande Bharat, two types of tickets will be there, executive one and normal one. If you purchase executive one, along with the snacks, you can purchase the ticket. In that case, it is a supply of service. Then what is the place of supply with respect to snacks? They will give you some snacks. Nothing is there in the executive class. So with respect to Vande Bharat, what is the place of supply, ma'am? Journey starting point will be the place of supply. That is 12.10, ma'am. And 12.11 is naam ke vaste. Simply, the overview 12.11 is telecommunication, ma'am. If at all, it is like Tata Sky, where the instrument is needed to be installed, the place will be the place of supply. If at all it is mobile prepaid, then where vouchers are sold, that place will be the place of supply. Where it was done through internet banking, etc., the location of address on record will be the place of supply. These are the important points there, with respect to 12.11. Rest of the things you can ignore. And 12.2 is nothing but stock broking services. With respect to stock broking and bank, location of recipient is available, that place will be the place of supply. Location of recipient is not available, location of supplier will be the place of supply. Say, for example, you just went to a place, for example, Hyderabad. In Hyderabad, Amirpet, in ICICI Bank ATM, you withdraw the money by using Axis Bank debit card. Where do you withdraw the money? ICICI Bank ATM. By using Axis Bank ATM. That means you are the customer of ICICI? No. That means your address is known? No. In that case, what is the place of supply? Location of supplier. Hyderabad, Amirpet will be the place of supply. But whereas in Axis Bank ATM in Hyderabad, by using Axis Bank debit card, I withdraw the money. Then I am the customer of Axis Bank. Axis Bank will know my address, Guntur. In that case, what is the place of supply? Guntur will be the place of supply. Next one, insurance. We need to see B2B or B2C. If at all it is B2B, registered place, B2C, address on record, simply. And if suppose Masterminds వాళ్ళు group insurance policy ఏదైనా తీసుకున్నారు, employees health కోసం. Is it B2B or B2C, ma? B2B. If at all it is B2B, like Masterminds has taken the group health insurance, definitely B2B. If at all it is B2B, what is the place of supply? MM Register Office will be the place of supply. Ala kakunda, one of the employees taken insurance policy on his own. Is it B2B or B2C? B2C. Then what is the place of supply? Address on record. That means Aadhaar address, something you will give, that is the place of supply. 12.14 is naam ke vaste, ignore that, ma. 13 exam lo padda adagatledra. Okay, these are the things. Okay, in 13 only two things. 13.3 is the only thing you need to see. Rest of the things are copy paste of section 12. Ma, adokkat చెప్పి close చేస్తాను, then you can take a break. Only 13.3 I will explain. What is this 13.3, ma? 13 deals with international transactions. In that 13.3, two parts are there, 13.3A and 13.3B. What is 13.3A deals with? Performance-based services in relation to goods. That means, in order to provide those services, physical presence of the goods is required, then 13.3A will come into C. In order to provide the services, the physical presence of the goods is required, then it is called as 13.3A. For example, నీదే ఉంది, మొబైల్ రిపేర్ చేయాలి. సపోజ్ మొబైల్ రిపేర్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాని విషయానికి వచ్చేసరికి అమ్మ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు మొబైల్ రిపేర్ నువ్వు తీసుకెళ్ళావు, సార్ ఏంటి ప్రాబ్లం అన్నాడు, స్క్రీన్ ఏదో ఇలా ఇష్యూ ఉందండి అన్నాడు. ఓకే, ఎన్ని రోజులు పడుతుంది అన్నాడు, 4 days అన్నాడు. వాడు నీ ఫోన్ నువ్వు తెచ్చేసుకొని సరే 4 days తర్వాత వస్తాను, రిపేర్ అవుతుందండి, అవదుగా. That phone must be physically present to the person to perform the service. Then 13.3A will come into C. 13.3 ఎప్పుడు సీన్లోకి వస్తున్నామా? In order to perform that particular service, physical presence of the goods is required. Then, this is with respect to customs, ma. That means the goods are imported into India for repair purpose. And after repairs, they are going to be exported. Then it is called as export. There is no need to pay any GST on that. అంటే ఏం లేదు, నానో ఆటోని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేసాం మనం. ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నా దానిలో రిపేర్ ఏదో వచ్చింది, 60 కిలోమీటర్స్ దాటితే స్పీడ్, స్టీరింగ్ మాత్రమే చేతిలో ఉంటుంది. సో దట్స్ వై దోస్ కార్స్ ఆర్ అగైన్ కమ్ బ్యాక్ టు ఇండియా. ఆఫ్టర్ రిపేర్స్ దే జస్ట్ వెంట్ బ్యాక్ టు యూఎస్. రిపేర్ అయిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ వెళ్ళిపోయినాయి కదా, అంటే అది ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ అయితే అల్టిమేట్ గా, బట్ నో కస్టమ్స్ డ్యూటీ ఇస్ రిక్వైర్డ్. నెక్స్ట్ వన్, ఆర్ ద సర్వీసెస్ ప్రొవైడెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ రిమోట్ లొకేషన్ బై వే ఆఫ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మీన్స్. ఇదేంటి, టీమ్ వ్యూయర్ కానీ వీటిని యూజ్ చేస్తూ, బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు యాపిల్లో ఉందిరా, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఇష్యూస్, సాఫ్ట్వేర్ గ్లిచెస్ వర్ దేర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇన్ యాపిల్ సపోర్ట్ యూ కెన్ బుక్ ద కాల్ ఇన్ యూఎస్ టైమింగ్స్, నైట్ 11, 11:30, 12 ఆ టైంకి ఏం చేస్తారు అంటే నువ్వు కాల్ బుక్ చేసుకుంటే దోస్ పీపుల్ విల్ కాల్ యూ ఫ్రమ్ యూఎస్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఆల్ దేర్ ఆర్ టెక్నికల్ బగ్స్ ఆర్ దే, నీ ఐడి పాస్వర్డ్ అడుగుతారు. షేర్ చేసిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళు అక్కడి నుంచి దీన్ని ఆపరేట్ చేస్తారు నీ ఫోన్. కస్టమర్ కేర్ సర్వీస్, ఎనీ టెక్నికల్ గ్లిచెస్ ఆర్ దే, సాఫ్ట్వేర్ గ్లిచెస్ ఆర్ దే, they will actually solve the problem from US itself. Is okay, one of that particular employee from US has taken my particular desktop on his control by using the team viewer, and all the software glitches he resolved. In some update, there was some technical glitch while I was updating. That's why they just roll over to the old version. All these things were done by those employees. That these are called as services provided from remote location. In that case, what is the place of supply? Location of the goods, Guntur. Na phone aina, na desktop aina unnadi akkada Gunturlonega. Therefore, that place will be the place of supply. And whereas, if at all, for all these questions, answer is no, what is the place of supply? Where the service is actually performed, the place will be the POS. Next one is personal services. And in order to provide the service, previous goods must be physically present. Here, persons must be physically present. Best example, beauty parlor. Suppose a modeling agency undi. A models ki beauty treatment ki vallu some beauty parlor name. So they just approach Ranu's beauty parlor for these models. So here, in order to perform that beauty related services, models must be physically present there. So a modeling agency board ki illu rangi bleaching powder edo vaadta untaru illu. ఆ తర్వాత సర్ఫ్ ఎక్సెల్ సోప్ ఒకటి, కొబ్బరి పీచ్ ఒకటి, ఇవన్నీ వాడి తోవి తర్వాత మొత్తానికి పావుగంట తెల్లగా కనబడతారు. సో దానికోసం ఏం చేస్తారమ్మా దిస్ పీపుల్, ఈ మోడల్స్ వెళ్లాల్సిందే కదా. హియర్ ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు పెర్ఫార్మ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ యాక్టివిటీ, మోడల్స్ మస్ట్ బి ఫిజికల్లీ ప్రెసెంట్. ఇన్ దట్ కేస్, వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ సప్లై? వేర్ ద సర్వీస్ ఈస్ యాక్చువల్లీ పెర్ఫార్మ్డ్, ద ప్లేస్ విల్ బి ద యూఎస్. That's it. Take a break, ma'am. Somebody asked me regarding topic number 6, ma'am. In place of supply, OIDR services. So what is the full form of OIDR service, ma? Online information database access or retrieval services. What are the examples for these OIDR services? OTT platforms like Amazon Prime Videos, Hotstar, Netflix, like that, whatever the services that are there, and iCloud and Google Drive. All these things comes under this OIDR services, ma. With respect to this OIDR service, we need to see if the OIDR service provider was there in outside India. OIDR service provider was there in outside India, and the recipient is non-taxable online recipient, and this fellow is other than, by mistake it was there, other than non-taxable online recipient. The question is here, what is meant by non-taxable online recipient? Majorly individual for personal use. What is this non-taxable online recipient, ma? Individual for personal use. So where is the location of the OIDR service provider? Outside India. And who is the recipient? Individual for personal use. Then who is required to pay the GST? Who is required to pay the GST? OIDR service provider, as per FCM, is required to pay the GST. Best example for that is Netflix. Take the example of Netflix, where it was located. There will be a register office, ma. Netflix is Indian company. No, na. So where is the location there? Outside India. And who are the people that are using that generally? individuals for personal use. In that case, who is required to pay the GST? Netflix is required to take the registration and Netflix is required to pay the GST. That is the first point. Other than non-taxable online recipient, the best example for that is Masterminds has taken, for example, OEDR services like Office 365 subscription or Zoom subscriptions for online classes. So Zoom also comes under OEDR service provider. And what is that? Office 365 is nothing but MS Office. Regarding them also, MS Office belongs to Microsoft. Where is the location of Microsoft? Outside India. So supplier is there in outside India and recipient is other than individual. That means Masterminds is not individual and it is using it for business purpose. In that case, FCM or RCM, as per RCM, who is required to pay the GST? Recipient is required to pay the GST. That is the point. Sir, what is the form number for OEDR service provider? REC 10. Generally, what is the form number for registration? REC 01. In CMA Inter, it was there, that chapter. With respect to registration, what is the form number? REC 01. But whereas with respect to OEDR service providers, what is the form number? REC 10. And for your kind information, generally, there is no centralized registration in case of GST. There is no centralized registration in case of GST. Okay, that means in how many number of states you are having the place of business, that many number of registrations you are required to take. Simply number of states is equal to number of RCs. Okay, that is the point. But whereas with respect to OEDR service provider, they can take centralized registration at Bangalore. That is what this box will say. Generally, there is no concept of centralized registration in our GST. In how many number of states you are having the place of business, that many number of RCs you are required to take. That means number of states is equal to number of RCs. But whereas with respect to OEDR service provider, what is the position, ma'am? With respect to OEDR service provider, a centralized registration is sufficient for the entire. Take the example of Netflix. How many subscribers will use it? Throughout the country, they're scattered throughout the country. That's why in every state, it is not possible for it to take the registration. Therefore, for them, a simplified procedure was prescribed under GST law for a centralized registration. They can take the centralized registration in Bangalore. That means how many RCs will be there for the OEDR service provider who is providing from outside India? How many RCs will be there, Only one. Centralized registration will be there for this OEDR service providers. This is what this point will say. Next one. OEDR service provider providing services to intermediary, which is located, both are located outside India. In that case, if at all this fellow is a non-taxable online recipient, that is individual for personal use, this intermediary is deemed to be the service provider, he is required to pay the GST. If at all they are provided services to other than this individual for personal use, recipient is required to pay the GST as per RCM. Okay, the best example for that is App Store. With respect to Apple, it is App Store, and with respect to Android, it is called as Play Store. With respect to App Store, if you see that particular thing, App Store is an intermediary. The people who will make the applications there are the real suppliers. Take for example, I'm using Commodity Signals app, which is a artificial intelligence based, which was designed in US. Thereby, I will get the signals with respect to natural gas or platinum, whatever that are there. I will use it to get the signals from that artificial intelligence, which was developed by a US app developer. So here, who is the supplier? Commodity signal provider. Okay, who is located in US? And is providing services directly to me? No, he's providing services through App Store. App Store is called intermediary. If at all I am the individual for personal use, then who is required to pay the GST? App Store. Who is the intermediary here? App Store is the intermediary. As per FCM, App Store is required to pay the GST. But if at all, I took these commodities, that is the derivatives trading, as my profession, then it comes under PCP. If at all I'm CA in practice, I should not do trading in my own name. I think you know that. While you are there in practice, you should not do any other business in your name, even trading also. If at all I am a CA in practice or CMA in practice, then whatever the profits I will get, I will show it as short-term capital gain only. But the problem with short-term capital gain is no expenditure is allowed. Flat rate will be there. That's why what we will do, we will take the one registration in the name of our wife or our family members, my father, etc., and we will use it for trading. Then they will show it as PCBP. Na? Profits or gains from business or profession. Then I am receiving the commodity signals for my business. In that case, what is its position? I am a non-taxable online recipient or I am the business person. I am the business person. In that case, FCM or RCM, as per RCM, myself is required to pay the GST. That is the point. And simple story, if intermediary is required to take the registration, what is the form number? RC 10, and centralized registration will be there for them. OADR? OADR is covered under section 24. OADR is covered under compulsory registration under section 24. It does not matter whether your turnover crossed the limit or not, whether you are registered or unregistered. Once you are notified under section 24, you are compulsorily required to take the registration. No option for you. Registered or unregistered and దాంతో మనకి సంబంధం లేదు ఓఐడిఆర్లో. ఎందుకని ఓఐడిఆర్ సర్వీస్ని ఎక్కడ నోటిఫై చేసాం మనం 24లో. 24 deals with compulsory registration. If at all it is a compulsory registration, then irrespective of your turnover, irrespective of your previous registration status, now you are required to take the registration. If at all you want to provide services in India. So there is no question of OADR being unregistered. He must get himself registered as per 24. Any other doubt mind OADR? Okay, so these are the points one should remember. Oh, but practically, I think this new section will be applicable for your attempt also. That is December attempt. That means for November, I think CA is applicable. December CMA is also applicable now, logically. CA will write in November now. For them, this section is applicable. But till now, officially, nothing was from your board side. I did not receive any point there. But oh no. Sorry, sir. September. Okay. January. Okay. January attempt. Actually, okay. I just forgot. So January attempt, it is applicable for them. I think it is applicable for you also. This is not a new section. This is a merger of 73 and 74. That's it. So now this section 73 and 74, they are going to be replaced by section 74A. So what does 74A deals with? Okay, what does 74A deals with, ma'am? Determination of tax not paid, short paid, like that it was given. The first point is, what is previously 73 and 74 deals with? Very good, ma'am. Show cause notices. What is meant by the word show cause notice? Show cause. Why you are not required to pay the tax? Please explain me. If you gave me the satisfactory response, the matter is over. Otherwise, you need to pay the tax. This is the purpose of show cause notice. Okay. When a show cause notice can be issued? Total in 5 circumstances. When a show cause notice can be issued, ma'am? Total in 5 circumstances. Non-payment, short payment, erroneous refund, wrong availment of ITC, wrong utilization of ITC. These are the 5 circumstances where a show cause notice can be issued. First one, non-payment. Second one, short payment. Third one, erroneous refund. Fourth one, wrong availment of ITC. And fifth one, wrong utilization of ITC. See, these are points that was written here. Don't worry. Me kodena. Fine, then it is applicable. Inka happens. Gangu ante gangu nera. So with respect to 74A, what are the circumstances where a show cause notice can be issued? 5. First one is non-payment. Second one is short payment. Third one is erroneous refund. Fourth one is wrong availment of IDC. Fifth one, wrong utilization. Non-payment means not paid at all, 0% you paid. Short payment means, let's say you need to pay 10,000, you paid some, 5,000. In that case, the balance 5 comes under short payment. Balance 5 comes under short payment. And third one is erroneous refund. Generally, it's not about blocked credits. Section 54 will be there. With respect, if you made some exports, definitely you can claim the refund of IGST paid on them. You did not export them or exported. If service is exported within 1 year, you should receive the money in foreign exchange. If the money is not received in foreign exchange within 1 year, then it will be called as erroneous refund. So whatever the refund that is given to you, it will become erroneous refund. That amount will be recovered from you by issuing a show cause notice. That is erroneous refund. And wrong availment of ITC. What is this wrong availment of ITC, ma? Let's say 16 conditions are there, na? 16 conditions. What are 16 conditions? Documentary evidence, goods or service should be received, supplier must pay the GST to the government, recipient should file the GST or 3B. If those conditions are satisfied, then only you need to claim the ITC. But even though those conditions are not satisfied, but still you claim the ITC, then it is called as wrong availment of ITC. On wrong utilization, generally, for example, first IGST IDC 100% must be exhausted, then only you can utilize the CGST IDC. But you ulta kar diya tune. You did not follow the rules which are specified in this point. In the same way, while paying the GST under RCM, always pay by cash only. But you utilized some ITC, for example, that is called wrong utilization of ITC. Okay, in these 5 circumstances, what can be issued, ma? A show cause notice can be issued. Non-payment, short payment, erroneous refund, wrong availment, wrong utilization of ITC. These are the 5 circumstances where a show cause notice can be issued. Okay. Now come to the background of this 74A, what I wrote. What are the old provisions? 73, 74. What does 73 deals with? Non-fraud cases. That means unintentionally you did not pay the tax. 74 deals with fraudulent cases. Intentionally you did not pay the tax. But now both are merged into a single section, 74A, with effect from financial year 24-25. Sir, that means old provisions are applicable. Sorry, this one is prospective or retrospective, 74A. 74A is prospective or retrospective. What is meant by the word prospective? From this particular date, it is going to be applied. It is going to affect the future transactions. It is prospective. What is meant by retrospective? If at all it is going to affect the past ones also, it is known as retrospective. So 74A will have the prospective effect or the retrospective effect. Prospective. That's why from financial year 24-25 onwards, it is going to be applied. Now, what about the old section scope? 73 and 74 will continue to apply for the periods up to 23-24. That means this new section 74A will have a prospective effect only. It does not have any retrospective effect. Yes, no, fine. And what is the objective of merging these two, 73 and 74, into one section? To simplify the proceedings by providing one consolidated section covering all reasons, fraud and non-fraud, for short payment and non-payment. Because if there are 2 sections, always it will be a little bit confusing. Like, 73, there is a separate time limit to the show cause notice. Fraudulent cases, there is a separate time limit for the show cause notice. It is creating ambiguity with respect to the department as well as with respect to the taxpayers. That's why, in order to make it simplified, in order to make it a crystal clear way, what the government has done, it merged 73 and 74 into one section and named it as 74A. Okay. As per 74A, initiation of proceedings. First, as per 74A, first point, what they will do? They will issue the show cause notice. First, what they will do, show cause notice. Generally, when a show cause notice is issued, interest is mandatory generally. Even though interest amount is not specified in the show cause notice, you need to pay that, but penalty must be specified. Generally, in show cause notice, what are the points that will be there? What is the tax you are required to pay? On that, how much interest you are required to pay? Any penalties applicable to you or not? All these points will be there in show cause notice. When non-payment, short payment, erroneous refund, wrong availment, or utilization of ITC. In these 5 circumstances, the department will issue the show cause notice specifying the tax amount, interest, and penalty. If even though with respect to interest, the notice remains silent, but still you are required to pay the interest. But penalty is required to be paid only when it is specified in the notice. This is the first one. Okay. And there is a threshold for which the show cause notice can be issued. What is meant by threshold? That means if the limit exceeds that particular monetary limit, then only a show cause notice will be issued. What is the monetary limit? No show cause notice if tax involved in a financial year is less than 1,000 rupees. That means if the tax amount is more than 1,000, then only a show cause notice will be issued. So the materiality level that is fixed by the department is 1,000. If the tax non-payment is 1,000, short payment is 1,000, then definitely there is no show cause notice will be issued to you. So what is the threshold limit for show cause notice, ma'am? 1,000 rupees. Okay, fine. Next one, what is the time limit, sir? In olden days, what is the time limit? 3 years and 5 years, I think so, for the demand order. And show cause notice, 2 years, 9 months, and 4 years, 6 months. But now there is no such confusion. Simply within 42 months from the due date of annual return for the financial year or from the date of erroneous refund. Let's say, what is the current financial year? 20? With respect to 25-26, what is the due date of annual return? Annual return means STR 9. What is the due date of annual return? December 31st of the next financial year. So that is 31st December 2026. From this particular date, within 42 months, a show cause notice can be issued. With respect to which financial year you want to issue the show cause notice, with respect to that financial year, what is the due date of annual return? The due date will be December 31st of the next financial year. From that particular date, within 42 months, what can be issued, ma'am? A show cause notice can be issued. Sir, is it fraudulent or non-fraudulent? Both the time period is same. Yes, now. In olden days, they're having different time limits. But now, 3 years or 5 years, something like that. But now, only 42 months. From which date this 42 months shall be counted from? From the due date of annual return. Sir, if at all it is erroneous refund, sir, from the date of refund, within 42 months, a show cause notice will be issued. Okay. Statement for other periods. What is the statement for other periods? The point is simple, ma'am. Let's say, with respect to which financial year 74A is applicable? 24-25. In 24-25, there is a procedural lapse or something was there in your accounting system. Department issued the show cause notice to you. Later on, same mistake was done by you in the 25-26 also. Generally, show cause notice will be in a detailed manner. Which section you violated, what is the amount you need to pay. So based on which grounds they are asking you to pay that, like that, the matter will be a lengthy one. At the 24-25, for mistakes are in the sense, for example, let's say, blocked credit is there with respect to a car. Even though you're not there in a car travels business, but still you claim the IDC on the car. Is it a lapse on the part of you? You claim yes, sir. Department 24-25 chosen. So that's why they just gave you the show cause notice, prescribing everything. Later on in the year 25-26 also, same mistake was done by you while verifying the files. Again, entire story will be dictated to you. No, simply they will give you the statement. In the year 25-26 also, you claimed wrongly IDC on the car. Simply they will give you like this. They can't say that, okay, as per 17.5, you violated these points. All these points will be already there in previous show cause notice that is issued to you. That's why again, every matter will not be explained. Instead of that, link will be given. ఏం చెప్తాడు సింపుల్ గా 25 లో నీకు షోకాస్ నోటీస్ ఇచ్చినప్పుడు నెంబర్ ఉంటుంది దానికి. ఆ నెంబర్ కి లింక్ చేస్తాడు. చేసి ఏమంటాడు 24, 25 లో నేను షోకాస్ నోటీస్ లో ఏ మ్యాటర్స్ అయితే చెప్పాను ఆ మ్యాటర్స్ ప్రకారం 25, 26 లో కూడా యూ వైలేటెడ్ ద ప్రొవిజన్ ఫర్ దిస్ అమౌంట్ అంటాడు. అంటే సింపుల్ గా చెప్పేస్తాడు. అంటే మళ్ళీ షోకాస్ నోటీస్ రెండోసారి ఇస్తాడా? నో నీడ్. ఫర్ ద సేమ్ మిస్టేక్ that happened for the second time in subsequent years, there is no need for a separate show cause notice. A statement is sufficient. That is this point. Proper officer may issue a statement for the other tax periods deemed to be the notice if the grounds are same. If you violated the same grounds, then there is no need for a separate show cause notice. Instead of that, what we can do, a statement is more than sufficient for that. This is the point. So in this, what is the important point? What is the time limit to issue the show cause notice? 42 months. From which date this 42 months shall be counted from? From the due date of annual return with respect to which financial year you want to issue the show cause notice. Next one. What is the next one, ma'am? So what about the penalty? Whereas in 73 and 74, it is a big nuisance. Before issue of show cause notice, after issue of show cause notice, after issue of demand order, like so many points are there. Now what is the point C? If at all it is a non-fraud case, unintentional ones, 10% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. If at all it is unintentional cases, genuine cases, you don't have the intention to avoid the payment of the tax, in that case, what is the penalty that can be levied, ma? 10% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. If at all it is a fraudulent case, 100% of the tax will be levied as penalty. If at all it is a non-fraudulent case, what is the penalty that can be levied, ma? 10,000 rupees or 10% of the tax, whichever is higher. If at all it is a fraudulent case, how much penalty that can be levied, ma? 100% of the tax can be levied as penalty. Okay. Next. Adjudication, that means demand order. So what is the time limit to pass a demand order? What is the time limit, ma? From the date of show cause notice, within 12 months, a demand order can be passed and it can be extended by 6 months by the Joint Commissioner. That means what is the maximum time within which, what we can say, a demand order can be passed? 12 plus 6, total 18 months. So from the date of show cause notice, max to max, within 18 months, you need to pass the demand order. But before passing the demand order, what shall be done? Opportunity of being heard. That means principles of natural justice must be followed. That means if you are taking anything, action on the other party, what is the thing you need to do, ma? You need to listen to the words other party is saying, na? Because everybody has his own perception regarding the things. Whereas with respect to this one, so point one, in order to take any conclusion, what is the thing you need to do, ma? Opportunity of being heard must be provided. That means principles of natural justice must be followed before passing a demand order. Okay. Now next point. Voluntary payment, ma. Voluntary payment means? That means before issue of show cause notice itself, you will pay the tax. As with respect to voluntary payment and conclusion relating proceedings, ma. So with respect to non-fraud cases, that means normal cases, before issue of show cause notice, you are paying tax along with interest and inform the department in writing. No show cause notice will be issued and the case is closed. Before issue of show cause notice itself, that means generally what happens is, in reality, before issue of show cause notice, now there is a practice with respect to the department that they will make you a oral communication. This is the point. We are going to issue the show cause notice to you. Is it okay with that, or you want to pay the tax? Initially, department started oral communication. If you did not listen to the oral communication, then they will come to written show cause notice. That's why when you know something, okay, on this ground, the department is going to issue the show cause notice, and you know that definitely you will lose the case. Before issue of show cause notice, you can pay the tax along with interest. In that case, what is the thing you can save? Very good, ma. Penalty is the thing you can say. Penalty is the thing you can say. See, only tax plus interest you are required to pay. You can say the penalty there, and the proceedings are deemed to be concluded. Whereas, if you pay the amount within 60 days of show cause notice, then also tax plus interest, no penalty, proceedings are concluded. Once you receive the show cause notice, from that particular date, if you pay the amount within 60 days, what is the thing that will be there, ma? Tax plus interest, if you pay, no penalty will be levied on you. Sir, if at all it is a fraudulent case, sir, then what is the position? Before show cause notice, tax plus interest plus 15% of the taxes penalty if you pay, no show cause notice, case is closed. After the issue of show cause notice, within 60 days you pay the amount, 25% of the penalty you need to pay. Once you paid all the three, proceedings are concluded. And within 60 days of order means here, what is the difference between these two? One is after issue of show cause notice, but before passing of demand order, 60 days. What is the second one? Within 60 days of order means already demand order was passed by the department. From the date of demand order, if you pay the amount within 60 days, then 50% of the taxes penalty, then the proceedings are deemed to be concluded. Okay, ma? With respect to normal case, what is the time limit? Before issue of show cause notice, no penalty is required. After issue of show cause notice, but before 60 days, then also no penalty is required to be paid. But whereas with respect to fraudulent cases, always penalty is there. Amount may change. Before issue of show cause notice, how much penalty you are required to pay? 15%. After issue of show cause notice, but within 60 days, 25% of taxes penalty. After demand order within 60 days, 50% of the taxes penalty you are required to pay. Once you paid that, proceedings are deemed to be concluded. Okay. Next one. Sir, sometimes what happens is, you made the voluntary payment. You made the voluntary payment. Let's say department asked you to pay 10,000. But you thought that only 9,000 is sufficient. You paid the 9,000. In that case, short payment is there or not? How much is the short payment that is there? 1,000. Further 1,000, proper officer can issue the show cause notice. If voluntary payment was made, is short payment. That is 9,000. How much short it was? 1,000. Further 1,000, a department can issue the show cause notice. Next one. Even in non-fraudulent cases, a penalty applies if the self-assessed tax or tax collected not paid within 30 days from the due date. What is this point? What is this self-assessed tax, ma? What is the tax that was asked under 74A? And what is the tax that was the self-assessed tax? What is meant by self-assessed tax? Yes, ma'am. SSC? What is meant by self-assessed tax, ma'am? The tax that is declared in GSTR 3B is known as self-assessed tax. The tax that is declared in GSTR 3B. GSTR 3B is filed by you now. You are saying that I am required to pay this much of amount of tax. That tax is known as self-assessed tax. Assessment ante enti? Determination of tax payable. Self-assessment ante enti? Tax ఎంత కట్టాలి అనేటువంటిది ఎస్ఎస్సి హిమ్సెల్ఫ్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకునే పని అయితే దాన్ని సెల్ఫ్ అసెస్మెంట్ అంటాం. ఈ సెల్ఫ్ అసెస్డ్ ట్యాక్స్ జిఎస్టీలో ఎక్కడ రాస్తాం? జిఎస్టీఆర్ 3Bలో. నేను ఇంత ట్యాక్స్ కట్టాలి నువ్వే చెప్పు. నువ్వే చెప్పిన ట్యాక్స్ ఏమంటాం? సెల్ఫ్ అసెస్మెంట్ ట్యాక్స్ అంటాం. మరి సెల్ఫ్ అసెస్డ్ ట్యాక్స్ అంటే నువ్వు కట్టాలి అనేగా, నువ్వు ఒప్పుకున్నదేగా. నువ్వు ఒప్పుకున్నదాన్ని నువ్వు వైలేట్ చేసావు అనుకో, డైరెక్ట్ గా పెనాల్టీ లెవీ చేయొచ్చు, మళ్ళీ వెయిట్ చేయాలి డిపార్ట్మెంట్. నువ్వే చెప్పావు నేను పద్ధతిగా ఉంటాను, యాటిట్యూడ్ చూపిను, ఈగో ఉండదు, తొక్క తోటకూర అని చెప్పాడు మనకి ఇరిగాడు నాకు చాక్లెట్ తెచ్చే దగ్గర. నేను అది నమ్మాను, సరేలే అనుకున్నాను. తొక్కల యాటిట్యూడ్ నువ్వు చూపించావు అనుకో నా దగ్గర, చూపించారా నువ్వు మంచోడు, ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గా చెబుతున్నాను. సో అలాంటప్పుడు డైరెక్ట్ గా పెనాల్టీ పనిష్మెంట్ వేయచ్చా లేదా నీకు? ఎందుకు నువ్వు అన్న స్టేట్మెంటే కాదు, మరి అన్నప్పుడు దానికి నువ్వు బైండ్ అయి ఉండాలి వద్దరికి ఇరిగా. ఉండాలిగా మరి ఉన్నావా? లేదు. మరి అలాంటప్పుడు ఏం రిలీజ్ చేయాలి నీ మీద ఇప్పుడు? పెనాల్టీ. దట్ ఈస్ పాయింట్. That means even if it's a non-fraudulent case, if at all it is a self-assessed tax, if at all it is a self-assessed tax, then there is no need to wait for show cause notice, all these things. Straight away penalty can be levied. What is the penalty that can be levied in non-fraudulent cases? In the first paragraph we discussed. Non-fraudulent cases. Penalty. How much penalty we can levy? 10% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. So, and tax collected, not paid within 30 days from the due date. రెండోది ఏం లేదమ్మా, it is exempted supply. You should not collect the tax. But you collected it. In that case, it must be paid to the government. నిజానికి నువ్వు ట్యాక్స్ కలెక్ట్ చేయకూడదు, అయినా నువ్వు ట్యాక్స్ కలెక్ట్ చేసావు. కలెక్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత దాన్ని గవర్నమెంట్కి పే చేయాలి వద్దా? చేయాలిగా, అంతే కదరా. నువ్వు తీసుకున్నప్పుడు లెక్క చెప్పాలి కదా. సపోజ్ నీకు 3 days బ్యాక్ 1,500 ఇచ్చారా గిరిగా, నువ్వు దిక్కుమాల సమోసాలు ఖర్చు పెట్టావు. దాన్ని సమోసాలు తింటావా? ఇష్టమేనా? ఓకే, వెరీ నైస్. ఓకే, సపోజ్ 1,500 నీకు ఇచ్చాను 4-5 days బ్యాక్. నువ్వేం చేసావు? ఖాళీగా హాస్టల్ తినడం మానేసి. హాస్టలా నువ్వు? లేదు, లోకలా? హాస్టలేనా? వెరీ గుడ్. ఎంత స్లైడు? సరే ఫైన్. సపోజ్ సమోసాలు తినడానికి ఖర్చు పెట్టు. సరే అయిపోయినప్పుడు అరే నువ్వు ఏం చేసావరే, 4 రోజులు డబ్బులు అడిగి హక్కు నాకు ఉందే లేదారా? పెట్టే చేతికి కొట్టే రైట్ కూడా ఉందిగా, అంతే కదా. అన్నం పెట్టేవాడికి కొట్టే రైట్ కూడా ఉంటుందా లేదా? పేరెంట్స్కి ఉందా లేదా? పేరెంట్స్ అంతే కదా, ఫుడ్ పెడుతున్నప్పుడు క్వశ్చన్ చేసే రైట్ ఉంది. అట్లా నీకు డబ్బులు ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఎక్కడ ఖర్చు పెట్టాను అడిగే రైట్ నాకుందే. అడిగితే నువ్వు ఎక్స్ట్రా చేయొచ్చా? ఫైన్. సో మరి అలాంటప్పుడు సో అంటే నువ్వు అలాగే పాయింట్ ఇక్కడ ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ సప్లై. ట్యాక్స్ నువ్వు కలెక్ట్ చేయొచ్చా? చేయకూడదు. అయినా నువ్వేం చేసావు? ట్యాక్స్ కలెక్ట్ చేసావు. ఆ అమౌంట్ మనం ఏం చేయాలమ్మా? విత్ ఇన్ 30 days లోగా డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి పే చేయాలి. అదర్వైజ్ ఎ పెనాల్టీ కెన్ బి లెవీడ్. Is the point. And further, next point all the proceedings excludes prosecution under section 132. Identi? Previously I said tax plus interest was paid, proceedings are concluded. Tax plus interest plus penalty was paid, proceedings are concluded, which said, except 132. 132 comes under criminal liability. Prosecution is nothing but liability can be of 2 types. One is civil liability, second one is criminal liability. Civil liability means only penalty will be there. But whereas if at all criminal liability is there, prosecution is nothing but imprisonment will also be there. Okay, you paid the tax, you paid the penalty, but still 132 prosecution, imprisonment proceedings will be concluded. అంతే కదా గిరిగే. సారీ చెప్పడం ఇప్పుడు దానికి అలవాటు అనుకో. తప్పు చేస్తున్నావు సారీ చెబుతున్నావు. సివిల్ లైబిలిటీ ఓకే, సారీ చెప్తా పోయావు అనుకో, సారీకి విలువ ఉంటుంది? సారీ అని పదానికి విలువ ఉండాలా? మరి ఉందే లేదు కదా. మరి అలాంటప్పుడు ప్రాసిక్యూషన్ అనేది ఇనిషియేట్ చేయొచ్చు కదా. సో డెఫినెట్లీ ఇన్ దట్ కేస్ that means what is the position? Prosecution is nothing but imprisonment. That means okay, civil liabilities can be concluded, but a criminal liability, so once you hurt a person's feelings, it can't be mitigated by saying sorry. In the same way, department మనోభావాలు కూడా అలాంటివి. అట్లయినప్పుడు definitely prosecution will be initiated. Definitely, what is the thing that will happen, a prosecution will be initiated. Once the prosecution is initiated, even though you paid the tax, even though you paid the interest, even though you paid the penalty, prosecution still continues. Next one. If the main person's proceedings are concluded under this section, related penalty proceedings for others also deemed to be concluded. ఇది కామన్ కదరా. ఒక పర్సన్ టార్గెట్ అయినప్పుడు చుట్టుపక్కల కూడా టార్గెట్ అవుతారు. అసలు పర్సన్ వేరే ఉంటాడు, వాటి చుట్టుపక్కల ఎవరెవరైతే ఉంటారో వాళ్ళు కూడా టార్గెట్ అవుతారు. అంటే అప్పుడు సపోజ్ మెయిన్ పర్సన్ మనం క్షమించి వదిలేసాను రగిరి, అప్పుడు ఆ చుట్టుపక్కల కూడా మనం వదిలేస్తాంగా, అంతే కదరా. ఎవరైతే మన కోపానికి కారణం మనకి గెలికారో ఫస్ట్ వాళ్ళని పని చేద్దాం అనుకున్నాం, చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా పని చేద్దాం అనుకున్నాం. తర్వాత మెయిన్ పర్సన్ పోలే పాపం క్షమించేసాం, అప్పుడు పక్కన ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా క్షమించినట్టేనా మనం? అదే పాయింట్ ఇక్కడ కూడా. సో వెన్ మెయిన్ పర్సన్ proceedings are concluded, his supporting activities are also deemed to be concluded. That means supporting persons proceedings are also deemed to be concluded. If the main person proceedings are concluded, the supporting persons like transporters, buyer of those goods, all these people's proceedings are also deemed to be concluded. Next one. Suppression as a non-declaration of required facts, information in the return, statement or report or document or failures to furnish when specifically asked in writing by the proper officer. What is this point, ma? Suppression ante నిజాన్ని దాచిపెట్టడం కాదురా, అడిగినా కూడా చెప్పు, అది సపరేషన్. What the point? Suppression will have a different. Suppression means నీకు చెప్పంది ప్రతిదీ suppression కాదు. Okay, when you ask it for something, but still that person lies, it is called suppression of fact. But we did not ask it something, if we did not say, it is not a suppression of fact. But when the department asked you to submit that information, but you lied, or you concealed some fact, then it is called as suppression and it is a fraudulent case. ఎందుకు ఈ వర్డ్ ఇక్కడ వాడు స్పెసిఫికల్లీ ఆస్క్డ్ ఇన్ రైటింగ్ అన్నాడంటే, నువ్వు చెప్పని ప్రతి డేటా కూడా అది ఫ్రాడ్ చేసినట్టు కాదు. అడిగినప్పుడు చెప్పకపోవడం ఏంటమ్మా, ఫ్రాడ్ అవుతుంది. When other party did not ask you, you did not say anything, that's okay. Department house said, that's okay with me because I did not ask you, na. But when asked by the department, you must submit the correct data. If you did not submit the correct data, you submitted some false data or you concealed some facts, then only it is called as suppression. When suppression happens, it is a fraudulent case and that 15%, 25%, 50% penalties will be there, na? Those penalties will come into scene. And this is a comparative snapshot, ma, just we prepared in order to have the better understanding. The people who read already 73 and 74. See, separate provisions for fraudulent cases, ma. Separate provisions for fraudulent cases. Two sections are there. Here under 74A, fraudulent and non-fraudulent both are merged into one. Applicability. Old system up to 23-24. New system from 24-25 onwards. And show cause no time limit, SEMA, 30 months or 5 years like that. But now it is 42 months. Okay. Penalty rates varied as per the section. Here simply, ఒకప్పుడు చాలా ఉండే penalties, ఇది higher penalties. But now there are only two. Whereas with respect to normal case, it is 10%. Fraudulent case, it is 100%. And voluntary payment slabs, ma. In olden days, 0%, 5%, 25, 50. That means with respect to 74, we are talking about. Before that means 0% is for 0% is for non-fraudulent cases before issue of show cause notice or after issue of show cause notice within 60 days. 0% penalty, na? 0% comes to non-fraudulent cases. But whereas 15%, when you are required to pay 15% penalty, before issue of show cause notice, when you are required to pay 25%, after issue of show cause notice within 60 days, when 50% is required to be paid, after demand order within 60 days. Same concept here also retained. Old provisions are same as it is. And demand order, previously 3 years and 5 years. Now, demand order time period is 12 months plus 6 months, total 18 months, ma. Threshold limit for notice. No threshold was there in previous sections, ma. Now 1,000 is the minimum amount. Coverage, it covers fraud and non-fraud separately. Now both are covered commonly. So this is a new section 74A, you should remember. Okay, ma'am. And I will share it with you later on. This is the story and next point is 75. What does 75 deals with you? General provisions, actually you can study on your own these things, but I will explain you the overview for this. What is the general provisions? For determination of how much tax you are required to pay. For the determination of how much tax you are required to pay, the government or the department will need to follow some general principles while deciding how much tax you are required to pay. That amount is going to be, those principles are going to be specified in section 75. What is this first one? Stay period exclusion. What is the stay order? Once department want to issue the show cause notice, you comes to know about this particular issue. You went to the court and you just got the stay order. Generally, for how much period the stay order will be valid, ma? For how much period the stay order will be valid? 6 months, 180 days technically. Those 180 days will be excluded while computing the show cause notice time limit of 42 months or demand order time limit of 18 months. అంటే ఆ 42 months షోకాస్ నోటీస్ కానీ డిమాండ్ ఆర్డర్ 18 months కానీ కౌంట్ చేసేటప్పుడు కోర్ట్ స్టే ఆర్డర్ ఎంత టైం పీరియడ్ కి అయితే ఇచ్చిందో దాట్ టైం పీరియడ్ విల్ బి ఎక్స్క్లూడెడ్. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్. సెకండ్ వన్, now this point is not for you because a single notice is there. In olden days 73, 74 both are there. That's why this point is relevant. Next one, court directed orders. That means what is the general time limit to issue the show cause notice? 42 months. Now, but if the matter is needed to be paid by the order of court, then the date when the court order is issued, within 2 years, a show cause notice can be issued. It overrides the standard time limits. That means with respect to a normal case, a show cause notice can be issued within 42 months. But whereas, if the amount is needed to be paid as per the court order, in those cases, what is the position? The date when court order was given, from that particular date, within 2 years, a show cause notice can be served on you. That means the time limit that is prescribed 42 months is there, it will not be applicable with respect to court cases. As usual, opportunity of being heard, that is principles of natural justice must be followed, and case can be adjourned for a maximum period of 3 times. What is meant by adjournment? Postpone shade. Why the wait? Because sometimes other party needs some evidence to show to the court. That's why you may ask some time. Okay, sir, I need this much of time to submit the evidence. Like that, the case can be adjourned. The case can be postponed 3 times to each party. Each party means one is SSC, second one is department. Department కూడా టైం కావాలి కొంచెం ఎవిడెన్స్ సబ్మిట్ చేయాలంటే డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కి ఒక 3 times పోస్ట్పోన్ చేయమని అడిగే రైట్ ఉంటుంది. ఎస్ఎస్సి కూడా ఒక 3 times పోస్ట్పోన్ చేయమని అడిగే రైట్ ఉంటుంది. దట్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్, ఫోర్త్ వన్. అండ్ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్లీ, డిమాండ్ ఆర్డర్ ఇస్ ఏ స్పీకింగ్ ఆర్డర్. It's not a written order. Show cause notice will be there in writing. Show cause notice will be there in writing. But whereas with respect to this demand order, it is this oral order. So based speaking order he will issue, okay? After listening to your opportunity and whatever the things you said, what is the thing that will be there, That person will ask you to pay the amounts. He will say that, okay, these are the facts based on which you are required to pay. And this is the decision I have taken. This much of amount you are required to pay. ఇది ఓరల్ గా వాడు చెప్తాడే గానీ రిటర్న్ గా ఉండదు. డిమాండ్ ఆర్డర్ ఇస్ ఏ స్పీకింగ్ ఆర్డర్ అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఏ రిటర్న్ ఆర్డర్. నెక్స్ట్ వన్, డిమాండ్ అమౌంట్ షల్ బి లెస్ దెన్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్ టు షో కాజ్ నోటీస్ అమౌంట్. దట్ మీన్స్ ఫర్ హౌ మచ్ అమౌంట్ దట్ ఈస్ స్పెసిఫైడ్ ఇన్ ద షో కాజ్ నోటీస్, up to that extent only you can pass a demand order. For example, a show cause notice was issued for 1 lakh. And during the investigation, it was found that the amount is not 1 lakh, 1,50,000. Is it possible to issue the demand order for 1,50,000, ma'am? No. How much amount the show cause notice is issued? 1 lakh. Therefore, demand order can also be issued for 1 lakh. Sir, what about that 50,000 there? A fresh notice is required. And within 42 months, a fresh show cause notice can be issued for that 50,000. అంటే షో కాజ్ నోటీస్ లో ఎంతైతే మనం మెన్షన్ చేస్తుంటామో we can recover up to that extent only by passing a demand order. Next one, when the court actually involved in that matter, అంటే నీకు షో కాజ్ నోటీస్ ఇచ్చారమ్మా, you just went to the court and show cause notice was issued for 1 lakh and court said that no, 1 lakh is not required, 70,000 is sufficient. In that case, penalty interest will also be reduced. That is the point. Or court said that no, it's not 1 lakh, you are required to pay 1,50,000. Then automatically interest and penalty also increased. That is the point. Interest and penalty will be recalculated if the tax is modified by the court or tribunal. Next one, time barred proceedings. With respect to now 74A, what is the 74A demand order time period? 12 months plus extra 6 months, total it will be 18 months. If the demand order is not passed within 18 months, then the proceedings are deemed to be concluded. If the demand order is not passed within 18 months, then the proceedings are deemed to be concluded. Beginning further, elanti legal action department cannot take if the demand order is not passed within 18 months. Next one. penalty. Okay. What is the point that is there, ma? Penalty exclusivity means if the penalty is levied under CGST, automatically penalty under SGST or UTGST also attracted. Mali separate ga SGST kinda, UTGST kinda, IGST kinda, separate notices and separate penalties are not required. Suppose CGST kinda notice icharu. CGST kinda penalty attract ayindi. Once a penalty was attracted under CGST, it is deemed that penalty is attracted under all other types of GSTs also. That is penalty exclusivity. Next one, appeal period exclusion. So what is this point this day? Department appeals period between the lower and higher authority decisions excluded from the show cause notice or demand order limits. ఇదేంటి అమ్మ అప్పీల్కి మనమే కాదు డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కూడా వెళ్ళొచ్చు. The right of going to appeal is not confined to the SSC. Even department also can go for the appeal. అలాంటప్పుడు సపోజ్ సూపరింటెండెంట్ ఉన్నాడు, సూపరింటెండెంట్ కెనాట్ యాక్ట్ ఆన్ హిస్ ఓన్. వాడు పైన ఉన్నటువంటి కమిషనర్ పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలి వాడు అప్పీల్కి వెళ్ళాలంటే. సూపరింటెండెంట్ వెళ్ళాలి, అసిస్టెంట్ కమిషనర్ కి చెప్పాలి, అసిస్టెంట్ కమిషనర్ అడిషనల్ కమిషనర్ కి చెప్పాలి, జాయింట్ కమిషనర్ వాడికి చెప్పాలి, జాయింట్ కమిషనర్ పోయి కమిషనర్ కి చెప్పాలి. ఇదంతా చైన్ ప్రాసెస్. ఇదంతా జరగడానికి కనీసం 6 months to 8 months పట్టొచ్చు గవర్నమెంట్ సిస్టంలో. ఇప్పుడు 8 months ని మనం కన్సిడరేషన్ లోకి తీసుకోవాలా? నో. While computing the show cause notice time period or demand order time periods, the period of decision making between the lower level authority and higher level authority. Now, for example, superintendent is a lower level authority, commissioner is a higher level authority. So, ఈ డెసిషన్ తీసుకోవడానికి మధ్యలో ఈ ప్రాసెస్ కి పట్టిన టైం ఉంది కదా, that time period will be excluded. Next one, recovery of self-assessed tax, unpaid GSTR 1 or 3B tax or interest without show cause notice, no hearing is required. What is this? What is meant by self-assessed tax, ma? The tax that is declared in GSTR 1 as well as GSTR 3B. దాన్ని నీ దగ్గర నుంచి రికవర్ చేయడానికి షో కాజ్ నోటీస్ అక్కర్లేదంట. ఎందుకని? ఆల్రెడీ యూ సెడ్ దట్ యు ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు పే. Then what is the need of issuing the show cause notice? Without show cause notice, without opportunity of being heard, recovery proceedings can be initiated if at all it is a self-assessed tax. Next one, rectification of order. What is this rectification of order, ma? Once demand order was issued, demand order issue చేశారు, but later on it was found out there was a mistake in the demand order and it was brought to the notice of the department by the SSC. It was brought to the notice of the department within 3 months from the order. And whereas కొన్ని సందర్భాలు షూ మోటో మీన్స్ వాలంటరీగా రాత్రిపూట మన ఏదో సరదాగా సైక్లోన్ వచ్చింది, సీరియస్ గా ఖాళీగా ఉన్నాడు, పేపర్లు ఏవో తిప్పుతున్నాడు, అక్కడ ఒకటి కనబడింది 2 ఎంత అంటే 22 అని. అరే రే బై మిస్టేక్ నేను తప్పు చేశాను, పాప ఎస్ఎస్సికి దీనివల్ల ఇబ్బంది కలిగిందని ఫీల్ అయ్యాడు. ఈ కెన్ రెక్టిఫై ద మిస్టేక్ వాలంటరీలీ ఆల్సో. నువ్వు డిపార్ట్మెంట్ దృష్టికి తీసుకెళ్ళాలి అంటే what is the time limit? 3 months. Whereas department wants to do this voluntarily, what is the time limit, ma? 6 months. That is the point. Next one, 76, already I told you, ma. Tax collected but not paid. Tax collected but not paid. Already I told you, na, that means if at all it is exempted supply, you should not collect the tax. But you collected the tax. Once you collected something in the name of the tax, it must be deposited with the department. If the amount is not deposited, then okay, show cause notice along with interest and penalty you are required to pay, ma. ఇంకో పాయింట్ ఏంటంటే దీని షో కాజ్ నోటీస్ కి టైం పీరియడ్ ఉండదమ్మా, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. For generally show cause notice, what is the time period that is there, ma? For the show cause notice, what is the time period that is there? 42 months from the due date of annual return. But whereas with respect to this, the tax collected but not paid, tax collected but not paid, there is no time limit to issue the show cause notice. 76 లో కవర్ అయినటువంటి కేసెస్ కి there is no time limit to issue the show cause notice. Whenever department finds, definitely department can issue the show cause notice, ma. 74A, there is a time limit to issue the show cause notice. For 76 cases, there is no time limit to issue the show cause notice. On 79 recovery proceedings, you can study on your own, ma. And section 80, we will see again. Installment payments, ma. That is EMI facility. What is this EMI facility here? Because the tax that is fixed by the demand order is more than the net worth of your company. The best example for that is Vodafone case. VI. With respect to Vodafone, the government demanded almost 20,000 crores or something, more than 20,000 crores from the VI, that is Vodafone. If you observe the balance sheet of Vodafone, it is not more than some 5,000 crores also. అంటే కంపెనీ మొత్తాన్ని నిలబెట్టి అమ్మినా 5,000 కోట్లు కూడా రావు, కానీ వాడికి కట్టమంటుంది 20,000 crores. అందుకని వాడు కట్టట్లా, కొట్టుకెళ్ళాడు. సో that's why they may ask for installments. Sir, you are asking me to pay that much of use amount, please give us installments. Then installment facility can be granted by the commissioner. Maximum how many installments they can grant you, ma? 24 monthly installments they can grant you. And another point, ma, this installment facility will be withdrawn epudu default in current recovery. Already meeku EMI icharu, installment facility was given, but you made a default in that. Again, EMI facility may not be given. And denied the installments in the previous financial year. Year lo mistake jaragala, kan previous year lo em chesavu, have done the default. Then also commissioner may reject your EMI option. The amount is less than 25,000. So that's why in those cases EMI facility can be withdrawn. Next one, self-assessed liability. What is this self-assessed liability, ma? నువ్వు కట్టాల్సిన ట్యాక్స్ GSTR 3Bలో నువ్వు కట్టాలి అని చెప్పిన ట్యాక్స్ కి నో ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ ఫెసిలిటీ విల్ బి దేర్. హౌ మచ్ బిగ్ ద అమౌంట్ ఈస్, యూ నీడ్ టు పే దట్. ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్ ఫెసిలిటీ ఈస్ ఫర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ డిమాండెడ్ అమౌంట్స్ మా, బట్ నాట్ ఫర్ సెల్ఫ్ అసెస్డ్ ట్యాక్స్. సార్ ఒకవేళ ఈఎంఐ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత డిఫాల్ట్ జరిగితే సార్, ఎంటైర్ అమౌంట్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ you are required to pay, installment facility will be withdrawn. So these are the points we should remember, ma. And provisional attachment, all these things you can study on. Generally, they are not going to be asked in the exam. This is major points with respect to demands and recovery point, ma. I think only 74A is going to be tested in the exam simply. That is amendment, that is the only section that is going to be tested in the exam is in demands and recovery 74A. Rest of the things you can ignore. What is the need for assessment and audit? Because Indian revenue laws actually says that we are trust-based taxation system. What is meant by trust-based taxation system? Self-assessment will be there. That means we believe you. How much tax you are paying, we assume that you are paying it correctly. Because if government, why follow self-assessment, ma? Why the government did not follow assessment? ఎందుకని గవర్నమెంట్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఫాలో అవ్వదు, సెల్ఫ్ అసెస్మెంట్ మాత్రం ఎందుకు ఫాలో అవుతుంది? దానికి రీజన్ గవర్నమెంట్ నిన్ను నమ్మిందని కాదు, గవర్నమెంట్ చేతగానితనాన్ని మంచితనం అనే ముసుగులో కవర్ చేస్తుంది. సపోజ్ అసెస్మెంట్ షుడ్ బి డన్. ఇప్పుడు ఎలా తయారవుతుందంటే, ఇప్పుడు మీ చిన్నప్పుడు 10th క్లాస్లో ఎప్పుడు ఏమంటారు స్టడీ అవర్స్ లో గ్రామర్ టెస్ట్ పెడుతూ ఉండేవాళ్ళు మన ఇంగ్లీష్ సార్. పెన్సిల్ అని, యాక్టివ్ వాయిస్, ప్యాసివ్ వాయిస్, అదేంటరా డైరెక్ట్ స్పీచ్, ఇండైరెక్ట్ స్పీచ్, ఎవరికైనా అదే లేదు 10th అంటే. సో మొత్తం అదే రాస్తుంటాం మన అందరం, కానీ ఎప్పుడు 10 out of 10 వస్తుండేవి. విడిగా మామూలు ఎగ్జామ్లో వచ్చేవి కావు కదా. ఎందుకు? మన ఫ్రెండ్తో ముందుగానే మనకి టైఅప్ ఉంటుంది. అరే బావా, నా తప్పు ఉంటే కరెక్ట్ చేసిన మార్కులే, నీ పేపర్లు మార్చుకుని దిద్దుకోమంటారు స్కూల్లో. అరే నేను వాడి కరెక్ట్ చేయను, వాడు కరెక్ట్ చేయమో ముందుగానే అగ్రిమెంట్ మాట్లాడుకుంటాం. వాడు ఏమని, అరే ఇట్లా జరిగితే గనక నాదేం తప్పు ఉంటే నువ్వు కరెక్ట్ చేసి 10కి 10 వేసి, నేను నీ తప్పు ఉంటే కరెక్ట్ చేస్తే 10కి 10 వేస్తా. ఎవరు దొరికిదే ఉందిరా, వాడి హ్యాండ్ రైటింగ్ తో రాస్తాడు వీడే, నీకు తెలియదారా సుబ్బు? సరే. సో వేరేస్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దిస్, ఇప్పుడు సేమ్ కాన్సెప్ట్ మన అసెస్మెంట్ కనుక డిపార్ట్మెంట్ పెడితే ఏమవుతుందంటే, మన కంట్రీలో ఉన్న పాపులేషన్ లో 60% ట్యాక్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ లో ఉంటారు. మన రిటర్న్ మన పక్కింటోడికి, మన పక్కింటోడి రిటర్న్ మనకి వచ్చి మనం టైఅప్ అయ్యామనుకోండి, అసలు ఏ ట్యాక్స్ కట్టక్కర్లేదు. తెలుగులో ఒక సామెత ఉంది, కొండనాలికి మందేస్తే ఉన్ననాలికి ఊడింది. అట్లా డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఎక్కువ ట్యాక్స్ తెచ్చుకుందాం ట్రై చేసింది అనుకోండి, ఉన్న ట్యాక్స్ పోయింది. అలా గవర్నమెంట్ చేతగానితనాన్ని వాడు ఏమని కవర్ చేశాడు? మంచితనం, నేను నమ్ముతున్నాను, ఐ నో యువర్ హానెస్ట్ పర్సన్, యూ విల్ పే ద ట్యాక్స్. ఓకే, ప్లీజ్ మేక్ ద కంప్యూటేషన్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్ and please pay the tax. This concept is known as self-assessment tax. If at all government believes us, then why the assessment audit was there? Government says that, I believe you, but to some extent. So that's why SSC first self-assess is tax liability and will pay the GST. But it is a self-assessment tax now. That's why they need to establish an audit mechanism to ensure proper compliance. Endukani, okay, if at all there is a self-assessment system, some people will follow it, what we can say, genuinely. They will pay the tax, they will file the returns, they will maintain the proper books of accounts. But some people may misutilize this facility. దీనివల్ల ప్రాబ్లం ఏమవుతుందంటే ఎప్పుడైతే ట్యాక్స్ కట్టని వాడు ఉంటాడో వాడి దగ్గర తక్కువ రేటుకి వస్తాయి ఐటమ్, కట్టేవాడి దగ్గర ప్రైస్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అంటే ట్యాక్స్ కట్టినందుకు పనిష్మెంట్, వీడి బిజినెస్ తగ్గిపోయింది. ట్యాక్స్ కట్టని వాడికి బిజినెస్ పెరుగుతుంది. ఇది చూసినప్పుడు కట్టిన వాడికి కూడా ఏమనిపిస్తుంది, అరే నేను ట్యాక్స్ కట్టడం వల్ల ఏది ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చింది, నేను కట్టుకుని ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది. ఇప్పుడు మరి వీడికి భయం ఉండాలి, వాడికి ట్యాక్స్ కట్టకుండా ఉండేవాడికి. ఆ ట్యాక్స్ నుంచి ఎస్కేప్ అయ్యేవాడికి భయం క్రియేట్ చేయడం కోసమే అసెస్మెంట్ ఆడిట్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ క్రియేట్ చేశారు. సో ద పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ క్రియేటింగ్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఆడిట్ ఈస్ మా టు ఎన్ష్యూర్ ప్రాపర్ కంప్లైన్స్ మీన్స్ ద రూల్స్ మస్ట్ బి ఫాలోడ్ స్ట్రిక్ట్. టు మేక్ ఇట్ ద థింగ్ ఓన్లీ రెండు సందర్భాల్లో మనుషులు చెప్పిన మాట వింటారు. ఒకటి ప్రేమ, రెండు భయం. ప్రేమ కన్నా భయం గొప్పది. Once you have the fear, you will listen to everything. Department also want to implement the same thing. They want to create fear in the minds of the people. If you did not follow the rules, if you did not compile the things, then definitely there is a punishment that is waiting for you. I'm watching you. Okay, from here, if at all you did not pay the tax properly, if at all you did not file the returns properly, then definitely there is a punishment awaiting for you. So that's why when you are having the fear, majority of the people try to follow the rules. Okay, some exceptional people will be there who don't have the fear, that is different story. But majority of the people will try to compile with the legal formalities. Yes or no? That is the purpose of assessment and audit. So how many types of audits are there, ma? The self-assessment, just now we discussed, provisional assessment, scrutiny assessment, best judgment are related ones. 59 naam ke vaste na, and we will move to 60 provisional assessment. What is this provisional assessment? The word itself indicates provision. When you will create a provision, in accounts, when you don't know the exact amount, you will create a provision. That means when there is an uncertainty in paying the tax, how much amount you are required to pay, you will go for provisional assessment. So what are the cases where a provisional assessment can be done, ma? When you are unable to determine what is the taxable value or what is the rate of tax. So you are unable to determine on which value you are required to pay the GST. In the same way, what rate you are required to pay the GST. You are having confusion in any of these two areas, you may request the department for provisional assessment. Remember, ma, provisional assessment is not your right. It is the discretionary power of the department whether to grant provisional assessment or not. That means it is not the right of the SSC. So SSC cannot say I'm having the confusion in value of supply, please grant me provisional assessment. The matter will not go like this. You need to apply for his permission. If the department feels that yes, there is an ambiguity, and because of that ambiguity, that means you are unable to determine the taxable value, then they will grant you the provisional assessment permission. So what are the two cases where you can go for provisional assessment now? One is you cannot determine the taxable value. Second one is you don't know how much tax, what is the rate of tax you are required to pay. In these two cases, you may apply for provisional assessment. So what is the time limit to pass the provisional assessment order, ma? 90 days. From which date you applied for provisional assessment, from that particular date, within how much, ma? Within 3 months, 90 days, a provisional order will be issued. Let's say you're having the doubt, ma. Suppose mandap keeper services unnai, kalyana mandapalu unnai, as well as convention centers unnai. కళ్యాణ మండపాలు అయితే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ ట్యాక్స్ 12% అనుకోండి, కన్వెన్షన్ సెంటర్ అయితే 18% అనుకోండి. కన్వెన్షన్ సెంటర్ లో మ్యారేజ్ చేసుకున్నాం, ఇప్పుడు 12% అప్లికబుల్ 18% అప్లికబుల్ అనే డౌట్ వచ్చింది. దట్ మీన్స్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద రేట్ ఆఫ్ ట్యాక్స్ యూ నీడ్ టు అప్లై. యూ జస్ట్ వెంట్ ఫర్ ప్రొవిజనల్ అసెస్మెంట్. డిపార్ట్మెంట్ సెడ్ దట్ ఓకే 12% ప్లీజ్ పే ఆన్ ఎ ప్రొవిజనల్ బేసిస్. నౌ వాట్ ఈస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్, మా? 18 minus 12, 6% is there now. For that 6% difference, for that 6%, what is the thing that is there, ma? You need to issue the bond. For that, a security of 25% must be given. For example, 12% అయితే 1 lakh అనుకోండి, Whereas 18% it is 1,50,000. Now what is the difference, ma? 50,000. For that 50,000, you need to give a promissory note. For that 50,000, you need to give a promissory note. Bond will be given. Along with bond, security. Security is nothing but bank guarantee. What is the total value? 50,000. In the 25% means 12,500. For the 12,500, a bank guarantee should also be given. Okay. Once provisional assessment order was issued, what is the time limit to make the final assessment order, ma? 6 months. From the date of provisional assessment order, what is the time limit to pass the order, ma? Final assessment order. That means whether it is 12% or 18%. It must be decided within 6 months. Sir, is it possible to extend the time period further? Yes. Who is having the power to do that? Joint Commissioner or Additional Commissioner is having the power to extend it for another 6 months. Sir, still more time is needed, sir. It can be extended by Commissioner for 4 years. In total, it will be 6 plus 6 plus 4, 5 years. So from the date of provisional assessment order, a final assessment order can be issued within a period of 5 years. 6 plus 6 plus 4 years. Okay, sir. In those time periods, final assessment order was passed. Let us assume that it is 18%. That means, what is the extra amount you are required to pay now? In our example, provisional assessment amount enta 1 lakh. 18% అయితే ఎంత అవుతుంది అనుకున్నాం 1,50,000. Now a department decided that it is not 12%, it is 18%. Now how much amount you are required to pay? 50,000. A difference. How much is the difference? 50,000. That is not the twist. On that 50,000, you are required to pay the interest from day one. Suppose final assessment order 5 years lo pass chesaru anko. 5 years ki on that 50,000, you are required to pay the interest. Sir, అలాంటప్పుడు మనకున్న ఆప్షన్ ఏంటి సార్? ఫస్ట్ 1,50,000 కట్టు, కేసు గెలిచావు అనుకో 50,000 నీకు రిఫండ్ వస్తుంది. నీకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ పే చేయాల్సిన నీడ్ ఉండదుగా అప్పుడు. If at all you want to go for provisional assessment, instead of 12, take it as 18. In that case, there will not be no risk. Risk ఉండదు కదా అప్పుడు. ఎందుకని నిజంగా కట్టాల్సిన 18 ఏం తేలింది, ఆల్రెడీ నువ్వు 18 కట్టావుగా, నో ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఈస్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు బి పెయిడ్. అలా కాకుండా 12 అని తేలింది, హౌ మచ్ ఎక్సెస్ యూ పెయిడ్? 6%, that is 50,000, that will be refunded to you. And for you, interest is also paid. చూడండి, మనం కట్టాలంటే ఎంత కట్టాలంట? 18%. అదే డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మనకి ఇవ్వాలంటే 6%. తప్పు ఎప్పుడు? రిఫండ్ అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టిన 60 days తర్వాత కూడా పే చేయకపోతే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ విల్ బి గివెన్ టు యూ. అదే మనం 18% కట్టాలంటే ఏ రోజైతే ఫస్ట్ నువ్వు తీసుకున్నట్టు కట్టావు ఆ 1 lakh, ఆ డ్యూ డేట్ ఉంటుంది కదా GSTR 3B, అప్పటి నుంచి నువ్వు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కట్టాలి. అదే వాడు ఇవ్వాలంటే ఫైనల్ అసెస్మెంట్ ఆర్డర్ పాస్ చేసి ఆ తర్వాత నువ్వు రిఫండ్కి అప్లై చేసిన తర్వాత 60 days లోగా కూడా ఇవ్వకపోతే then interest will be awarded to you at the rate of 6%. This is the entire story. That's it. Tomorrow we'll see the scrutiny assessment, ma'am. That's it for this session. Okay, ma'am. I think we're having a discussion on assessment and audit. From there, we are going to continue in this session. So, what is meant by the word assessment? Determination of tax payable is known as assessment. What is meant by the word self-assessment? How much tax we are required to pay? If at all it is going to be computed by the assessee himself, it is known as self-assessment. Whatever the revenue laws that are there in India, 100% they are based on self-assessment. And after that, we discussed regarding the provisional assessment. When a provisional assessment is required, in two circumstances, where the value cannot be determined or the rate of tax cannot be determined. In those two cases, you can go for this provisional assessment. But provisional assessment is a discretionary right of the department, but not the right of the assessing. That means you can ask the department to do that, but it does not mean that you're having the right to ask for it. So what is the time limit to give this provisional assessment order, ma? 90 days. So if everything is okay, what is the time limit to pass the final assessment order? 6 months. Is it possible to extend that? Yes, for another 6 months. By additional or joint commissioner. Still, if you want to extend that? Yes, by the commissioner. For how much period? 4 years. In total, it will be 5 years. Okay. After the final assessment, the final assessment amount is more than the provisional assessed amount. In that case, you are required to pay the interest at the rate of 18% from the day one. Whereas, if at all the finally assessed tax is less than the provisionally assessed tax, that means excess was paid by you, then you need to apply for refund. The date when you apply for refund, within 60 days, it will be granted to you. Otherwise, from 61st day onwards, what will be given, ma? Interest will be given at the rate of 6%. So these are the points what we have discussed. Next one is scrutiny assessment. What is meant by this scrutiny, first of all? What is meant by the word scrutiny? Scrutiny means in-depth verification. What is meant by the word scrutiny, ma? In-depth verification. That means not only with respect to GST, with respect to even income tax also, once the returns are filed, there is a software designed to select the returns, ma, based on the specific criteria that was set by the department. Huge deviations are there, abnormal incomes, abnormal losses, or income increased by certain percentage. They will set those limits in those softwares. That software will randomly, not randomly, based on the predetermined criteria, it will select. Those returns are verified in depth. Those returns are verified in depth. That is known as scrutiny. Once scrutiny was done, once your return was in depth verified, if at all there are any deviations, that means that will be there. Generally, even income tax also, if you file the return, you will get a notice from 143.1 whether you paid excess or you paid short. You will get a mail, na? Okay, demand notice under 143.1. You will get that thing. Actually, through mail, actually, you will get that. Sometimes even the refund is given to you. They will say like this, well, okay, this is the income you computed, you paid this much excess, and this amount is going to be refunded to you. I think you know this drill with respect to income tax, if at all you have done your articles, at least. Or saw what is 143.1 notice. Okay. Now, if at all there are any differences while scrutinizing the return, then within 30, so department will issue a notice. Show cause notice will be issued to you. For that notice, within 30 days, you need to give the reply. Within 30 days, you need to give the reply. If the reply was satisfactory, then what is the position, ma? No action is going to be initiated. But that means you're having three options, ma. One, you said that, okay, whatever the explanation that is given by you is satisfactory to the department, then the matter is closed. Second one is, what the department asked, you said that, yes, sir, I made the mistake. I did not see that I will pay the tax. This is second option. Accepted by the registered person. Then you will pay the tax along with interest. But along with these two type of people, one person will say, sir, there are no mistakes. This is my argument. Second party will say, yes, sir, I made a mistake. I'm admitting that I will pay the tax. Third category like me will be there. Neither we will accept that, nor we will take the corrective action. Okay? If you want to take the action, take it on me. I will see that matter in the court. I don't pay the tax. I don't agree with your argument. I don't want to give explanation also. I don't want that give the damn explanation to you. So whatever the things I will say in the court. Okay, proceed with your things. Those people will be there. These are those people. So with respect to any matter, three ways we can deal with that. So that means giving proper explanation to the satisfactory of the department, or accepting the mistake and paying the tax. Third one, let us meet at the court. Three types of people will be there. First two, no issue. With respect to third issue, department may conduct audit or may do inspection, search or seizure, or they may recover the demands. Now, what is the section I told you? 74A. Yesterday we discussed about 74A, where the people are busy and actually roaming on the roads. Okay. So, with respect to, so if at all any point is there regarding that, what is the position, ma? Department can deal with this matter in any of these three ways. It can conduct the audit, or it can conduct the inspection, search or seizure, or it may initiate the recovery proceedings. In these three ways, which way the department feels it convenient, in that way it will follow that. This is a scrutiny assessment, ma. Next one is nothing but best judgment assessment. In income tax also, this best judgment assessment was there. What is this best judgment assessment? What is the section number in your income tax? Super, 144. 144 is best judgment order, ma. That means with respect to income tax, when generally self-assessment is the theme. That means you will gather the information, you will compute the tax, and you will pay that. But whereas, if no particular thing has done on the part of you, then whatever the available evidence that is there with the department, based on that particular thing, department will decide how much tax you are required to pay. Those things will come under best judgment. Those things will come under best judgment. Okay. So best judgment can be of two types. One is non-filers of returns best judgment, 62. And second one is unregistered person best judgment, 63. First, we will see non-filers of return. That means you are a registered person. Then you are required to file GSTR1 as well as GSTR3B on your monthly basis. What happens is department will send you a, what we call it as alert messages. First, they will send you the alert message 3 days before the due date. You are required to file the GST return. Please file the return like that through for mail actually, or through your registered mobile number. Even income tax also will send those things now. Income tax department will send you to mail. This is the due date. Please file the return without any fail. Even for mobile also will get the SMS. Same thing will be followed by GST department. Before the due date, 3 days before, alert messages will be sent to you. Okay, but you did not file that even on due date. Then due date is crossed. System will send to all the defaulters, the due date was crossed, but still you did not file the return. Please file the return. Again, a reminder message will be sent to you. Okay, after this, what do you call it as due date notice, that means a crossed notice, 5 days also, you did not file the notice, you did not file the return. That means due date was crossed, again a message will be sent to you. But once the message was sent, but even after 5 days also, you are not filing the return, then department will issue the show cause notice. From the date of show cause notice, within 15 days, you need to file the return. From the date of show cause notice to file the return, you need to file the return within 15 days. If within 15 days, you fail to file the return, in those cases, department will do the best judgment assessment. Department will do the best judgment assessment. How the process will work? First, before due date, they will send you the reminder message. After the due date, they send you the alert message. But still, after 5 days also, you did not file the return, they will issue the show cause notice. From the date of show cause notice, you need to file the return within 15 days. Within 15 days also, the return was not filed, then best judgment assessment order will be given based on this data. Whatever the GSTR1 previously filed, what is the ITC that was there in GSTR2A and 2B, how many e-way bills are generated in your name as a supplier or as a recipient, and whatever the other information that is available from the website. Based on all these things, department will decide how much GST you are required to pay. Sir, what is the time limit to pass this best judgment order, sir? 5 years from the due date of annual return. So what is the form number for annual return? GSTR 9. With respect to GSTR 9 due date, what is the due date of GSTR 9? Next financial year, December 31st. So, with respect to current financial year, 25-26, what is the due date of GSTR 9? December 31st, 2026. From the date, within 5 years, a best judgment order can be passed. But a best judgment order is passed. Then, what the people will do, in those cases, people will file the return. Kontamandi people allow under attitude people under attitude where attitude people will stick on to those things. Once they said it's final, they will never actually step back from those words. Few people initially they try to fight, at least they will try to pretend to fight, but later on, when the exact situation comes, they will surrender. People కూడా ఉంటారు కదా, అప్పటిదాకా హీరోయిజం ఫోర్సులు కొడతా ఉంటారు, నీకెందుకు నేను ఇది బాలయ్య బాబు అని చెబుతారు, తీరా సిచ్యువేషన్ వచ్చినప్పుడు చేతులు కట్టుకుని వెళ్ళిపోతారు. ఈ టైప్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ ఉంటారు. అలాంటి వాళ్ళు పాయింట్ నెంబర్ 3లో ఉంటారు. బెస్ట్ జడ్జ్మెంట్ ఆర్డర్ పాస్ చేసేదాకా కోర్టులో చూసుకుందాం, మీ ఇంటికి వస్తాం, మీ నట్టింటికి వస్తాయి డైలాగులన్నీ చెబుతారు. వన్స్ బెస్ట్ జడ్జ్మెంట్ ఆర్డర్ పాస్డ్ విత్ ఇన్ 30 days పద్ధతిగా కట్టాల్సిన ట్యాక్స్ కట్టేస్తారు. అలా కట్టేసారు అనుకోండి అమ్మా, దెన్ ద మ్యాటర్ ఇస్ డీమ్డ్ టు బి కంక్లూడెడ్. దట్ ఈస్ పాయింట్ నెంబర్ 3. Withdrawal of best judgment assessment order. That means once best judgment order is passed within 30 days. Why best judgment order is passed? Because you did not file the return. Now that person will file the return, whatever the taxes, whatever the interest, whatever the late fee that are required to be paid, paddhatika. All those things will be paid by that particular person. Then the best judgment order is deemed to be withdrawn. That is non-filers. Same best judgment will be there with respect to unregistered person also. Sir, if at all you are unregistered person, then why there is a need to go for best judgment? Or unregistered, na? Then why best judgment order should be given at that case? You are required to take the registration, but you are not taking it. You are required to take the registration, but you are not taking that. In the same way, I think you remember 29 subsection 2. Voluntary cancellation by the department of your registration certificate in CMA Inter, where you studied very well. Okay. I think so at least. Yes, Nama? You studied very well in those days, na? Huh? So, with respect to 29.2, what does 29.2 deals with? Voluntary cancellation by the department. Some cases will be there, na? When GSTR1 was not filed, GSTR1 data is more than GSTR3B, wrong availment of ITC, RC obtained by fraud, Rule 10A violated, and anti-profiteering measures, false invoices, fake documents, and whereas other thing is supplier dummy company, recipient is it like that? So many points will be there, na? If those points trigger under 29.2, your RC is going to be cancelled by the department. Once department cancels your RC, but still unpaid liability is there. In 29.2, when you studied your CMA Inter, you are very strong at the time in the GST. So in those cases, you come across one sentence, ma. Even though your RC was cancelled, still the liability will be there to pay the GST. In 29 subsection 2, there will be one line, even though your RC is cancelled, RC cancellation does not affect the liability of the taxpayer to pay the tax. Before cancellation, what is your tax liability? After cancellation also, same tax liability will be there. Before cancellation, what is the tax liability? Same tax liability will be there after cancellation also. In these two circumstances, Section 63 will come into scene. Best judgment order will be given. Okay, ma. See? Fails to obtain the registration, and another one is when your RC is cancelled. In these two cases, best judgment order will be passed. But before passing best judgment order, always what will be done? Opportunity of being heard. Principle of natural justice must be followed. For that, what the department will do? For that, what the department will do? A show cause notice will be issued. Before passing the best judgment order, a show cause notice is issued to you with 15 days time limit to give the reply. After opportunity of being heard, best judgment order will be given. So what is the time limit to give that, ma? As usual, 5 years. But see, only third point differs. Whereas in case of non-filers of returns, if you file the return, then the best judgment order is deemed to be withdrawn. But whereas with respect to best judgment order passed in 63, there is no withdrawal for that. Why? Because it is a normal thing, non-filing of return. But galti samajhdar se kiya. That means if you have done it intentionally, you are not taking the registration. It is a bigger crime. So for everything, sorry is not actually sufficient. Na? So you can file the best judgment, and what is the thing you can do? Sorry, sir, I did not file the return. That's okay. It is a petty mistake. But where it is a bigger mistake, sorry is not sufficient. So there will not be no withdrawal of the best judgment order what is passed by the department. In those cases, you say, sorry, sir, now I will take the registration. I will obey to your rules. I will follow that. I never repeat those things. Already you said so many number of times previously. I heard those things. Bas. I'm not interested in listening those stupid words. Department will say. That's why in those cases, what the department will do, ma? No withdrawal of best judgment order. What is the thing you need to do, ma? You need to pay the taxes, whatever that is required. That means whatever the punishment that is given to you, you need to have that. No other option is there for you. That is 63 will say. Okay, ma, fine. The examination point of view. Next one is appeals and revisions. Okay, what is this appeals and revisions, ma? I will tell you the overview regarding that. In appeals and revisions, they are asking only two things. One is time limit to go for appeal. Second one is pre-deposits. Only these two things they are going to be asked till now. So I'm focusing only on those two issues in this marathon session. Come to the point, ma. Whereas with respect to this one, appeals and revisions, what about these appeals and revisions, ma? Generally, authorities can be divided into two. One is adjudicating authority. Second one is appellant authority. One is adjudicating authority and second one is appellant authority. What is the difference between adjudicating authority and appellant authority, ma? What is meant by adjudicating authority and appellant authority? Adjudicating authority means the authority who passes adjudication orders. Who passes adjudication orders. What is meant by adjudication order? Adjudication means dealing with the taxpayer, dealing with the SSC. Dealing with the SSC is known as adjudication. It may be asking you to pay the tax or it may be giving you the refund. Both comes under adjudication. Don't misinterpret that. Paying the tax is only called as adjudication process. No, adjudication means interacting with the SSC. Sometimes it may be asking you to pay the tax or sometimes it may be asking you, giving you some refund. Both comes under adjudication process. The order that is passed by this adjudicating authority is known as adjudication order. What is meant by adjudication? Dealing or interacting with the SSC is known as adjudication. The authority which will do that is known as adjudicating authority. The order that is passed is known as adjudication order. Who will pass them? Who is the adjudicating authority? Who is adjudicating authority is not court. Who is the adjudicating authority? Superintendent, assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, additional commissioner, joint commissioner, commissioner, principal commissioner, chief commissioner, principal chief commissioner. All these people comes under adjudicating authority. The hierarchy of departmental officers is there now. Everybody in that hierarchy is called as adjudicating authority. What are the names I just mentioned? All these people are called as adjudicating authority. Okay. Adjudicating authority passed an order. If adjudicating authority passed an order, then it may not be acceptable to the SSC. No? It may not be acceptable to the SSC. Yes or no? Sometimes we don't like the order that is passed by the department. In those cases, to whom we will go? When we actually feel that injustice happened to us, that person is known as appellant authority. So against to the order of adjudicating authority, where you will go, that authority is known as appellant authority. Against to the orders of adjudicating authority, where you will go, that authority is known as appellant authority. So what is the appellant authority hierarchy? Anybody remembers? Hierarchy. First you will go to very good, joint commissioner appeals. After that, commissioner appeals. After that, tribunal. After that, high court. After that, Supreme Court. This is a hierarchy, ma'am. This is a hierarchy. Okay. So these are called as what we call it as appellant, joint commissioner appeals, tribunal, high court, Supreme Court. This is appellant authority hierarchy. Okay. Where you can go for this, ma? You can go for best judgment order, appeal against. And section 73, 74 now named as 74A orders, that is demands and recovery. What is 76 deals with? Tax collected but not paid, exempted supplies tax collected. Yesterday's session we discussed those things. And any other adjudication orders which is passed by the adjudicating authority, you can go to this appellant authority. You can go to this appellant authority. Who is appellant authority, ma? Two parties are known as appellant authority. One is Joint Commissioner Appeals. Second one is Commissioner Appeals. These two people are called as appellant authority. Any order that is passed by the adjudicating authority is not acceptable to you, you can go to the appellant authority. Who is appellant authority? Joint Commissioner Appeals or Commissioner Appeals? Sir, when Joint Commissioner Appeals is appellant authority, if the order is passed by superintendent, below him, none. That's why if the order is passed by superintendent, who is appellant authority? Joint Commissioner Appeals. If the order is passed by additional commissioner or joint commissioner, then appellant authority will be Commissioner Appeals. Based on the designation to whom you will appeal, it will change. Ma. If the adjudication order is passed by superintendent, in those cases, Joint Commissioner Appeals is the appellant authority. If the adjudication order is passed by joint commissioner or additional commissioner, Commissioner Appeals will be the appellant authority. So what is the time limit to go for that appeal? Because everything time limit will be there. Na? What is the time limit? With respect to SSC, what is the time limit, ma? To go for appellant of 3 months from the date of adjudication order. Is it possible to extend that? Yes, for a further period of another 1 month. Sir, department can also go for appeal. Yes, department can also go for appeal. With respect to department, what is the time limit? 6 months and 1 month additional time limit extended. Okay. Sir, if the order passed by appellant authority is also not acceptable to you, if the order passed by appellant authority is also not acceptable to you, then where you can go? If the order passed by appellant authority is also not acceptable to you, where you can go, ma? GST appellant tribunal you can go. What is the time limit for that? SSC, 3 months from the date of appellant authority order, and it can be extended for a further period of another 3 months. If the department wants to go for that, 6 months. Whereas, see, if order passed by appellant authority is not acceptable to you, to whom you can appeal now? Tribunal. So what is the time limit to SSC to go for appeal? 3 months. And is it possible to extend that? Yes, for a further period of another 3 months. And with respect to department, 6 months is the time period. I think you know, tribunal will have 2 types of benches. One is state bench, second one is national bench. Generally, if the matter is not in relation to place of supply, in case no issue, the appeal is not relating to place of supply, then it will go to state bench of tribunal. If the matter is relating to place of supply, straight away the matter will go to national bench. Why? Because place of supply means it can be intra or inter. But a state bench cannot decide what is interstate supply. Na? Then territory antavaraku state work. It can't define what is interstate. Therefore, except place of supply matters, with respect to remaining matters, you can go to appeal to state bench. If the matter is in relation to place of supply, the appeal directly goes to national bench. Okay, ma? And if at all, this tribunal order is also not acceptable to you. And remember one thing, tribunal is the ultimate fact-finding authority. Tribunal is the ultimate fact-finding authority. If the matter is in relation to interpretation of law, then only you can go to further steps, ma. If the matter is in relation to the facts, then the matter is closed at tribunal. What is this difference between the facts and this interpretation? Facts is nothing but how much tax you are required to pay and what is the rate of tax, something. If at all there is arithmetical deviations are there, okay, you are saying that I am required to pay 1 lakh only. Department is saying, no, it's 120. Like this. If these are facts related issues, if these matters are there, then tribunal is the ultimate authority. But if the matter is in relation to whether it is a supply or not, whether exemption is applicable to this or not, so whether we are required to pay a tax or not, whether we are required to take registration or not, all these things comes under interpretation of law. If the matter is in relation to interpretation of law, then only you can go to the court. If nothing was involved in relation to interpretation, then the matter must be closed at tribunal. Whatever the decision that is taken by the tribunal is final. That's why tribunal is the ultimate fact-finding authority. Unless interpretation of law is involved, you can't go to. Got the point, ma? So the ultimate fact-finding authority in MCQs they can be asked. The ultimate fact-finding authority with respect to GST is appellant tribunal. Okay, fine. Next, okay, sir, we want to go against the order of tribunal. If at all the order is passed by state bench, where you can go? High court. If the order is passed by state bench, then where you can go for appeal? High court. If the order is passed by national bench, straight away you need to go to Supreme Court. High Court will not be involved therein because the matter involves place of supply. Got the difference, ma? If the order is passed by state bench, you can go to appeal to High Court. If the order is passed by national bench, then you must go to Supreme Court directly. Why, sir? Because this thing deals with place of supply. High Court cannot handle place of supply matters. Order is passed by state bench, you can go to the High Court. If the order is passed by national bench, you can go to Supreme Court directly. But sir, another way is that state bench order is passed, you are going to this High Court. Just 1 second, ma. So whereas with respect to this one, so High Court should say that, yes, this case must be certified. This case must be presented before Supreme Court. It is having that much justified cause. If High Court certifies, then only the matter will go to Supreme. Then only the matter will go to Supreme Court. This is the overall view of this particular appeals related. You need to remember here the timelines. Okay, and one amendment is there, I think, in this pre-deposit. I will tell you that at the end of this chapter. Like, all these are normal things, ma. This is a process, I think. You can go through them. Only 2 points I will tell you. Okay, appeal filing. So who can file this particular appeal, ma? Who is aggrieved by the adjudication order can go for appeal. Okay, fine. What is the time limit? Just now I told you, 3 months. Is it possible to extend? That means whatever the data that is given in the chart, it was given in the text form. So that is nothing else here. So what is the time limit to go for appeal? 3 months. Is it possible to extend that? Yes, 1 month. Department is with respect to department, 6 months, I think. Okay. This point come later on. Now, what are the documents that are required? Here, these 2 points, you need to focus in the exam. Rest of the points you can ignore. Even including this point also you can see. With these 3 points, I will focus in this. Sir, what is the form number for appeal? APL 01, appeal 1. First stage, na? That's why APL 01. APL 01, appeal 01. Once you file this appeal, let's come to the point, ma. So, with respect to appeal, what is appeal actually deals with, ma, here? APL 01. Once you file the appeal, what the department will do, ma? A provisional acknowledgement is issued. Once provisional acknowledgement is issued, then you need to file the copy of the adjudication order against which order you are going for appeal. It's copy, the court copy. That copy must be submitted to the appellate authority. Against which order you are going for appeal, that copy of the order must be submitted to the appellate authority within 7 days. Sir, if within 7 days, the copy of the adjudication order was submitted, what is the date of appeal then? What is the date of appeal then? See, if the order copy is submitted within 7 days, the filing, that means the date when the provisional acknowledgement is given, it is deemed to be the final acknowledgement. Got the point, ma? The date when you file the application, on the same day provisional acknowledgement will be given. If you submitted the copy of the adjudication order to the appellant authority within 7 days, then what is deemed to be the date of appeal, ma? The date when the provisional acknowledgement is given, the date when the appeal was filed, that date is deemed to be the date of final acknowledgement. See, provisional acknowledgement date is equal to final acknowledgement date. Sir, if we did not file this adjudication order copy within 7 days, then what are the consequences? The date when you file this adjudication order copy, on the day final acknowledgement will be issued. Then it is the date deemed that appeal was filed. Even sir, the last you look time limit that 3 months later, 1 month, you will lose the right to appeal. Na? That is the difference. No, within 7 days, suppose, say for example, ma'am, Jan 1st, what happened? Adjudication order is passed. So 4 months will expire in which month, ma'am? Generally, Jan, Feb, March. I think March 31st, 3 months will expire, na? And extra 1 month means April 30th. Extra 1 month extension period including. Okay. Say for example, April 29th, you file the appeal. Okay. And provisional acknowledgement is issued to you. Okay. If you have submitted the adjudication order copy on May 2nd, second one, May 15th. We're taking 2 cases. If you submitted the copy on May 2nd, means within 7 days. Within 7 days. In that case, what is the date of appeal? The date when provisional acknowledgement is issued, that is the date of appeal. On which date? April 29th. Is it within the time limit? Yes, including extension, but within the time limit. In that case, appeal is valid. But if you submitted the copy on May 15th, is it within 7 days? No. Then what is the date of appeal? May 15th. Is it within the time limit? No. You will lose the right of appeal. Case will be dismissed. That is it. Now you got the difference. What is the importance of filing the adjudication order copy within 7 days? If you file it within 7 days, then the date when the provisional acknowledgement is given, in our example, April 29th. ఎందుకని మనకి లాస్ట్ కట్ ఆఫ్ డేట్ ఎప్పుడు అప్పీల్ కి ఏప్రిల్ 30th 4 months అయితే జనవరి 1st నుంచి 4 months కదా 3+1 ఏప్రిల్ 30th అనేది అక్కడ డేట్ మనకి ఏప్రిల్ 30th వాడు ఎప్పుడు వేసాడు అప్పీల్ కి అప్లికేషన్ ఏప్రిల్ 29th విత్ ఇన్ 7 days లో ఒక కాపీ సబ్మిట్ చేశాడు అనుకో ఏప్రిల్ 29th ఇస్ ద డేట్ ఆఫ్ అప్పీల్ యూర్ హ్యావింగ్ ద రైట్ టు గో ఫర్ అప్పీల్. అలా కాకుండా మే 15th నువ్వు కాపీ సబ్మిట్ చేస్తే ఏ రోజు నువ్వు అప్లై చేసి అప్పీల్కి వెళ్ళినట్టు మే 15th అంటే 4 months దాటిపోయింది కదా. అలాంటప్పుడు యూ విల్ లూజ్ ద రైట్ టు గో ఫర్ దట్ ఈస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. ఈ పాయింట్ మీద ఎగ్జామ్ లో టెస్ట్ చేస్తాడు అప్పుడు ఫైనల్ లో సిఏ ఫైనల్ లో దే టెస్టెడ్ బట్ టిల్ నౌ CMA ఫైనల్ ఇట్ వాస్ నాట్ టెస్టెడ్ బట్ దర్ ఇస్ అ పాసిబిలిటీ ఇన్ దిస్ ఏరియా దే కెన్ ఆస్క్. ఓకే ఫైన్. నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్ pre-deposit. This is a point they are asking repetitively. If at all any question is posed in appeals and revisions, the point is only based on this one in your CMA final. Pre-deposit requirement. What is meant by this pre-deposit requirement? In order to go for appeal, you need to make a deposit of money with the appellant authority. How much amount you are required to deposit will depend upon which stage of appeal you are there in. Okay. So if at all, we are talking about appellant authority. Appellant authority means if at all superintendent is the adjudicating authority, joint commissioner is appellant authority. If the adjudicating authority is additional commissioner or joint commissioner, then commissioner appeals will be the appellant authority. Okay. If before this appellant authority, what is the pre-deposit you are required to make? 100% of the undisputed amount, 10% of the disputed amount. Let's say 10 crores is the show cause notice that is issued. You accepted 50%. You are fighting for balance 50. You are going to appeal. In this case, what is the accepted amount? Undisputed amount. In 10 crores, 50% means 5 crores. 5 crores is the undisputed amount. You accepted that. Pay that 100%, 5 crores. Plus, what is the disputed amount? 5 crores. In that, how much amount you need to pay as a pre-deposit? 10%. 5 crores into 10%. 50 lakhs, I think it will be. Gangu, is it 50? So 50 lakhs. So how much you are required to pay now? 5.5 crores. 5.5 crores less on the 5 crores interest plus any penalties required to be paid. Undisputed మీద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ పెనాల్టీ కట్టక్కర్లేదు. సారీ డిస్ప్యూటెడ్ మీద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ పెనాల్టీ కట్టక్కర్లేదు. అన్డిస్ప్యూటెడ్ మీద చూడండి, ట్యాక్స్, ఇంట్రెస్ట్, పెనాల్టీ, ఆల్ ద థింగ్స్ యువర్ రిక్వైర్డ్. ఎగ్జామ్లో మీరు అందరూ ఏం చేస్తారంటే ట్యాక్స్ మీద ఫోకస్ పెడతారు ప్రాబ్లం ఇచ్చినప్పుడు. ఒకవేళ పాయింట్ రిమైన్స్ సైలెంట్, దట్స్ ఓకే. బట్ క్వశ్చన్ లో పెనాల్టీలు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కూడా చెప్పారనుకోండి, ఆన్ ద అన్డిస్ప్యూటెడ్ అమౌంట్ 5 crores in our example, you are required to pay the interest at the rate of 18%. Penalty, any penalty is prescribed, you are required to pay the penalty also as a pre-deposit. But on the disputed amount, only you are required to pay the amount, tax amount only. That's it. If at all it is a CISO, then 25% is the pre-deposit amount. Instead of 10%, what is the pre-deposit amount you are required to make, ma? 25%. Okay, fine. So what is the maximum amount? 25 crores with respect to CGST, and it will be double for IGST. Okay, ma? This is mandatory for appeal admission. So these are the 3 boxes where in your CMA final or CA final, they are going to post the questions in appellant authority concept, ma. Rest of the things you can have a single reading and ignore that. These 3 points you need to keep more focus. Okay, ma? Are you clear about these 3 points? Any doubts are there in these 3 points, ma? A box lo on 3 points lo then still doubt in that. Any doubt, ma, in these 3 points? These things, okay, yeah. This one is not that required. Okay. This one is process, ma. That means you know you remember the process, na. First, actually, when you file the appeal, department may file the cross objection things, and adjournment can be given, and this appellant authority is having the power to confirm the order, modifying the order, annulling the order, like that. Some scrap will be there, and you can go through them later on, and you can understand them easily. So in this particular appellant authority concept, these are the areas you need to keep focus on the exam. And these things, if at all any theory question is asked, you need to write them. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ నేను చెప్పిన ఏరియా నుంచి అడుగుతారమ్మా. ఇంక ఇది థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ అవుతుంది. కింద ఇచ్చినటువంటి టేబుల్ నేను ఏదైతే ఉందో, ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఆల్ ఎనీ థియరీ, దట్ మీన్స్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాసెస్ ఆఫ్ అపీల్ బిఫోర్ అప్లైంట్ అథారిటీ అన్నాడు అనుకోండి, యూ నీడ్ టు రైట్ అబౌట్ దిస్ పర్టికులర్ టేబుల్. ఈ టేబుల్ రాయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఈ టేబుల్లోని మ్యాటర్. Sometimes ఎప్పుడైనా అడగచ్చు రేర్ అకేషన్స్ లో, వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాసెస్ బిఫోర్ అప్లైంట్ అథారిటీ, లైక్ దట్ ద క్వశ్చన్, a theory question is posed, then you need to write these things, ma. So they're easy to understand. There is no logics in that. Only mother is required, you can do that. Next one. Revisional authority, they're not asking that much, but I will tell you the overview regarding this. What is meant by revisional authority, first of all? Why this power of revisional authority was there? The revisional authority power is to curb the practice of corruption. That is the ultimate logic there. To curb the practice of corruption, this power of revisional authority was there. That means if the order is passed below commissioner ranked persons, it will be reviewed by commissioner. If the orders are education orders are passed by commissioner, they may be reviewed by Chief Commissioner Committee, Commissioners Committee. Those people will review the orders. Why? Subordinates may take the bribe and may have passed the judgment against to the revenue. And somebody is saying that this officer is so much corrupted. There are rumors that actually is earning more than his salary. Like that, in those cases, what the commissioner will do, let's say superintendent is there, is actually a corrupted person. So many issues or rumors are actually hearing about him. In that case, what the commissioner will do? He will randomly verify the orders that is passed by this superintendent. What the commissioners committee will do, ma? They will review the orders that are passed by their subordinates. After reviewing that, if at all they're against to the interest of revenue, if at all they're against to the department, that means blinders. So blinders are there. Blind mistakes are done there. then they can revise the orders. That one is known as revisional authority. So what the major purpose of revisional authority is to curb the practice of corruption. That means to have the feeling of corruption there. And corruption చేసేవాడికి భయం ఉండాలి కదా కొంత. That means our higher authority is having the power to revise everything. ఈ భయం ఉందనుకోండి, ఇప్పుడు బ్రైట్ తీసుకోవాలంటే కొంత భయపడతాడు. ఓకే తీసుకుంటే బట్ అట్లీస్ట్ the practice will be mitigated to the possible extent. So that's why this revisional authority will review the orders that are passed by their subordinates. Generally, commissioners committee will, what they will do, they will review the orders passed by their subordinates below the commissioner rank. If the orders are passed by commissioner, then chief commissioners committee will review them. Once they reviewed, if at all there is anything, see, if they find that order is prejudicial to the interest of the review, department against ga undi, illegal, improper, not taken into material facts, and due to observation of COG means with respect to government companies, this will come. Comptroller and Audit General of India, I think you know that. These are the cases where the power of revisional authority comes into scene. While reviewing the adjudicating orders that are passed by the subordinates, any interest, the departmental interest is affected, order is illegal. ఎందుకు ఇల్లీగల్ ఇంప్రాపర్ అంటే రెండు కూడా ఉంటాయి. బ్రైబ్ ఇవ్వలేదని హెరాస్ చేయడానికి కూడా ఆర్డర్ పాస్ చేసి ఉండొచ్చు. ఓకే, దోస్ థింగ్స్ ఇల్లీగల్. ఇల్లీగల్ ఆర్డర్ మీన్స్ లైక్ దిస్ ఆల్సో. కొంతమంది ఫెయిర్ గా ఉంటారు, ఐ విల్ నాట్ గివ్ యూ ద బ్రైబ్ అంటారు. సో దోస్ పీపుల్ వీళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, బ్రైబ్స్ కి అలవాటు పడి ఉంటారు బాగా. ఈ అలవాటు పడ్డప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు వాళ్ళు, దోస్ పీపుల్ వాంట్ టు హెరాస్ దిస్ పీపుల్. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తాడు, ఆర్డర్స్ పాస్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాడు వాడిని. అప్పుడు ఆ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్డర్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి కదా. దోస్ థింగ్స్ కమ్స్ అండర్ ఇల్లీగల్, ఇంప్రాపర్ అండ్ నాట్ టేకెన్ ఇన్ టు అకౌంట్ మెటీరియల్ ఫ్యాక్ట్స్. That means the data is available, but the subordinate overlook that particular information. ఈ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కనుక కన్సిడరేషన్ లోకి తీసుకొని ఉంటే, he may have give a different adjudication order. If at all this matter is known to him or he look into this particular matter, ఈ మ్యాటర్ ముందుగానే తెలుసుంటే different adjudication order may have been passed. అనుకున్న circumstances లో what they will do, what they will do, a revisional authority will review them and will ask them to go for appeal. చెప్తాను, ఓకే ఫైన్. సో ఎప్పుడు రివిజనల్ అథారిటీ సీన్ లోకి వస్తుంది సార్, ఆన్ దేర్ ఓన్ మోషన్. దట్ మీన్స్ ఆన్ దేర్ ఓన్ అండ్ ఆన్ దేర్ ఓన్. ఓకే, అపాన్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ రిసీవ్డ్, some bribes are taken, some people are harassing, like that. And upon the request from commissioner, let's say SGST commissioner has requested CGST commissioner to look after those things. In these three cases, the revisional authority will call and examine the recordings of that proceeding. Okay, ma. And based on that, see, who can be the revisional authority, ma? See, if the order is passed by additional commissioner or joint commissioner, commissioner or principal commissioner is a revisionary authority. If the order is passed by assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, superintendent, who is the revisional authority, ma? Additional commissioner or joint commissioner. If the order is passed by commissioner, then who is the authority then? Chief commissioner. Or principal chief commissioner. Like that, the hierarchy will be there. Okay. So, and this is the point they're asking in the theory, ma. అంటే రివిజనల్ అథారిటీ అంటే ఏంటో చెప్పాను, కానీ దీని మీద వాడు క్వశ్చన్ అడగట్లేదు మిమ్మల్ని. వాడు థియరీ క్వశ్చన్ ఎక్కడ పోస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాడు అంటే, వేర్ రివిజనల్ అథారిటీ కెనాట్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ద పవర్ ఆఫ్ రివిజన్. This question is posted in the exam. So on this area, they're asking the theory questions. No practical questions are being asked on this. Only a direct theory question they are posting. What are the cases where the revisional authority cannot exercise the power of revision? What are the cases? Appeal already filed before AA means appellant authority, AT means appellant tribunal, HC means High Court and Supreme Court. That means already that matter is pending before the court, then you cannot touch it. The matter is already before the court, then you don't have the right to touch that case until the case is disposed. That is the point. Next one. 6 months not expired or after 3 years expired, excluding the stay. 6 months not expired means, ఎందుకని revise చేయలేరు? Within 6 months, you're having the option to go to appeal. Just now I told you, that's అందుకనే ముందు ఇది రాస్తాను. ఫస్ట్ ఇది చెప్పాలంటే అర్థం అవ్వాలని ఈ టైం పీరియడ్స్ చెప్పింది మనం. సో డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కి టైం పీరియడ్ ఎంత అనుకున్నాం అప్పీల్కి వెళ్ళడానికి? 6 months కదా. So within 6 months, you're having the power to go to appeal. Na? When you're having the straightforward mechanism to go for appeal, then what is the need of revisional authority? Then shortcut. Don't use the shortcut. Highway is there now for you. So then why are you using the service road there? So that's why please go on highway. Because within 6 months, you're having the option to go for appeal. After 3 years expired means, in olden days, it was actually 3 years. ఎందుకంటామంటే demand order pass చేయడానికి 3 years అంటాం. ఇప్పుడు ఇది మారింది అనుకోండి. What is the time period now? Yesterday's session I told you 42 months is for show cause notice plus 18 months. So total 5 years అవుతుంది టెక్నికల్ గా ఇది. అంతే కదా? 42 plus 18. అంతే కదా? 42 months for show cause notice, 18 months for demand order. Total 60 months. It will be 5 years technically. Yesterday's session we had a discussion, Nama. Fine. So that one. So show cause notice time period is 42 months, and whereas the demand order time period is 12 months, extension of 6 months, total 18 months for demand order. That time period was expired, then you cannot go for revisional authority, the revisionary order. See, what is the difference between these two? Tell me, 3 and 4. Already revised earlier, revisional order. Both are same, na? రెండు చూడడానికి ఒకేలా ఉంటాయి కానీ ఎప్పుడు ఒకటి కాదు. What is the difference between 3 and 4? Both look like same, na? Okay, what is meant by fourth point there? Already revision అయిపోయింది కదా. Both are revisional authors only, na? That is the logic. Fine, very good. So, already revised it earlier. Already revised it earlier means already revised it by this person only earlier. Okay, I am the commissioner. Assistant commissioner passed the order, and actually I revised it previous. If I revised it previously, again the same person cannot revise it. That is point number 3. Okay, same person cannot revise it. Another commissioner can revise it. No, that is point number 4. Point number 3 says that if at all you are a revisional authority, you are the same person that revised it earlier, then you can't revise it for the second time by you. And fourth point says that already a revisional order is passed by somebody else, then you can't revise it once again. That is the fourth point. I think now you got the difference now. Third point by the same person. Fourth point by some other person. In both cases, you cannot revise the order. Next one. However, point which is not subject to appeal can be taken for revision till 1 year from the date of appeal or 3 years from the date of original order, whichever is latter. That means matter is pending before the court is a different matter. That means 2 parts are there, for example. So one part, so disputed amount you cannot touch. Undisputed amount is not before the court now. That amount you can revise. Which part is pending before the court, you cannot touch that for revision purpose. If at all the matter is not pending before the appellant authority, then you can revise those matters depending upon these time limits. This question can be asked as a theory partner. No practical questions going to be asked, a direct theory question will be asked. And next one is appellant tribunal. Appellant tribunal lone ikkada amendment vachindra. Idi 10% chesaru, 25 crores chesaru. Just I will show it to you. Just I will confirm. Just wait. Yeah. Where. Under the CGST, the maximum pre-deposit required appellant authority capped at 20 under the IGST 40 before the tribunal. Manaki paina kuda appellant authority దగ్గర what is the value cap there? 25 is it? Now it was revised to 20. With respect to IGST 50 is it? Now it is revised to 40. So whereas with respect to this one, where we are, with respect to appellant authority, what is the point that is there, 25 was reduced to 20, 50 was reduced to 40. Now, for appeals before appellant tribunal, the pre-deposit requirement has been reduced from 20 to 10% of the tax in the dispute, subject to a maximum of 20 under CGST and 40 in IGST. Previously it was 20%. Now it was reduced to 10%. So I think now change cheskunnarani anukuntunnanu. Now I'm moving to the material. Okay. Fine. So this is 20 now. IGST now. Now appeal to appellant tribunal. So with respect to SSC, what is the time limit to go to appeal, ma? What is the time limit to go to appeal? 3 months. Is it possible to extend it further? Yes, another 3 months. Total it will be 6 months. Form number APL 05. Same story, ma. You need to file within 7 days. Provisional acknowledgement, final acknowledgement, same story will be here also. A fee will be there. What is the fee that can be charged? For every 1,00,000 rupees, subject to a maximum of 25,000 is the fee. Pre-deposit, what is the pre-deposit now? 10% of the tax disputed, 100% of undisputed, and subject to a maximum of 20. My question is here, in addition to the 10, this 10 is required or అంటే ఇప్పుడు అప్లెంట్ అథారిటీ దగ్గర 10% ఉంది కదా, ఇన్ అడిషన్ టు ద 10%, దిస్ 10% or in total 10% what they are saying? In addition to that 10, this 10, it will be total now 20. Appellant authority 10% pre-deposit, plus in addition to that another 10% before appellate tribunal. Total it will be 10 plus 10, 20 it will be. Next one. Sir, department can also go to the tribunal. Yes. What is the time limit? 6 months. No pre-deposit is required for department. And memorandum of cross-objection. What is meant by memorandum of cross-objection, ma'am? Nothing but if someone appeals against order, court provides the respondent a chance to file cross-objection. అంటే మనం నార్మల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో చెప్పాలి అంటే కౌంటర్ కేసు ఇప్పుడు పోలీస్ స్టేషన్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు, మీకు ఇలాంటి అనుభవాలు తక్కువేమో, కొంతమందికి ఉంటుందేమో. మనం జనరల్ ఏం చేస్తాడంటే, మనం ఒకటి కొట్టాం, వాళ్ళు పోయి స్టేషన్లో మనమే కేసు పెడతాడు. పెట్టిన తర్వాత పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ మనం పిలుస్తారు. మనం ఉల్టా వాడు మనకి గెలికాడు, నన్ను కొట్టపోయాడు కాబట్టి సెల్ఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ లో కొట్టాను కేసు పెడతాం. దీన్ని కౌంటర్ కేసు అంటాం. మన భాషలో దాన్ని ఏమంటాం? కౌంటర్ కేసు అంటాం. దాన్ని కొంచెం ప్రొఫెషనల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో మెమరాండమ్ ఆఫ్ క్రాస్ అబ్జెక్షన్ అంట. ఫస్ట్ వాడు అప్పీల్కి వెళ్ళాడు, సార్ వాడు తప్పు చేశాడు సార్, ట్యాక్స్ కట్టమంటున్నాడు, వెళ్ళాడు. ఎస్సీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కూడా ఏం చేస్తాడు, లేదు సార్ వాడు అదవా ట్యాక్స్ కట్టాలి అయినా కట్టనంటున్నాడు, వీడు ఆర్గ్యుమెంట్ చెప్తాడు. దీన్ని మెమరాండమ్ ఆఫ్ క్రాస్ అబ్జెక్షన్ అంటాం. జనరల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో కౌంటర్ కేసు అంటాం. స్టేషన్ లో వాడు కేసు పెట్టినప్పుడు మనం తిరిగి వాడి మీద కేసు పెడతాం, మనమే కొట్టి మనమే కేసు పెడతాం. ఇండియాలో నడిచే కల్చర్. సో అలాంటప్పుడు దాన్ని ఏమంటారంటే కౌంటర్ కేసు అంటారు. ఓకే, ఆ కౌంటర్ కేసుని ఇక్కడ జిఎస్టీ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో మనం ఏమంటాము అంటే మెమరాండమ్ ఆఫ్ క్రాస్ అబ్జెక్షన్. సో వన్స్ లెట్స్ సే appeal was filed by SSC, then memorandum of cross objection can be filed by department. If the department goes for appeal, then memorandum of cross objection can be filed by SSC. That means respondent, that's why it's called as. Appeal ki vellevadu appellant, other party respondent, parties to the appeal. Appeal ki evadaithe veltunnado that person is known as appellant and other party is known as respondent. So when the appellant files the appeal, respondent will file the memorandum of cross objection. For that, what is the time limit? 45 days. Sir, is it possible to extend that? Yes, for another period of 45 days. With respect to tribunal, this point also sometimes they are testing. Refusal, appeal at discretion if the amount involved is less than 50. That means materiality level. If the tax amount involved therein is less than 50, it will waste the valuable time of the tribunal. That's why tribunal is having the right to whether to accept it or reject it if the value or the amount involved in the case is less than 50,000. Okay, ma. And he points already in chapter national bench, state bench. And remember, ma, how many members can be there in this state bench or national bench? 3 members will be there. Bench అంటే కేసు వినేటువంటి ప్యానెల్ అనమాట. బెంచ్ మీద కూర్చుంటారని కాదు వాళ్ళు. బెంచ్ అంటే మీనింగ్ వినే ప్యానెల్ ఆర్ కమిషన్, అదే పేరుతో పిలిచిన ప్యానెల్ లో ఎంతమంది మెంబర్స్ ఉంటారంట? 3 ఉంటారు. 2 జుడిషియల్ మెంబర్స్, 1 టెక్నికల్ మెంబర్. జుడిషియల్ మెంబర్ అంటే ఎవరు? టెక్నికల్ మెంబర్ అంటే ఎవరు? జుడిషియల్ మెంబర్ అంటే విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దట్ లీగల్ ప్రొసీడింగ్స్ ఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ ద బెటర్ ఐడియా. టెక్నికల్ మెంబర్ అంటే ఈస్ హ్యావింగ్ ద కాన్సెప్చువల్ క్లారిటీ ఆన్ ద లా. జుడిషియల్ మెంబర్ అంటే ప్రాసెస్, ఓకే నోటీస్ ఎలా ఇవ్వాలి, వచ్చినోడు అటెండెన్స్ ఎలా తీసుకోవాలి, తీసుకున్న ఎవిడెన్స్ కరెక్టా కాదా, దీన్ని ఎలా అని చూసేవాళ్ళు జుడిషియల్ మెంబర్స్. అసలు ముందు టెక్నికల్ గా ఈ సెక్షన్ కి ఇది అప్లై అవుతుందా లేదా, కాన్సెప్చువల్లీ స్ట్రాంగ్ పీపుల్ ఉంటారు. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డ్రివెన్ పీపుల్ ఉంటారు. సో ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డ్రివెన్ పీపుల్ అందరూ కూడా దేనికి ఎందుకు వస్తారమ్మా మనకి? జుడిషియల్ మెంబర్స్ కిందకు వస్తారు. టెక్నికల్ మెంబర్స్ అంటే దే ఆర్ కాన్సెప్చువల్లీ స్ట్రాంగ్. ఓకే, వెదర్ దిస్ షుడ్ బి డన్, దిస్ షుడ్ నాట్ బి. సో బేస్ టెక్నికల్ మెంబర్ అవుతాడమ్మా, వీడికి సపోర్టింగ్ వీళ్ళు ఉంటారు. అందుకని వాళ్ళు 2 ఉంటారు. best technical member will be there. Always technical is the king. So one technical member and one joint member, two judicial members will be there. Sir, అంతకన్నా తక్కువ మందితో కూడా మనం వినొచ్చా? Yes, with 2 members with approval of president. Where president will be there? In the national bench. Okay. Sir, 1 member bench కూడా ఉంటుందా? Yes, if the amount is involved is less than 5 lakhs and no question of law is involved. Generally, it should be heard by 3 members. But whereas 2 members can hear the case, yes, with the permission of president of national bench. Sir, even 1 member also can listen to the case, yes. Value involved therein is 5 lakhs and no question of law is involved. Okay. And if the order passed by this area bench, already I told you, matter can go to the High Court, State Bench to High Court. What is the time limit to go to High Court, ma? 180 days. High Court, Supreme Court was not asked in the exam that much, ma. But if you want to go to High Court, 100% of the amount must be pre-deposited. It can be asked in MCQs. Next one. This point sometimes tested in MCQs, ma. If the order is passed by national bench, the matter directly goes to Supreme Court, bypassing the High Court. If the order is passed by national bench, then what will happen, ma? The matter directly goes to Supreme Court. This is the point you need to remember. And advance ruling, the next concept will be, in this advance ruling, the points, what is meant by advance ruling first of all? What is meant by advance ruling, ma? Advance ruling. Before starting any business, before you want to expand the business, you want to know the tax implications. In order to avoid future litigations, then you will go to the particular departmental officer. The order that is passed by that particular departmental person is known as advance ruling. Okay, ma. So, what is the objective? See, this is the objective of advance ruling mechanism. To provide certainty in tax liability, reduce the litigation in transparent manner and inexpensive manner to do that. Attract foreign direct investments. Because foreigners, when they want to invest in India, they want to know the tax implications in future that are going to happen in future. Na? So that's why in order to attract the foreign direct investments also, this advance ruling concept was created. Advance ruling authorities will be of 2 types. One is authority of advance ruling. And if this authority of advance ruling order is not acceptable to you, you can go to appellant authority of advance ruling. Previously, it was not there. Since from 2 years or something, this concept was created, ma. Before 2 years, only authority of advance ruling was there, ma. But since from 2 years, if order passed by authority of advance ruling is not acceptable, now you can go to appellant authority of advance ruling. Okay. So decision provided by the authority to the applicant on the questions relating to them, it comes under advance ruling. On which questions you can go, ma? This is exhaustive list, ma. This is asked in the theory. This one is important for theory. This is exhaustive list. Exhaustive list means the questions list cannot be increased nor decreased. This is exhaustive list. You can't go beyond these questions for advance ruling. What are the questions, ma? Car list. I just put it the word as car list. Shortcut. C for classification. A for applicability of notification. R for registration required or not. L for liability of tax. I for IDC. S for supply or not. T for time and value of supply. Shortcut. Car list. With respect to the 7 questions only, you can go to the advanced ruling, ma. C for classification, whether it is a good or a service. A for applicability of notification, whether exemption applicable or not. And R for registration requirement is there or not. And L for how much tax am I required to pay, liability of tax. I for whether IDC is allowed or not. S for whether this transaction amounts to supply or not. And T for time and value of supply. But remember, place of supply matters cannot go to advanced ruling. Why, sir? Authority for advance ruling is a state authority. Authority for advance ruling is a state authority. If it all is a state authority, then those people cannot deal with which matters, ma? POS matters. That's why with respect to place of supply, you cannot go for advance ruling. And next one, this one is Namke Vaste. The powers of advance ruling authority will be treated as a civil court, ma. The powers that are there to the civil court, same powers are there to this authority for advanced ruling also. That one is known as ED cap. ED cap. E for examining on oath. D for discovery and inspection. C for inquiry commission issuing. And A for enforcing attendance. And P for production of books of accounts. These are the powers that are there to the court. Same type of powers will be there to this authority for advanced ruling also. Remember these shortcuts, more than easy to answer. One is car list and the powers are comes under ED cap. Okay. Sir, what questions cannot be raised before the advanced ruling? Questions already pending or decided. Already the matter is pending with respect to the same person. Again, the same question with respect to other organization cannot be asked. ఇప్పుడు మాస్టర్మైండ్స్ వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారమ్మా, గుంటూరుకి సంబంధించి అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్ మ్యాటర్ పెండింగ్ లో ఉంది. హైదరాబాద్ వాళ్ళు మళ్ళీ అప్లై చేయడానికి కుదరదుగా, రెండు డిస్టింక్ట్ పర్సన్స్ కదా. సో ఇన్ దట్ కేస్ ఆల్రెడీ ది మ్యాటర్ ఈస్ పెండింగ్ బిఫోర్ ద అథారిటీ ఫర్ అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్ ఆర్ డిసైడెడ్. అగైన్ ద మ్యాటర్ కెనాట్ గో టు అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ సప్లై. These are the matters you should remember, ma. And another one, this one is Namke Vaste, not that much important. Yeah, this one is important. They're asking in the exam. Applicability of advanced ruling. Sir, who is needed to be bind by that advanced ruling? Ever bind ayi undali. Binding only on the applicant and concerned jurisdictional officer. That means once advanced ruling was given for me, it is applicable for me only. Based on my advance ruling, Subbu cannot say that, sir, actually Rajshekhar is got that advance ruling. Department said that you are required to pay 12% only. I will also pay at 12%. No. Advance ruling is applicable to that person only. ఎందుకంటే person to person rules మారుతాయి కదా. Yes, Subbu? Fine. So based on this, that's why advance ruling is confined to that applicant only. Advance ruling is confined to that applicant only. And that officer only. ఆ జ్యూరిడిక్షన్ వరకే అది అప్లై అవుతుంది, ఆ అప్లికెంట్ కి వరకే అప్లై అవుతుంది. ఈ అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్ ని బేస్ చేసుకుని వేరే వాళ్ళు మళ్ళీ ఇది మాకు అప్లై అవ్వలేదని క్వశ్చన్ చేయలేరు. దట్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్. సార్, ఫర్ హౌ మచ్ పీరియడ్ దిస్ అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్ ఇస్ వ్యాలిడ్? వాట్ ఈస్ ద వ్యాలిడిటీ ఆఫ్ దిస్ అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్? దెర్ ఈస్ నో ఫిక్స్డ్ టైమ్ పీరియడ్ until based on which law, based on which rules, which regulations, which legal provisions the advance ruling was given. Until it changes, it remains valid. అంటే ఏ గ్రౌండ్ బేస్ చేసుకుని అయితే నీకు అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్ ఇచ్చి ఉంటారో ఆ లీగల్ గ్రౌండ్స్ చేంజ్ అవ్వనంత వరకు అడ్వాన్స్ రూలింగ్ విల్ రిమైన్ వ్యాలిడ్. వన్స్ లీగల్ గ్రౌండ్స్ చేంజెస్, ఇట్ బికమ్స్ ఇన్వాలిడ్. దిస్ ఇస్ అనదర్ వన్ దే ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు దిస్ మా. అండ్ నౌ విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు అఫెన్సెస్ అండ్ పెనాల్టీస్ మా. సో విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు అఫెన్సెస్ అండ్ పెనాల్టీస్, the important ones are here the majorly you need to under 122 లో points ఉంటాయి. Just you need to remember them. 2-star IDC CFO. That means 122 says that there are few cases which are treated as offenses as per 122(1). If those offenses occurs, this is the penalty you are required to pay. There are certain circumstances which are treated as offenses as per 122(1). If those offenses occurs, this is the penalty you are required to pay. Further, I just gave you a shortcut. 2-star IDC CFO. 2-star means 2 S 2 times, P 2 times, A 2 times, R 2 times, like that. IDC also like that. CFO is single. So why 2-star? 2S means what is the first S? Supply without invoice. What is the second S? Suppressing the turnover. And 2 T's. T for TDS. Another T for TCS. Next, A for what is that? Attached goods, ma. A for attached goods. That means seized goods. Okay. Next, R for registration requirements, ma. Failure to obtain the registration, furnishing the false details to registration, invoice, issuing invoice using other parties' registration. And another R, refund. And this is 2-star ITC. First I for issue of invoice without supply. Another IDC. 2 T's. First T, transporting the goods. Another T, tampering the evidence. And after that, 2C, confiscation. Next C, collecting the tax. Another C, contravention of section 20 ISD. And CFO, C for Sorry, C for చెప్ప F for falsifies financial records or financial information over affects officer on duty. అంటే CFO నేమో సింగిల్ వస్తుందమ్మా, రిమైనింగ్ అన్ని మనకి డబుల్ వస్తాయి. సో దట్స్ వై 2-star ITC CFO. If any of these offenses occurs, what is the penalty you are required to pay, ma? 10,000 rupees or the tax amount involved therein, whichever is higher. And what does this 122(1A) deals with? SIC. That means person who causes, person who benefited. అంటే ఇదేం లేదురా, ఈ 122(1A) క్రియేట్ చేసింది మన కోసం, CMAల కోసం. అంటే 122(1) will punish the taxable person, but there is no punishment for us till now. Before some 1 year, this was before 1 year, this 122(1A) was created to punish CS and CMAs. The person who helped in that, who got the benefit, buyers. అమ్మినోడే కాదు, కొన్నాడు కూడా పనిష్మెంట్ ఉండాలి కదా. అందుకని who are benefited, buyers, and who helped them, consultants. For them also punishment is there. చూడండి మనకి ఎక్కువ పనిష్మెంట్ ఉంది. What is the penalty you are required to pay? The amount of tax involved therein. వాడికన్నా 10,000 అన్నారు, మనం డైరెక్ట్గా ఏం చెప్పారు, how much tax amount that was involved, equivalent amount of penalty must be paid. So 122(1A) is designed to curb the practice of the professionals. Next one, 122 subsection 2, where offense committed. Let us see, 2 points are there, ma. Here they will see whether it is intentional or unintentional. That means the cases are there in 122(1). That is a 2-star CFO. But sometimes they may happen unintentionally, then punishment will be little bit lesser. 10% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. If at all it was done intentionally, then 100% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. Whatever the offense is, 2-star ITC CFO is there, na? If at all they are done unintentionally, what is the penalty that will be levied, ma? 10% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. If at all those things are done intentionally, then what is the penalty, ma? 100% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. 122(3) generally will not be asked that much. 123 is not that much. 124, 125 they are asking, ma. అప్పుడప్పుడు అడుగుతున్నారు దీని MCQలో. General penalty, where no other penalty can be levied, then by using by section 125, a penalty of up to 25,000 can be levied. This is 125 general penalty, ma. Next one, 126 they are going to ask in the theory part, ma. So after the break, we'll have a discussion on this. I think hardly it will take another half an hour, max to max. Half an hour కూడా ఉండదు. చెప్పేసి క్లోజ్ చేయనా? లాస్ట్కి వచ్చేసాంగా సార్ చెప్పినా క్లోజ్ చేద్దాం, లాగండి. Okay, what does this 126 deals with, ma? That means general rules relating to penalty. That means whenever department wants to levy any penalty, it must follow the guidelines that are prescribed in section 126. First one, minor breaches of less than 5,000. ప్రతి తప్పుకి ఒకటే పనిష్మెంట్ ఉండదుగా. చిన్న పావునైనా పెద్ద కర్రతో కొట్టాలి అన్న రూల్ ఇక్కడ అప్లై చేయకూడదు. మిస్టేక్ చేశాడు, చిన్న మిస్టేక్ అనుకో, దట్స్ ఓకే. But what is the materiality level that was fixed for that? 5,000. If the amount involved therein is, tax amount involved therein is less than 5,000, no penalty will be there. Minor breaches they are called as. On procedural requirement, no penalty can be there. What is the procedural requirement? Let's say, while the goods are moving from one place to another place, then a DC must be issued. Then for DC, definitely you can't levy the penalty. It is a procedural aspect. Procedural aspects లో ఏదైనా మిస్టేక్స్ ఉంటే you can ask him to correct. So there is no need to levy the penalty, na? You need to apply for something. You need to give the reply for show cause notice. Show cause notice ki reply ఇవ్వాలి, ఇవ్వలేదు. There is a lapse in procedural aspect. In that case, ask him to rectify. Why to levy the penalty? That is the point. Next one. In case of document error apparent on the face without fraudulent intention. That means mistakes can be divided into 2 types, ma. One is latent defect and second one is patent defect. What is meant by patent defect? The mistake that can be easily identified is known as patent defect. The mistake that can be identified only by digging and in-depth verification, it is known as latent defect. Okay, patent defects, generally penalty is not required. 2 ఎంత మనం అనుకున్నాం నిన్న, 4 అన్నాడు వాడు. 4 బదులుగా వాడు ఏం చేశాడు, బై మిస్టేక్ 22 అన్నాడు. సో ఓకే, అది చూడగానే అర్థం అవుతుంది. సమ్ టైమ్స్ రాంగ్ అర్థమెటికల్ ఎర్రర్స్ కెన్ బి దేర్. సో దట్స్ వై ఇన్ దోస్ కేసెస్ ఆస్క్ హిమ్ టు రెక్టిఫై. దర్ ఇస్ నో నీడ్ ఫర్ పెనాల్టీ. బట్ లేటెంట్ డిఫెక్ట్స్ ఆర్ డేంజరస్. ఇప్పుడు హార్ట్స్ కొనాలనుకుంటున్నాం, హార్ట్స్ కి 3 కాళ్ళు ఉన్నాయి. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ పేటెంట్ డిఫెక్ట్. హార్ట్ లో డిసీజ్ ఉంది, latent defect. We need to dig the information. Right? So, patent defect. What is meant by this patent defect, ma? The mistake that can be rectified easily, no penalty. Latent defects, penalty can be levied. Next one. Penalty depends upon degree and severity of breach. And anni rogaలకు ఒకటే మందు ఉండదుగా. If the breach is more, penalty is more. Breach is less, penalty is less. No penalty without show cause notice and opportunity of being heard. తెలిసిందే. స్పెసిఫై. అదే విధంగా యూ నీడ్ టు టెల్ హిమ్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ విచ్ గ్రౌండ్ యూఆర్ పనిషింగ్ హిమ్. అంటే మన పనిష్మెంట్ ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలంటే ముందుగా చెప్పాలి వాళ్ళకి, అరే ఎదవా నువ్వు ఏదో పని చేసావు, ఏదో పని చేయడం వల్ల నాకు గాలింది, నాకు కాలడం వల్ల నేను ఈ యాక్షన్ తీసుకున్నాను. ఈ మీద చెప్పలేదు అనుకో, వాళ్ళు ఏం తప్పు చేశారో తెలియదు కదా వాళ్ళకి. దట్స్ వై వాట్ ఈస్ ద థింగ్ వీ నీడ్ టు డూ మా, వీ నీడ్ టు స్పెసిఫై ద థింగ్స్. నెక్స్ట్ వన్, వాలంటరీ డిస్క్లోజర్ కన్సిడర్డ్ యాజ్ మిటిగేటింగ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్. కొన్ని సందర్భాలు తప్పు చేస్తుండొచ్చు, వాడే వాలంటరీగా ఒప్పుకున్నాడు, మనం అడగల. సార్ నేను ఇలా నిన్న బై మిస్టేక్ ఇలా తప్పు చేశాను, ఇలా నాకు తెలియకుండా ఆ సర్కమ్స్టాన్సెస్ లో ఆ మిస్టేక్ జరిగిపోయింది అని వాలంటరీగా వాళ్ళే డిస్క్లోజ్ చేశారనుకోండి, దెన్ ఓకే పనిష్మెంట్ ఉంటుంది, బట్ లెస్ పనిష్మెంట్ విల్. చెప్పినంత మాత్రం వదిలేస్తేట రెండోసారి మళ్ళీ నీకు వాల్యూ ఉండదుగా. ఓకే వాలంటరీగా నువ్వు డిస్క్లోజ్ చేస్తుండొచ్చు, బట్ వాలంటరీ డిస్క్లోజర్ వాట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్ మా, విల్ రిడ్యూస్ పెనాల్టీ, బట్ పెనాల్టీ విల్ బి దేర్. దట్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్. But this provision will not be applicable if there is a fixed sum penalty. కొన్ని తప్పులకి మాత్రం ఫిక్స్డ్ గా ఉంటుంది పనిష్మెంట్. అలాంటి అప్పుడు ఈ జనరల్ రూల్స్ అప్లై అవుతాయో మనకి, నో జనరల్ రూల్స్ విల్ బి అప్లికబుల్. ఇట్స్ అ పాయింట్. నెక్స్ట్ వన్ 129 అమ్మా. What does 29 deals with? Seizure. Goods can be, what is the difference between seizure and confiscation? What is the difference between seizure and confiscation, ma? 129 deals with seizure, 130 deals with confiscation. What is the difference between these two? One seizure deals with, if the physical possession is only transferred to the department, it is known as seizure. Along with physical possession, the ownership is also shifted to government, it is known as confiscation. Only the physical possession is going to be shifted, it is called as seizure of the goods. Along with physical possession, the ownership is also going to be transferred to the government. It is called as confiscation. Very good, fine. Fine. So whereas with respect to this 129, what does 129 deals with, ma? Seizure of the goods. So when the goods can be seized, ma? When the goods can be seized? See, when the person transports or stores the goods while in transit in violation of the law. That means if the goods are in transit, seizure will come into scene. While the goods are in transit, what will be there, ma? Seizure will come into scene. Sir, what can be seized? Goods, documents, conveyance, everything can be seized. In violation of the act, what are the goods you are transporting? In violation of the act, what are the goods you are storing? Those goods, those documents, those conveyance can be seized. Okay. Sir, once goods are seized, is it possible to get them back? Once the conveyance is seized, is it possible to get them back? Yes, by paying a fine. Sir, how much is the fine we are required to pay? If the owner comes forward, yes, I am the person who is the owner of those goods. Just like KGF law or the gold cost. What it is called as seizure of gold was there, and that Raki Bhai comes and will take it, na? I fine that but generally you need to pay that. But Raki Bhai will not pay the fine, he will pay the fine in different manner. He paid, na? Peddamaki చెప్పి పెద్దమ్మతో పే చేయించినట్టున్నాడు ఫైన్ అక్కడ. పెద్దమ్మేనా? సో పెద్దమ్మకి చెప్పి పే చేయించినట్టు, దాని పేరు అదే కదరా, వెపన్ పేరు వాడు దానిలో ఫైన్. సో జస్ట్ లైక్ దట్. సో బట్ ఇఫ్ ఓనర్ కమ్స్ ఫార్వర్డ్, that one belongs to me, then what is the penalty they are required to pay, ma? If at all they are taxable goods, 200% of the tax as a penalty. If at all they are exempted goods, 2% or 25,000, whichever is lower. If he pays that penalty, the goods can be released. And owner does not come forward. That means owner identity is not disclosed. Then See, what is the penalty you are required to pay? Taxable goods, 50% of value of the goods, ma. Whereas previously only 200% of the tax. Owner comes forward. If the owner does not comes forward, సినిమాలో విలన్ చెప్తాడు కదా, అరే మర్యాదగా బయటకు వస్తే వీళ్ళు బతికిపోతారంటాడు. అలా బయటకు వచ్చాడు అనుకో, ఒకరిని చంపేస్తాడు. రాబోతే టపటప కలుస్తూ ఉంటాడు కదా విలన్. డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కూడా విలన్ లాంటిది. ఓనర్ వచ్చాడు అనుకోండి ముందుకి, నేను తప్పు చేశాను. వాట్ ఈస్ ద పెనాల్టీ యు ఆర్ రిక్వైర్డ్ టు పే? 200% of the tax. Owner does not comes forward. 50% of the value of the goods or 200% of the tax, whichever is higher. Next one. Exempted goods అయితే same. 2% బదులుగా 5% of the value or 25,000, whichever is less. Next one is confiscation. When the goods can be confiscated, these are the 5 grounds where the confiscation can be ordered. I told you the difference between seizure and confiscation. Seizure means possession is going to be shifted. Confiscation means along with possession, what will be done, ownership. So what are the 5 cases or grounds? So 2 race, actually we just wrote there. That means, what is the first one there, supply or receipt. A receipt of the goods. And the goods nu sale chesna, purchase chesna. The seller దగ్గరేనా, buyer దగ్గరేనా confiscate చేయొచ్చు అని. Taxable supply by unregistered person. You are required to take the registration, but you are not taking the registration, but still making the taxable supply. Then that particular goods can be confiscated. Failure to account for taxable goods, that means falsifying the accounts. Use of conveyance for illegal transport, smuggling the goods, and you are having the intention to avoid the payment of tax. These are the 5 circumstances where the goods as well as conveyance can be confiscated. Sir, ఇది 130 ప్రకారం పెనాల్టీ లెవీ చేస్తారా? Yes, this is in addition to 122. 122 అంటే పైన ఉంది కదా, ఇది 2-star ITC CFO. Along with those penalties, this 129 as well as 130 penalty should also be paid. అంటే 122 కట్టారు కదా అని 129, 130 నుంచి penalty నుంచి we can't escape, man. Even though you paid 122 penalty, still you are required to pay either as per 129 or 130 also. Next one. Conveyance exemption. Not confiscated. Right. So conveyance exemption. What is this conveyance exemption, ma? Not confiscated if the owner proves lack of knowledge. అంటే ట్రాన్స్పోర్టర్ ఇన్నోసెంట్. సార్ నాకు తెలియదు సార్, లోపలన్నీ కూడా ఫ్లవర్స్ ఉన్నాయని చెప్పారు, తెర చూస్తే కనుక ఫ్లవర్స్ కావు, సో ఆ గంజాయి ప్యాకెట్లు నా చెవిలో ఫ్లవర్ పెట్టారని ఇప్పుడు నాకే తెలిసింది అన్నాడు. You don't know that. If you prove that you are not guilty of misconduct, then that's okay. But owner must provide the evidence. Vehicle owner must provide the evidence. Sir, what is the confiscation fine? Sodama, what is the fine? What is the maximum fine? Market value minus GST. Then goods వదిలేయచ్చు. With respect to confiscation, what is the penalty you are required to pay? Market value of the goods minus GST. How much amount that will be there? That is the fine. And what is the minimum fine? 100% of the tax. ఇంకోటి ఆప్షన్ ఇవ్వాలా వద్దా అనేది డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఇస్తుంది కూడా. Whether to give that particular option or not, it depends upon department. Right. Direct invocation. పాత రోజుల్లో ఎలా ఉండేదంటే రమ్మా, ఫస్ట్ 129 order must be passed, then only section 130 order shall be passed. First the goods must be seized, then only they can be confiscated. But now law made the bypass there. That means without invoking 129 order, straight away you can jump to 130. ఒకప్పుడు సీజ్ చేసిన తర్వాతే కాన్ఫిస్కేట్ చేయాలి, ఇప్పుడు అలా అక్కర్లేదు. సీజ్ చేయకపోయినా డైరెక్ట్ గా నువ్వేం చేయొచ్చు, కాన్ఫిస్కేట్ చేయొచ్చు. దట్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్. సో ఓనర్ మే ఫైన్ tax payable on the goods to avoid the confiscation must be paid within 3 months. అంటే సార్ వెహికల్ ఓనర్ మరి పరిస్థితి ఏంటి సార్, లారీ తీసుకెళ్లాలంటే పరిస్థితి ఏంటి? గూడ్స్ గురించి చెప్పారు, లారీ తీసుకెళ్ళాలి, వాడు ఏం చేయాలమ్మా? 100% ఆఫ్ ద ట్యాక్స్ మస్ట్ బి పెయిడ్ యాజ్ పెనాల్టీ విత్ ఇన్ 3 months. ఒకవేళ చేయలేదు అనుకోండి, ఇఫ్ ద అమౌంట్ ఈస్ నాట్ పెయిడ్ విత్ ఇన్ 3 months, goods as well as conveyance may be auctioned by the department and no further extension will be given. Strict timeline will be enforced. And punishments you can see, ఇవేం లేదు. కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో ఏం చేస్తారంటే, అలాంగ్ విత్ 122 పెనాల్టీ ప్రాసిక్యూషన్ విల్ ఆల్సో బి దేర్. అంటే ఇక్కడ లిస్ట్ నేను ఏదైతే ఇచ్చానో ఈ లిస్ట్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి అడాప్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం, 2-star CFO IDC లిస్ట్ లో కొంత లిస్ట్ మళ్ళీ షార్ట్ లిస్ట్ చేస్తారు. చేసి వాటి విషయంలో అలాంగ్ విత్ పెనాల్టీ imprisonment will also be there అంటారు. అది ఆ లిస్ట్. సో యూ కెన్ స్టడీ ఆన్ యువర్ ఓన్. 2-star IDC CFO లిస్ట్ లో ఏవైతే పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నాయో వాటిల్లో కొన్ని పాయింట్స్ తీసుకొచ్చి 132లో పెడతారు. ఇవి కొత్త పాయింట్స్ కావు. 122 లో 2-star IDC CFO లో పాయింట్స్ ఒక 20 ఏమో ఉన్నాయి కదా, ఆ 20లో ఒక 10 ఏమో తీసుకొచ్చి ఏం చేస్తారు మన వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ దీనిలో మెన్షన్ చేస్తారు. ఆ 20 ఏమో ఏది మెన్షన్ చేసి దాంతో పాటుగా ఇక్కడ ఏది కూడా ఉందని చెప్తారమ్మా, ప్రాసిక్యూషన్. అది ఎంత అనేది, ఎంత అమౌంట్ ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయిందో దాని మీద డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంటుంది. యూ కెన్ స్టడీ ఆన్ యువర్ ఓన్. That's it. There ends this part. After the break, we'll see the customs. Where seeing is in customs is valuation. So what is the section number that deals with valuation? 14. In that section 14, there are two subsections, 14.1 and 14.2. Just like in our GST, 15.1 is there, 15.5 is there. 15.1 deals with normal taxable values. 15.5 deals with special valuation rules. Just like special valuation rules are there in 15.5, here 14 subsection 2 tariff value was there. So whenever department notifies, department means here CBIC notifies tariff value, that tariff value will override 14 subsection 1. What is meant by the word tariff value, first of all? Tariff value means notional taxable value. What is meant by the word tariff value? Notional taxable value. For example, take the example of biscuits. Let's take the example. Subbopundu నాకు ఇచ్చింది డార్క్ ఫ్యాంటసీ అది. Fine. బాగా గుర్తుపెట్టుకున్నాను ఇప్పుడు. I love that. So with respect to that dark fantasy, let us take the example that each box 30 rupees. Generally it will cost 30 rupees. Generally small. So with respect to 30 rupees, let us assume that the government notified tariff value of some 70% on that. 70% tariff value on biscuits. In that case, what is the taxable value for the customs then? So 30 rupees into 70%, it will be 21. 30 rupees into 70%, 21 rupees will be the taxable value. That means whenever the department notifies the tariff value, it is called as notional taxable value. So whenever tariff value was notified, it will override the entire section 14.1. If tariff value was not notified, in those cases, what will be applicable? 14.1 will be applicable. As per 14.1, taxable value is equal to transaction value if these 4 conditions are satisfied. What is the point, As per 14 subsection 1, taxable value is equal to transaction value if the following 4 conditions are satisfied. What are those 4 conditions? First one, it must be sale. Second one, place of delivery is equal to place of importation. Third one, unrelated persons. Fourth one, price is the sole consideration. If all these 4 conditions are satisfied, taxable value is equal to transaction value. First one, it must be a sale. Second one, place of delivery is equal to place of importation. Third one, buyer seller should be unrelated persons. And fourth one, price is the sole consideration. Price is the sole consideration. If all these 4 conditions are satisfied, taxable value is equal to transaction value. Sir, if the transaction is a sale, then only 14.1 is applicable. That's okay. Other than sale, also importation can be done. Yes, it may be a stock transfer from the holding company to subsidiary, or it may be given as a gift. In those cases also, it is called as import, but 14.1 will not be applied. In order to apply 14.1, the transaction must be a sale. Second one, where should be the place of delivery? Place of delivery is equal to place of importation. Place of delivery is equal to place of importation. What is meant by place of importation? Place of importation means customs station. What is the second condition, Place of delivery is equal to place of importation. What is meant by place of importation? Customs station. What is meant by the word customs station? It depends upon mode of transport. If at all it is a sea route, customs port. If at all it is a air route, customs airport. If at all it is a land route, land port will not be there. It is called as land custom station. Okay, ma? Place of delivery is equal to place of importation. What is meant by the word place of importation? Custom station. What is meant by the word custom station? It depends upon the mode of the transport. It depends upon the mode of the transport. So, with respect to that, what is the point there, ma? So, custom station means if it already is sea route, customs port, air route, customs airport, land route, customs land customs station. If the goods are imported at those places, then only 14.1 will be applicable. Third one, buyer seller shall be unrelated. Sir, when the buyer and seller are treated as related persons, sir, when the buyer and seller are treated as related persons, ma'am, these are the cases where the buyer and seller are related persons. That means just like supply, but instead of 25%, 5% will come into scene. Rest of the points are copy paste from supply definition in GST, just like that. So common directors, partners, employer and employee, same family members, both of them are controlled by a third person or controls a third person, one of them controls the other, or any person is having in GST it is 25%, here it is 5%. Rest of the points are same as in GST. Nothing will change. In all these cases, the persons are treated as related persons. In all these cases, persons are treated as related persons. Okay. If at all they are related, 14.1 is applicable? No. Instead of that, what will be applicable, ma? Valuation rules will come into scene. Instead of that, what will be applicable, ma? Valuation rules will come into scene. Okay, fine. So buyer seller shall be unrelated persons, ma. Okay. And fourth one, price is the sole consideration. What is meant by price is the sole consideration? Whatever the consideration that is moving from buyer to the seller, it should be quantified in terms of money. Then only it is called as price is the sole consideration. What is the difference between GST and this definition? In GST, the consideration must be 100% in money. But here I am saying that it can be quantified in terms of money, then also it is the price is the sole consideration. అమ్మా జిఎస్టీలో మనీ రూపంలో వస్తేనే ప్రైస్ ఇస్ ద సోల్ కన్సిడరేషన్ అవుతుంది. కానీ కస్టమ్స్ లో మనీ రూపంలో దాన్ని క్వాంటిఫై చేయగలిగిన ప్రైస్ ఇస్ ద సోల్ కన్సిడరేషన్. ఐ థింక్ నౌ యూ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. ఇన్ జిఎస్టీ 100% in money, then only price is the sole consideration. In customs, if it can be quantified in terms of money, then also price is the sole consideration. This is the fourth one. Got the difference, ma? If all these four conditions are satisfied, taxable value is equal to transaction value. What are those four conditions? It must be a sale. Place of delivery is equal to place of importation. What is meant by place of importation? Custom station. What is meant by custom station? Depends upon mode of transport. Sea route, customs port. Air route, customs airport. Land route, land customs station. And buyer and seller should be unrelated persons. Price is the sole consideration. If all these 4 points are satisfied, then taxable value is equal to transaction value. Sir, if any one of these conditions are not satisfied, then valuation rules will be applicable. If any one of these conditions are not satisfied, in those cases, what will be applicable, ma? Valuation rules will come into scene. Okay, ma, fine. So with respect to that, just okay. Sir, with respect to simple point, ma, imported goods, what is the transaction value? The taxable value is known as CAF value. With respect to imports, we are required to pay the customs duty on CF value. With respect to exports, we are required to pay the customs duty on FOB value. What is meant by CAF? Cost includes insurance and freight. What is meant by FOB value? Free on board. With respect to imports, you are required to pay the customs duty on CAF value. With respect to exports, you are required to pay the customs duty on FOB value. Okay, fine. What is meant by CF and what is meant by FOB, we will see. Let's say, with respect to US, ma, if you purchase the goods at the factory of the seller there in US, that is known as ex-factory price. If the buyer goes there and purchases the item at the seller's premises, that price is known as ex-factory price. Okay, goods are purchased here. Those goods must be moved from factory to foreign port area. Na? A goods ni factory నుంచి port area కి తీసుకురావాలి కదా. For that, you will incur local freight and you need to pay some local taxes. But ex-factory price plus local freight within US plus local taxes within US. If we add all the three, we will get FAS free alongside. Okay, now the goods are there at port area. Port area lo undi chapatlu kodithe ship loki vellipothaya. What is the thing we need to do? We need to load them into the ship. Those loading charges, any export duty, if at all needed to be paid, if we paid FAS plus those loading charges plus export duty, all together it is called as FOB, on board. So with respect to exports, you are required to pay the customs duty on FOB. Okay. The goods that now reach the ship. Then the goods must come from US to India. Na? For that, you need to pay transport, freight charges. Na? Being ocean is unpredictable. Na? That's why insurance is also needed. Na? It is mandatory. Na? That's why for that FOB, the freight from foreign to India and insurance are added. It is known as CF value. Cost includes insurance and freight. With respect to imports, we are required to pay the customs duty on CF value. With respect to exports, we are required to pay the customs duty on FOB value. This is the point. Now understood what is meant by FOB and what is meant by CF ma? FOB value means free on board. Exports, we are required to pay the customs duty on FOB value. Imports, we are required to pay the customs duty on CF value. Okay, ma'am? Fine. These are the valuation rules. So just now I told you if 14.1, any one of those conditions are not satisfied, in those cases, valuation rules will come into scene. As per valuation rules, there will be 13 rules, ma, but in exam, hardly 5 to 6 rules they are going to ask. Majorly, they are going to ask only rule 10 only. Because in till now, whatever the exams I observed, only rule 10 based problems are asked. Only 0.1% occasions, either rule 4 or rule 5 is going to be asked. Rest of the things are naam ke vaste, they may be asked in theory part, if at all they want to ask. With respect to customs valuation problems, they are asking only based on rule number 10. In very, very, very rare occasions, they are going to ask either rule number 4 or 5, identical or similar goods. Rest of the things they are going to ask in theory part only. This is the story. And this is the way how we need to see them. See, first, this is the way. First, we will start with rule number 3. As per rule number 3, assessable value is equal to transaction value subject to rule 12 and rule 3. Rule 3 prakaram, assessable value is equal to transaction value. Epudu, rule 12 as well as rule 3.2, both are satisfied. Got the point, ma? As per rule number 3, assessable value is equal to transaction value when rule 12 as well as rule 3.2 are satisfied. What does rule 12 will say? Because customs is also based on self-assessment. Na? That's why whatever the value you may declare on imported goods, they may or may not be correct. Na? If at all it is correct, well and good. If at all it is incorrect, then department should have the right to reject that term. That right to the customs department will be there under rule number 12. When the proper officer shall not have any doubt as to the truth and accuracy of the declared value, he will say, yes, we can proceed further, import further formalities. If at all he feels that the value declared by you may not be correct, he is having every right to reset. Okay, sir. Rule 12 gives customs authorities either to accept or reject the transaction value that is declared by the importer. If rule 12 is, that means departmental officer accepted that, then you need to go to rule 3.2. If rule 3.2 conditions are also satisfied, then assessable value is equal to transaction value plus rule 10 adjustments. What is the procedure? As per Rule 12, Customs Department accepted your declared value. Then you need to go to Rule 3.2. If Rule 3.2 conditions are also satisfied, then taxable value is equal to transaction value plus Rule 10 adjustments. Okay, what are Rule 3.2 conditions? The sale must be unrestricted sale. The sale must be unrestricted sale. That means there should not be any restrictions within India how the goods are going to be sold. Statutory restrictions are okay. Means if at all you are importing cigarettes, then the one statutory warning will be there. No, what is that warning? What is that? Tobacco causes cancer. Huh? That is the thing. Huh? Okay, fine. With respect to liquor, drinking of alcohol is injurious to health. Huh? Fine. So yes, that's why these are called as statutory restrictions. Ma. These are called as statutory restrictions. Fine. So statutory restrictions. Label. Fine. So whereas with respect to this one, unrestricted sale. What is meant by this unrestricted sale, ma'am? There should not be any restrictions that are attached to that, ma'am. So there should not be any restrictions for the goods that are going to be sold within India. But statutory restrictions are allowed or not allowed, ma'am? Definitely they are allowed. Like what the people like is more the restrictions, I mean to say, with respect to liquor and with respect to tobacco, with respect to cigarettes. So everybody wants to see the statutory restrictions. Nah? Those restrictions are definitely valid. Fine. Second one is unconditional sale. That means it is not saying that conditions should not be there. Conditions can be there. Those conditions should be quantified in terms of money. The law does not say that there should not be any conditions. Yes, there can be some conditions, but those conditions must be quantified in terms of money. If those conditions cannot be quantified in terms of money, then Rule 3.2 will not be applicable. Next one. Sharing of subsequent sale proceeds, if any, shall be quantifiable. That means there is agreement there. Okay, the sale price is $5 plus on the Indian sale price, 10 rupees. Sorry, 10%. But what is the Indian sale price was not specified in the agreement. Then what is the subsequent Indian sale proceeds? Can it be quantified at the time of importation? No, because we don't know at what price we are going to sell it. That's why in that case, Rule 3.2 is not satisfied. But if the agreement says like this, $5 plus on the Indian sale price of 250, 10%. Then at the time of importation itself, you know what is the Indian sale price, that is 250. On the 10%, it is 25. That means subsequent sale proceeds can be quantified in terms of money or not? Yes. In that case, Rule 3.2 is satisfied or not? Yes. Fourth one, unrelated common point, which is there in previous. If all these 4 points are satisfied, then what is the next step now? Assessable value is equal to transaction value plus Rule 10 adjustments. Assessable value is equal to transaction value plus Rule 10 adjustments. That is the point. Okay, fine. Then if department rejected your value, then what is the position? That means Rule 12 itself is not satisfied. Then these valuation rules will come into in a sequence. Either Rule 12 is not satisfied or Rule 3.2 is not satisfied. Either Rule 12 or Rule 3.2 is not satisfied, then valuation rules will come into scene. As per the valuation rules, what is the first valuation rules we need to apply? Rule number 4. What does rule number 4 says? Transaction value of identical goods. If identical goods are not available, in that case, what we should go by? Rule number 5, similar goods. If similar goods are also not available, then what we should go by? Rule number 7, deductive value. Rule number 8, computed value. Sir, what about rule number 6, sir? Rule number 6 simply says that Instead of applying rule number 7, directly we can jump to rule number 8. Instead of applying rule number 7, straight away we can jump to rule number 8. In those cases, instead of applying deductive value, straight away we can jump to computed value. That is only the thing rule 6 says. And what does rule number 7 says? Deductive value means just like reverse cost sheet model. That means from the Indian retail sale price, we will have to deduct 3 deductions. We have to deduct 3 points, like Indian taxes, Indian transportation, Indian profit margin, and general expenses that are there. We need to deduct them. Then what is the price we will arrive? It is known as taxable value. Okay, ma. And if deductive value is also not acceptable, then we should go by rule number 8. Computed value, it deals with cost sheet model. That means whatever the cost data that is available, that is the raw material cost, further processing cost, local taxes, local expenses, by adding them, we will arrive for the sale price. On that, we are required to pay the customs duty. This is rule number 8. If rule number 8 also fails, we should go by rule number 9, residual rule. So this is the entire story with respect to valuation rules we should see. Yes, no, ma'am. So this is the first point here, ma. Rule number 3. What does rule number 3 says here? What does rule number 3 says here, ma? Assessable value is equal to transaction value plus rule 10 adjustments if rule 12 is satisfied. That is the point I told you. What does rule 12 will say? What does rule 12 will say, ma'am? Proper officer is entitled to reject the transaction value in case of doubts. What he will do then? If the department has a reason to doubt, okay, something is fishy, then what is the thing he will do, ma? What he will do, Abhi? He will give notice to the importer to justify his declared value. That means he will say, okay, what is the value you declared in the bill of entry? Please prove that that value is correct. Yes, ma. And once notice to importer was given, what is the next thing? If he provides satisfactory answer, then it is okay. If unsatisfactory response was there from the importer or no response is there, then rejection order will be passed. A show cause notice will be issued to the importer to justify his declared value, ma. If no response was received or response was received but it is not satisfactory, in those cases what the department will do, ma? That means the department will pass a rejection order, but before passing rejection order, opportunity of being heard will be provided. This is rule 12. Okay, next after that. Once rule 12 is the test is passed, the department accepted your declared value, then we should go by the rule 3.2 conditions. It should be unrestricted sale. But these restrictions are allowed. First one, restrictions imposed by law, statutory restrictions like liquor, alcohol, or tobacco, or cigarettes, whatever it is. So definitely those things are allowed. And restrictions as to the allocation of sales territory. What is this? Area-wise restrictions are okay. Because they should be there. Okay, you can sell only in AP. You can sell only in Tamil Nadu. You can sell only in Karnataka. Let's say Palli Pakodi is there. That Palli Pakodi can be sold only at a particular place, for example, in Anandapuram, for example. So you are imported those things from there. In that case, what is the position? Definitely. Those are called as area-wise restrictions. Those are called as area-wise restrictions. Area-wise restrictions are also allowed. Restriction which does not affect the value of the goods. For example, let's say before some 5 days or 7 days, Apple actually released this MacBook 14 as well as the Ultra 3 watch. And what is the other thing? Third one? Air. Munde release phone something. iPad. In iPad some different variant and MacBook 14 inches version and as well as Ultra 3. Before 1 week Apple launched that is generally September they will launch something. But in addition to September, before 1 week they launched this new variants. Okay. Now, Apple word than announced same day store lo mari ela availability lo untayi mundugane vachi untayi. But there is a condition that until Apple says it is officially released or launched, till then you should not display them. Is it a condition? Yes, definitely it is a restriction. That restriction as to display of the goods till a specific date does not affect the value of the goods. అంతే కదా, ఐఫోన్ 17 ప్రో అవ్వచ్చు, ఎయిర్ అవ్వచ్చు, వాటి రిలీజ్ చేయగానే మనకి స్టోర్లో ఈ రోజు నైట్ నుంచి ఎలా వస్తే అవైలబిలిటీలోకి ఫార్ నుంచి వెంటనే వచ్చేస్తాయి, రావు కదా, ముందుగానే పంపిస్తారు. బట్ దే విల్ సే you should not display the stock in the showroom until we launch it there. These type of restrictions are okay or not okay? Okay. That is the first one. There is no condition for which the value cannot be determined. That means I will sell you product X of 100 units if you will sell me product Y of 200 units. This is a condition, but we can't say what is the link between these two. I will sell you product X 100 units. If you sell me product Y 200 units, it is a condition, but we can't quantify that in terms of money. In those cases, Rule 3.2 cannot be applied. Condition can be there, but it should be quantified in terms of money. Third one, subsequent sale proceeds. Just now I told you that they shall be quantified in terms of money. I told you agreement without Indian sale price, agreement with Indian sale price. If these conditions are met, Rule 3.2 is satisfied. That is the point. And I told you, next one is Rule 3.3 is naam ke vaste. It is nothing to do with your problems. Generally, if buyer and seller are related, transaction value is not acceptable. But in two circumstances, even buyer and seller are related, transaction value is acceptable. What are those two circumstances? First one, proper officer satisfied that price has not influenced on account of relationship. కొంతమంది ఉంటారు రిలేషన్ కన్నా మనీకే వాల్యూ ఇస్తారు. ఎవ్రీథింగ్ మనీ 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 మనీ. వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడే 10 మాటల్లో 9 మనీ గురించి ఉంటాయి, బట్ వాళ్ళు ఫాలో అవరు ఆ రూల్స్. 100% క్యాలిక్యులేటెడ్. ఫైన్. సో అంటే తమ్ముడే ప్యాకెట్. Those people will not have any emotions. They value only monetary things. In those cases, if those people are seller and buyer, then relationship will influence the price, No. If the department knows that these are materialistic people, then definitely what is the thing that will happen? While examining the circumstances, it was proved that even though there is a relation between them, it does not affect the value of the goods. Then transaction value is acceptable. And second one, importer proves that what is the value that is declared in relation to imported goods is almost nearest to identical goods value or deductive value or computed value. Simply, if they prove that the value declared by them is in close proximity with identical or similar goods value, definitely department also says that that's okay. Even though buyer and seller are related, these are the two circumstances where the transaction value is accepted. Okay, fine. Now we are moving to Rule 10. When Rule 10 will come into SEMA? Rule 12 as well as Rule 3.2 conditions are satisfied. In those cases, what will come into SEMA? The assessable value is equal to transaction value plus Rule 10 adjustments. Rule 10 can be divided into two parts. 10.1 deals with few adjustments. 10.2 deals with only two items, transport and insurance. These are the points that are there in Rule 10.1. In the Act, there are only 5 points, but I just started few more points based on case laws also here. So what is the first edition as per Rule 10.1? What is the first edition as per Rule 10.1, What is the first edition? Commission or brokerage. Commission can be divided into two types. One is buying commission and second one is selling commission. Which one shall be added? Buying commission or selling commission? Buying commission is expenditure of buyer. Selling commission is expenditure of seller. Which one should be added to the transaction value? Seller expenditure or buyer expenditure? Seller expenditure. Therefore, which one will be added to the transaction value, Selling commission. Sometimes they may confuse you. Payable in India. Selling commission payable in India. నిజాన్ని సెల్లింగ్ కమిషన్ పే చేసేది ఇండియాలోనే. సెల్లర్ ఏజెంట్ని ఎక్కడ అపాయింట్ చేసుకుంటాడు రా? ఇండియాలో. అప్పుడు వాడికి డబ్బులు ఎక్కడ పే చేస్తావు? ఇండియాలోనేగా. బయింగ్ కమిషన్ అంటే బయర్, నిజానికి బయర్ ఏజెంట్ ఎక్కడ ఉంటాడు? ఫారిన్ లో ఉంటాడు. వాడికి ఇచ్చేది బయింగ్ కమిషన్, బట్ ఇట్ విల్ నాట్ బి యాడెడ్ టు ద టాక్సబుల్ వాల్యూ. వీడు ఇలా ఇస్తాడు ఎగ్జామ్ లో. సెల్లింగ్ కమిషన్ పేయబుల్ ఇన్ ఇండియా, ఇట్ విల్ బి పెయిడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా ఓన్లీ, విల్ బి యాడెడ్. And paid in Indian rupees to be added. Paid abroad in foreign currency to be added. But if at all it is a buying commission, it will not be added. Sir, question says nothing, sir. It simply says it is a commission. Then what we should assume it to be? Selling commission. If the question is silent regarding the type of the commission, it is not considered as a buying commission. That means it should be considered as a selling commission. This is the first point. Second edition, as per 10.1 is my here, cost of the containers. With respect to containers, it can be divided into two types. One is durable, returnable containers. Second one is non-returnable containers. Returnable containers not to be added. Non-returnable containers to be added. Best example, take the example of gas cylinders. Gas is packed in the cylinder and it will be given to you. So this one comes under returnable container, will not be added to the gas cost. If it are non-returnable ones, like when you purchase a camera, pouch will be given. When you purchase any musical instrument, boxes will be given. When you purchase any jewelry, boxes will be given. Those are the containers which are non-returnable. Which are non-returnable. If at all they are non-returnable, to be added to the taxable value. That is the second point. Third one, packing charges. How many types of packing charges can be there? 3 types. Smart. So what are those 3? Primary packing, secondary packing, very good, special packing. 3 types of packings can be there. Primary packing, secondary packing, special packing. Let's take the example of dairy milk. So dairy milk, gold color will be there now, that is called as primary packing. Above that blue color will be there now, it is known as secondary packing. Celebration box comes under special packing. Whether it may be primary packing, secondary packing or special packing, all the 3 types of packing shall be added to the taxable value. That is the third one. Next one. Materials, molds, dyes supplied from India by the buyer. Buyer supplies some, what we call it as materials, molds, dyes. Because take the example, generally with respect to Royal Enfield, previously, they're designed, they're actually in UK. But the problem is here, UK rules are different from Indian rules. Because in UK, that they're having different rules based on their Motor Vehicles Act. India will have different rules. That's why they shifted their manufacturing unit to Tamil Nadu. Royal Enfield previously is used to be manufactured in UK and we need to import them. But due to the restrictions of these things, they just set up the factory in Tamil Nadu. There now the Royal Enfield is manufacturing the bikes and all these things. Okay. Now, but sometimes what happens is, few bikes still are going to be made in UK. Because those type of, what we can say, designs or those manufacturing facilities may not be there in India. Those things still are going to be produced in UK only. Okay. That's why Royal Enfield few items, let's say for example, very few items will be there in 650s and above them, few models are will be there in Royal Enfield website, but they will not be generally available in the showroom. You need to put the order for them. Even customization can also be done from the website itself, Royal Enfield. You can customize the vehicle and you can put an order and they will deliver it to you. So in that case, definitely you put an order here and now you need to get it from UK. Now what the Royal Enfield, the Chennai will do, they will send the molds and dies to that particular UK to make them. Indian roads to fit shock absorptions ఉంటాయి తీసుకుంటే నిజానికి రాయల్ ఎన్ఫీల్డ్ ఉన్న వాటిలో బెస్ట్ ఉండేది రాయల్ ఎన్ఫీల్డ్ బట్ ద బెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద బెస్ట్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఇన్ హిమాలయన్ ద షాక్ అబ్సార్ప్షన్ ఇస్ వెరీ మచ్ గుడ్ దట్ మీన్స్ వెన్ యూ ఈవెన్ రోడ్ మీద మనకి ఏదైనా గుంటలు లాంటివి వచ్చినప్పుడు షాక్ అబ్సార్ప్షన్ ఉంటుంది కదా దానికి అంటే మీకు అవ్వదు బండి best of the best is there in Himalayan idea on the Royal Enfield. That is the best shock absorption capacity it will have. After that, rest of the things are okay. All are equal, nothing is there in specifically, but Himalayan will have the best road grip as well as shock absorption. So those things are needed to be manufactured there, but the molds and dies are going to be sent from India. In that case, whether the molds or dies expenditure needed to be added to the taxable value. Yes, if at all they are supplied free of cost, full value. At a discount, how much concession have given, that value will be added to the taxable value. Any molds, any raw material sent by the buyer to the seller to make them, If at all they have given free of cost, the entire amount will be added. At a discount, how much discount or concession that was given, it will be added. Next one, designing development work. Designing work and development and artwork. With respect to designing, because everything with respect to any motor vehicle based on design. Recently, along with Classic, another Classic was released. What is that? Bona Classic, I think it was. It was a premium edition of Classic itself, but in Barber style. What is this Barber? Barber style is generally designed for long rides, solo rides. It's not meant for, that is, as a pair you can go there. Barber style means single seaters. And Arjun Redlo or oak seater, but the bike is designed for a single seat is known as Barber style vehicles. So that Barber style bikes, what they will do, you can go long ride, solo rides. And there's some travelers ఉంటారు just వెనకాల దేనికి అంటే బ్యాక్ ప్యాక్ కట్టుకుంటారు కదా దానికి ఆ స్పేస్ వదిలేస్తారు బ్యాక్ ప్యాక్ కట్టుకుంటారు just you will ride them. That's why if you observe those vehicles will be like this. Handle వాటికి ఇలా వస్తుంది థండర్బర్డ్ ఒకటి నేను అంతకుముందు యూజ్ చేసిన థండర్బర్డ్ the handles look say something different. అలా Gona Classic, those handle look, that means seating comfort will be there for long journeys. Classic and all these things are for only within the city commuting. They can't be used for long trips. My back pain went. Gona Classic is a Thunderbird mixing with that Classic 350. Simply Classic 350 plus Thunderbird mix it, then Gona Classic will come into scene. That's why front pair will be at the high end. That is called design. Those are actually was there in 1950s and 1960s. Royal Enfield model, this model was there in 1950s and 60s. Now they just redefined and redesigned it and actually released it as a Gona Classic. It is a premium edition actually. Only limited edition they just give, but not for doubles. It only for single purpose we can use them. That design is there now. That design is need to be sent abroad to make the design. Because ekkadaina product design is important. Rest of the things are same. The Classic ki Gona Classic on a difference enti design kada. Same engine they will use. Same engine. Engine is, there is no difference between Gona Classic and Classic. Engine 350 same. Classic 350 engine is same. Only the thing that differs is front wheel actually will be a little bit bigger size to have that height of that, and seat వచ్చేసరికి 770 it will be of that. And it's just low, it will sit on the low. Front tire height ఉంటుంది నీకు seat కిందకు ఉంటుంది. That's why the ride look like that. Is the only difference between these two. You can check that even on the website also. Only the two differences. So whereas with respect to this Gona Classic, so the difference between these two is only design. That designing way the designing is going to be done. That design is going to be done in abroad. For example, designing India lo chesaru, it will not be added to the cost. If designing was done in abroad, that amount will be added to the cost. So designing was done in India, it will not be added to the cost. Designing was done in abroad, then definitely what is the position to be added. These are the points that were there in the act. Intartlo act lo point అయిపోయింది. These points from 6th onwards, simply based on different cases, that point was there. With respect to this royalties, so with respect to royalty for imported goods, so royalty was paid as a part of condition of sale. Royalty was paid as a part of condition of sale. It will be added to the taxable value. That is the 6th point. 7th one, subsequent sale proceeds that can be quantified in terms of money, that can also be added to the taxable value. Next one, on behalf of the supplier, any expenditure that is incurred by the buyer, the foreign loan ఉన్నటువంటి seller తరఫున buyer ఏదైనా expenditure incur అయినా, that amount will also be added to the taxable value. And what about inspection charges? With respect to inspection charges, what is the position? If at all they are incurred as a part of agreement, or if at all they are incurred at the request of the buyer, then only they will be added. If at all they are done at the free will of the seller, it will not be added to the taxable value. These are the 9 points you should remember. What are those 9? I'm repeating once again. Seller commission to be added. Containers, returnable, not to be added. Non-returnable, to be added. Packing charges, to be added. Materials, free of cost, 100% of the amount. Discount, what is the concession that was given? Designing in India, not to be added. Designing abroad, to be added. Royalty for imported goods as a condition of sale to be added, not a condition of sale, not to be added. Subsequent sale proceeds to be quantified in terms of money to be added. Any supplier obligation was met by the buyer to be added. Inspection charges incurred as per the agreement or at the request of the buyer to be added. At the seller's free will not to be added. This is rule 10.1 adjustments. So FOB value ki rule 10.1 adjustments add చేస్తే వచ్చేదాన్ని customs FOB అంటాం. For FOB value, rule 10.1 adjustments are added. What is the value we will get, ma? Customs FOB. For that customs FOB, 10.2 adjustments will be added. Thereby, we will get the CIF value on which you are required to pay the customs duty. FOB value plus rule 10.1 adjustments is equal to customs FOB. For that customs FOB, 10.2 adjustments are added. Then what will come, ma? CF value. See, already we discussed these two. 10.2 prakaram undevi rendu points. What are the things that are there in 10.2? Transportation and insurance. Transportation and insurance. Transportation to India. Allah marchipayanu. Oka chinna point marchipayanu. Note point. Expenses will be added if those are incurred at the time of importation of the goods. But if the expenses are incurred after the arrival of the goods in India, then it should not be added. What is the single line we can say for this? Post-importation expenditure will not be added to the transaction value. Post-importation within India, post-importation expenditure will not be added to the transaction value. That's why within India transportation not to be added. Up to India, we need to see which route the goods are coming, air route or sea route. If it already is sea route, then if the actual amount is given in the problem, we will take the actual amount. If the actual amount is not given in the problem, 20% of customs FOB. FOB means here, customs FOB. What is the difference between FOB and customs FOB? FOB plus rule 10.1 adjustments is equal to customs FOB. This transportation 20% to be computed on FOB or customs FOB? Customs FOB. So if actual amount is given, that actual amount will be added. Actual amount is not given, 20% of customs FOB will be the transport cost. Sir, air route and sir, if actual amount is given, there is a ceiling limit with respect to air transportation. Actual amount or 20% of customs FOB, whichever is lower. With respect to air route, what is the transport cost we will consider, ma? Actual amount or 20% of customs FOB, whichever is lower. Sir, if the actual amount is not given, then what will happen, sir? 20% of customs FOB will be the transport cost. What about ship demurrage charges? What is meant by demurrage charges? So ship demurrage charges means once goods reach at the port area, they must be cleared within 30 days. If within 30 days the goods are not cleared, either for home consumption or for warehousing, within 30 days, then you need to pay delayed charges. Those delayed charges are known as ship demurrage charges. Those are paid until the goods are cleared. Na? That's why ship demurrage charges are includable or excludable? Includable. But sometimes they say with respect to flight, flight is not includable. Only ship demurrage charges. If they incurred in port area, then only they are added. Sometimes they may give with respect to airport. Airport, some demurrage charges like that, they will give in the exam, we will not add them. If it already is a port area and if it already is a ship demurrage charges, then only it will be added. Next one, light raise or bar charges. What about this light raise or bar charges, ma? What is this light raise or bar charges? ఇదేంటంటే ఎస్పెషల్లీ ద కొచ్చిన్ పోర్ట్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ Kozigat, something I can't remember. Cochin Port and Kozigat or something. One other port is there. I can't remember that. The port area will be something different. Man, it's a chinnaga untai. Local chuttu rocks only. It is a port because of the place importance. But ఏమవుతుంది అంటే ఆ ప్లేస్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఉన్న అక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది చాలా సింపుల్ గా చెప్పాలంటే వైజాగ్ లో ఆర్కే బీచ్ కానీ లేదు మన రిషికొండ బీచ్ కానీ ఓకే అవి బాగుంటాయి అంటే జనరల్ పీపుల్ వెళ్ళడానికి. సో లెట్స్ కమ్ టు ద పాయింట్. దోస్ ఏరియాస్ ఎలా ఉంటాయంటే పోర్ట్ ఏరియాస్ మనకి దోస్ పోర్ట్ ఏరియాస్ వెరీ రిస్ట్రిక్టెడ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ విల్ బి దేర్ మా. అంటే అక్కడ షిప్స్ వచ్చి ఆగడం పోర్ట్ ఏరియాలో చాలా కష్టం. ఓన్లీ బెర్త్ ఏరియా చాలా కొంచెమే ఉంటుంది. ప్రతి షిప్ వచ్చి ఆగలేదు మనకి అక్కడ. అలాంటప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఆ షిప్స్ ని పోర్ట్ కొంచెం దూరంలో ఆపుతారు. ఆపినప్పుడు ఆ పోర్ట్ కొంచెం దూరంలో ఉండగానే ఆ వెసల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి గూడ్స్ ని ఇక్కడి నుంచి స్మాల్ బోట్స్ వేసుకుని వీళ్ళు వెళ్తారు. ఆ పెద్ద షిప్ లో నుంచి గూడ్స్ ని ఈ స్మాల్ బోట్ లో లోడ్ చేసుకుని మళ్ళీ పోర్ట్ కి తీసుకొస్తారు. ఆ పెద్ద వెస్సల్ మనం ఏమంటామంటే మదర్ వెస్సల్ అంటాం. ఈ స్మాల్ బోట్ ని మనం ఏమంటామంటే డాటర్ వెస్సల్ అంటాం. సో ఫర్ లోడింగ్ ద గూడ్స్ ఇన్ టు ద డాటర్ వెస్సల్ and bringing them to the port area, what are the charges we incur? They are known as light rate charges or barge charges. Light rates, మదర్ వెసల్ ని నువ్వు లోడ్ ని దీనిలోకి వేయగానే వెసల్ యొక్క వెయిట్ తగ్గుతుంది, లైట్ అవుతుంది కదా. దట్స్ వై దర్ కాల్డ్ as light rate charges. And the boat is known as barge. బోట్ ని ఏమని పిలుస్తారు? బార్జ్ అంటారు వీళ్ళు, ఇది కస్టమ్స్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో. దట్స్ వై దోస్ లైట్ రేట్ చార్జెస్ ఆర్ బార్జ్ చార్జెస్ ఆర్ ఇన్కర్డ్ అప్ టు ద పోర్ట్ నా. Therefore they must be includable or excludable. Includable. Next one is ma ICDs and CFS. What is this ICD and CFS ma? ICD means inland container depot. CFS means container freight station. ICD is nothing but a deemed port ma. బికాస్ ప్రజల వద్దకే పాలన లాగా ఇంపోర్టర్ దగ్గరికే కస్టమ్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ అన్న నినాదంతో వచ్చింది ఐసీడీ. వాళ్ళు పోర్ట్ ఏరియాకి వచ్చి నాలంటి వాడు కొంచెం ఇగో ఉందనుకోండి, నేను పోర్ట్కి వెళ్ళి కస్టమ్స్ డ్యూటీ కట్టి గుడ్స్ తెచ్చుకోవాలా నేను అన్నాను అనుకోండి, అప్పుడు కస్టమ్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాడే మన ఏరియాలోనే ఒక పోర్ట్ ఆఫీస్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తాడు. ఆ గూడ్స్ ని రైల్వే ట్రాక్ వేసి అక్కడి నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పంపిస్తాడు. నేను పోర్ట్కి వెళ్లకుండా మా ఆఫీస్ దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి ఇక్కడ ఐసీడీ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి నేనేం చేస్తాను, బిల్ ఆఫ్ ఎంట్రీ వేసి గూడ్స్ తెచ్చుకుంటాను. ఇప్పుడు గూడ్స్ మరి పోర్ట్ నుంచి ఐసీడీకి వస్తాయి కదా, ఆ కాస్ట్ కూడా యాడ్ చేయాలా? దట్ ఈస్ ద క్వశ్చన్. The transport charges from the port area to ICD will be added or should not be added? Should not be added. After the port, it comes under post-importation expenditure into India. Therefore, this moving to ICD or moving to CFS, they will be incurred within India transport cost. They will be added, will not be added. Will not be added. That is the point. Now come to 10 to last point, insurance. Within India insurance, to be added or not to be added? Not to be added. And next one is up to India. If insurance actual amount is given, that amount will be added. If actual amount is not given, 1.125% of customs FOB will be the insurance amount. If actual amount is given, that actual amount will be the will be added to the what we call it as customs FOB. And if actual amount is not given, 1.125% of customs FOB will be treated as insurance. So, first FOB value will be given in the problem. Further, 10(1) adjustments will be added. Then you will get the customs FOB. Further customs FOB, you will add 10(2) adjustments. Then you will get the CF value. On the CF value, you are required to pay the customs duty. Okay, ma'am. This is the format. See, FOB, 10(1) adjustments are added. We will get the customs FOB. Further, 10(2) adjustments are added. You will get the CF value. This is called assessable value. On that assessable value, we are required to pay the customs duty. And few problems are given, not required for you now. Okay, just prepared for that. Okay, fine. Sir, if rule 12 or as well as rule 3.2 are not satisfied, then we should go by the valuation rules. Then what is the first rule we are required to apply there? Rule 4. What does rule 4 deals with? Transaction value of identical goods. The question is here, what is meant by identical goods then? Generally, in order to be qualified as an identical good, first it must be imported. Second one, PQR shall be the same. Third one, produced in the same country. And producer may be same or different. So majorly 3 conditions. First one, it must be imported good. Second one, PQR shall be the same. Third one, produced in the same country. If all the 3 conditions are satisfied, then it is qualified to be the identical good. Sir, imported goods, okay. PQR shall be the same means, P means physical features, Q means quality, R means reputation. PQR shall be the same. And third one is produced in the same country. If all the three conditions are satisfied, they are called as identical goods. They are called as identical goods. Okay. But which imported goods does not qualify to be the identical good? First one is designing work undertaken in India and supplied to the exporter. Those imported goods are disqualified to be the identical goods. That means with respect to any imported good, designing was done in India and supplied to the seller. Then those those imported goods are disqualified to be the identical goods. That is this point, negative list. Okay, sir. There can be so many number of identical goods, na? Because they can be at the same time when we imported the goods, there can be so many identical goods available. Which identical goods we shall consider? For that, first one is they must be imported at or about the same time. When the goods are being valued, ఇప్పుడు మన goods value చేస్తున్న same time లో ఏ goods అయితే ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకొని ఉంటారో ఐడెంటికల్ goods ని, those identical goods must be selected. Sir, అలాంటి ఐడెంటికల్ goods ఒక 3 or 4 ఉన్నాయి సార్. In those cases, with respect to which finally assessment is completed, not provisional assessment. When final assessment is completed, that final assessment completed goods only shall be considered. First, ఎలాంటి ఐడెంటికల్ goods ని బేస్ కింద తీసుకోవాలి? At or about the same time. At or about the same time. రెండోది వచ్చేసరికి at or about the same time తర్వాత ఏ goods ని తీసుకోవాలి? ప్రొవిజనల్ అసెస్డా, ఫైనల్ అసెస్డా? Finally, assessment completed goods ని బేస్ చేసుకోవాలి. That too, final assessment shall be completed as per Rule 3, not by the valuation rules. What are the conditions? The goods must be imported at or about the same time. And second one, they must be finally assessed. Third one, their final assessment shall be completed as per Rule 3, not as per valuation rules. If all these points are satisfied, then those identical goods value will be considered. Based on that, our goods related taxable value will be computed. ఇది బేస్ చేసుకోవాలి. at or about the same time అయి ఉండాలి. ఫైనల్ అసెస్మెంట్ కంప్లీట్ అయి ఉండాలి. ఎలా ఫైనల్ అసెస్మెంట్ కంప్లీట్ అయి ఉండాలి? రూల్ 3ని బేస్ చేసుకుని, అంటే రూల్ 10 అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్స్ ఉంటాయి, అలా వాల్యుయేషన్ రూల్స్ అప్లై చేసి ఉండకూడదు. ఇవన్నీ సాటిస్ఫై చేసిన గూడ్స్ నే మనం ఎలిజిబుల్ ఐడెంటికల్ గూడ్స్ కింద తీసుకుంటాం. బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దట్ హౌ మచ్ కస్టమ్స్ డ్యూటీ వీ నీడ్ టు పే, ఇట్ విల్ బి కంప్యూటెడ్. దిస్ ఈస్ రూల్ 4. And what is the difference between identical goods and similar goods, ma? Remaining points remains the same. Manufactured in the same country by the same or other manufacturer. The difference is here only. Physical appearance, quality, performance, PQR is the same. Then they are identical. And they are called as replicas generally. మనం మనుషులు కూడా కొంత రిప్లికాలు ఉంటారు అనుకుంటాం, కానీ ఉండరు. ఉన్నారు మనం ఫీల్ అవుతాం. So what about this, ma? PQR. PQR shall be the same. PQR shall be the same. అన్ని రకాలుగా ఒకే విధంగా ఫిజికల్ గా, క్వాలిటీ, థాట్ ప్రాసెస్, మైండ్ సెట్, పీపుల్ ఎలా అయితే సేమ్ ఉంటాయో అప్పుడు వాళ్ళని ఏమంటాం మనం? మన రిప్లికాస్ అంటాం. రిప్లికా మీన్స్ దే విల్ థింక్ లైక్ అస్, దే విల్ వాక్ లైక్ అస్. సో అంటే మనం ఎలా మన సిచ్యువేషన్ లో మనం ఉంటే ఏం చేస్తాం, వాళ్ళు కూడా అదే చేస్తున్నారు అనుకోండి, వాళ్ళని మనం రిప్లికా అంటాం. ఇప్పుడు మన థాట్ ప్రాసెస్ కి మ్యాచ్ అవుతూ ఉంటారు వాళ్ళు. సో అలాంటి వాళ్ళని రిప్లికా అంటాం. అలానే ఇక్కడ కూడా గూడ్స్ లో ఏమవుతాయి అంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ దే ఆర్ సిమిలర్. Almost they will be similar. Those are called as identical. PQR shall be the same. Those are called as identical goods. But similar goods can be there. Ante they are not absolutely alike, but capable of performing the same function. Ante చూడడానికి ఒకే రకంగా ఉండవు. మన రేంజ్ కాదు, but that's okay. Those things will come under similar goods. Those things will come under similar goods. Best example, Apple 17 Pro Max is compared with iPhone Air. They are identical or similar goods. iPhone 17 Pro Max and iPhone Air. They are identical or similar. Why it is similar? According to you, if it is similar, avanaga tarvata maatladadam. PQR, physical features shall be the same. Yes, iPhone 17 Pro Max is 6.9 inches and iPhone Air is 6.5. Nominal, negligible difference. Second one is quality. The build quality is almost, this one is based on aluminum Pro Max, and whereas air is based on titanium. That means almost equal. Aluminum actually the different వేలో than చేస్తారు, whereas this one is titanium actually fifth grade recycled. So both are having the actually equal quality. And next one is performance. iPhone 17 Pro Max will have the A19 Pro chipset, and iPhone Air also is having the same chipset Pro. So then definitely we can call them as, and performance is also same, but the difference is only in cameras, minor differences. Whereas you can have the telescopic wide angle camera in Pro Max, and whereas in Air it may not be available. And that is the only difference because of the slimness and the thinness one. So battery size may change. Those are the, based on design, those things change. Rest of the things remains the same. So that's why they are identical or similar. Identical. PQR is the same now. If the PQR is the same, they will come under identical. If at all you are comparing iPhone 17 Pro Max with, or iPhone Air with, what is that? Same type of phone was released by Samsung. Smart Edge, or what is the phone? Thinnest phone of Samsung. Edge. Edge actually, the name ends with Edge only. Can't remember. But it's just like in competition with iPhone Air, what iPhone Air is claiming, slimmest phone of the world. They're climbing like that. So opposite to that competition, Samsung released Edge. What is that? Old gather. Old banda. Thinnest one. Edge to the name end in the opposite to Apple, Samsung also released that phone, thinnest phone of it. But it is not in comparison with iPhone. Those are called as similar goods. iPhone Air comparing with Samsung Edge, definitely these two comes under similar goods because they are not absolutely alike. Because Apple and Samsung can never be compared. So definitely Apple is the king. Samsung is okay, just like that. అంతే కదా, దీనిలో మీరు 36 GB ర్యామ్ ఉన్నా, యాపిల్లో 6 GB ర్యామ్ ఉన్నా ఒకటే. ఈవెన్ చెప్పా కదా, OnePlus మా బ్రదర్ యూజ్ చేస్తాడు, ఇది వాట్ కాల్డ్ ఓపెన్. OnePlus బాగుంటుంది, సామ్సంగ్ వేస్ట్. సామ్సంగ్ ఫోల్డ్ బాగాలేదు, ఫ్లిప్ బాగాలేదు. ఫ్లిప్ అసలు ఫెయిల్ అయిపోతుంది, ఫోల్డ్లో వచ్చేసరికి మధ్యలో గీత వస్తుంది. ఒక 3-4 months యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. బట్ OnePlus సూపర్ క్వాలిటీ ఇచ్చాడు, కానీ వాడు ఆపేసాడు అసలు. లేదు అసలు మార్కెట్లో ఎక్కడ అది, కానీ సూపర్ క్వాలిటీ ఉంటుంది. సౌండ్ కూడా అది ఆల్మోస్ట్ టీవీ సౌండ్ వస్తుందిరా, చాలా బాగుంది క్వాలిటీ. వాడు బిల్డ్ క్వాలిటీ OnePlus చాలా బాగుంది. ఐ జస్ట్ చెక్డ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్. ఇప్పుడు OnePlus ఏదైతే ఉందో, సపోజ్ దట్స్ ఓకే, కానీ ఇప్పుడు అంత గొప్ప OnePlus అంటే 115 ఏమో, మాడు వాళ్ళది 114, 115. బట్ యాప్ నుంచి యాప్కి చేంజ్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు ఇట్ విల్ హ్యాంగ్. OnePlus 150,000 phone will hang when you're switching from one app to another app. See here, respect Apple, we can shift like this, we can shift like this, we can shift like this. No hanging will be there. But whereas with respect to Android, switch చేసేప్పుడు నీకు 30 seconds delay వస్తుంది. Minute things మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేయరు, కానీ if you want the fastest one, then you need to observe these minute things. అంటే జనాలు ఏం చేస్తారు, పెద్దలు చూస్తారు. రియల్ క్యారెక్టర్ మనిషికి తెలిసేది, ఒక రియల్ పెర్ఫార్మెన్స్ వస్తువు తెలిసేది మైన్యూట్ థింగ్స్. బయట అందరూ మేనేజ్ చేస్తారు, ఆ చిన్న చిన్నగా మేనేజ్ చేయలేరు మేకింగ్ లో కూడా. సో దట్స్ వై యాపిల్ విల్ హ్యావ్ ద ఎడ్జ్ ఆన్ ఎనీ అదర్ ఫోన్. సో దట్స్ వై యాపిల్ అండ్ సామ్సంగ్ విల్ బి కంపేర్డ్ విత్ similar goods. They can be called as similar. iPhone Air with 17 Pro Max, it can be identical good. That is the difference. Now come to rule number 5. With respect to rule number 5, if identical goods are not available, we should go by similar goods. The points remains the same. Nothing will change from identical goods. Same concept, at or about the same time, final assessment completed, as per rule 3, copy paste. Nothing will change it here. If it is also failed, then what is the next rule we need to apply? Rule number 7. What does rule number 7 deals with? Deductive value. With respect to deductive value, you need to see here few things. Goods being valued or identical or similar goods. When this deductive value will come into scene, there is no identical good, there is no similar good, but the same good is going to be sold within India later. In that case, how to arrive for the price? From the Indian sale price, you need to deduct post-importation expenditure. You will get the imported cost. That is the thing what they will do with respect to deductive value. So, for example, we imported cashews. Then, If all these four conditions are satisfied, then they will be qualified for deductive value related things. First one, sold after importation into India. Subsequent గా వాటి ఇండియాలో ఏం చేసి ఉండాలి, సేల్ చేసి ఉండాలి. And they must be sold to unrelated persons and sold at or about the same time, sold as such without any modification, it must be sold. If all these four conditions are satisfied, then those goods will qualify for deductive value. At what price they are going to be sell in India? Indian sale price per unit at which greatest aggregate quantity is sold. అంటే ఎంత ఎక్కువ ప్రైస్ కమ్మామని కాదు, ఆ ప్రైస్ దగ్గర ఎంత ఎక్కువ క్వాంటిటీ అన్నాం. At what price the highest value of the items are sold? Where is the highest value? That price will be treated as Indian sale price. From that Indian sale price, three deductions will be there. One is profit and general expenses. Second one, cost of transportation and insurance within India. Taxes paid within India. Three deductions will be there. Profit and general expenses in India. Cost of transport and insurance in India. Taxes paid in India. If we deduct all these three items from the Indian sale price, what is the thing we will get now? Deductive value. On the deductive value, you are required to pay the customs duty. కొన్నిసార్లు ఏమవుతుంది అంటే ఎట్ ఆర్ అబౌట్ ద సేమ్ టైం మిస్ అయింది. ఓకే, గూడ్స్ ఇండియాలో సేల్ చేసాం, అన్రిలేటెడ్ పర్సన్ కి సేల్ చేసాం, సోల్డ్ యాజ్ సచ్ సేమ్ కండిషన్ లో సేల్ చేసాం. బట్ ఎట్ ఆర్ అబౌట్ ద సేమ్ టైం నో గూడ్స్ ఆర్ అవైలబుల్. In that case, you can clear the goods on a provisional basis. Initially, we'll clear the goods on a provisional basis. Later on, within next 90 days, any goods are sold in India, based on that, you need to pay the customs duty. That is the second one. Third one is, the condition that is missing is sold as such. See, we imported cashews, they are roasted cashews and salted also. Import చేసుకున్న cashews, but ఇండియాలో అమ్మింది as is cashews అమ్మలేదు, roasted and salted. That means they are sold after further processing. In that case, along with those three deductions, what are the three deductions? Profit and general expenses, transport and insurance in India, taxes paid in India. Along with those three, further processing cost. అంటే ఈ క్యాష్యూని రోస్ట్ చేయడానికి, సాల్ట్ కలపడానికి ఏవైతే ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ ఇంకర్ అయ్యి ఉంటావో, those expenses should be deducted. This is rule number 7. Next one, rule number 8, computed value. Generally, this is a cost sheet model. Raw material cost, profit and general expenses, plus rule 10 adjustments. Fixed formula. Raw material cost, plus processing cost, plus general expenses, plus profit, plus rule 10 adjustments. 10 అంటే రెండే, transport and insurance. By adding them, what is the amount we will get? It is known as computed value. On the computed value, we are required to pay the customs duty. Okay, ma. But practically, computed value will be used only if they are related persons. Only if they are related persons. ఎందుకని కాస్ట్ డేటా నువ్వు సెల్లర్ బయర్కి ఎప్పుడు ఇవ్వడుగా, ఎప్పుడు నువ్వు నీ సీక్రెట్లన్నీ చెప్తావు, మన అనుకునేగా. మన నమ్మినప్పుడే మనం ఏం చేస్తాం, వాళ్ళకి అన్నీ చెప్తాం. చెప్పినది ఏదో అడ్వాంటేజ్ తీసుకుంటారు కాబట్టి తర్వాత. అంతే కదా, నమ్మితేనే మోసం చేయగలం. నమ్మి మనం ఏం చేస్తాం, నిజాలు చెబుతాం. చెప్పిన తర్వాత మనం బెట్రైల్ చేయదు, మనకి ఏం చేస్తాం తప్పదు. ఏడీడు గంగు నిజమేనారా? సరే, వాడు బిజీగా ఉన్నాడు. సో వాట్ ఈస్ meant by computed value, ma'am? Raw material cost plus processing cost plus general expenses plus profit plus rule 10 adjustments. By adding them, what is the amount we will get? It is known as computed value. These are the things, ma. Rule number 9 is not required. This is what we call it as respect to valuation. క్లాస్ ఈరోజు ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మిమ్మల్ని అడగర్లే, ఇగ్నోర్ చేయొచ్చు. జస్ట్ ఒక ప్రాబ్లం ఏదైనా మనం చూడాలి సరదాగా అనుకుంటే, వాల్యుయేషన్ మీద ఆల్రెడీ ఒకటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఏమైనా ఉన్నాయా? జస్ట్ ఓకే, ఒక ప్రాబ్లం చూసేసి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వెళ్దాం మనం. సీ ప్రాబ్లం నెంబర్ 1, మా ఇటు టైం ఉందిగా. ఓకే, ప్లీజ్ సీ దిస్ ప్రాబ్లమ్. X Limited imported emission. What is invoice value, ma? 17 lakhs. And the sum includes 2 lakhs attributable to post-importation activities carried out by the seller. Generally, post-importation expenditure should be added or should be excluded, ma? Excluded. Next, XY Limited has supplied raw material worth 5 lakhs to the seller for manufacturing of the said mission. The goods for import. So what is this? Supplied raw material. 10-1 adjustment. 10-1 adjustment kada. To be added 5 lakhs. Next, goods were imported by vessel. And actual cost of transport charge is 80,000. Shipment, with respect to ship, what is the position? Actual amount will be added. If at all it is a flight, then 80,000 or 20% of customs FOB, whichever is lower, will be considered. It is vessel. Therefore, actual amount of 80,000 will be added. Is this 10-1 adjustment or 10-2? 10-2 adjustment. Next one, demurrage charges. Ship demurrage charges now to be added. Bar charges to be added. The importer has paid 25,000 for the transportation of the goods from port to ICD. Port to ICD within India transportation to be added or not to be added? Not to be added. Actual cost of insurance, 10-2 adjustment. Actual amount is given now. That amount will be considered. Not given, then 1.125. If you observe here, ఇక్కడ చిన్న ట్విస్ట్ ఉంది. మీరు అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తే డెమరేజ్ ఛార్జెస్ వాడు యాడ్ చేసి ఉంటాడు. ఎందుకని? మామూలుగా అయితే యాడ్ చేయాలి. వాడు ఎందుకు చేయలేదు? హ్యాండ్లింగ్ ఛార్జెస్ వాడే ఇచ్చాడు. ఆ వర్డ్ మిస్ అవుతారు చాలా మంది. It is not the transport cost. Transport and handling cost. So that's why, see this invoice price 17. For that 5 lakhs is for, what is that? Raw material. And post-importation expenditure will be deducted. You will get the FOB. For that is customs FOB technically it is. For that, see, technically this amount should not be added. కింద కొన్నాడు ఏం చేస్తాడంటే, అంటే మామూలుగా హ్యాండ్లింగ్ ఛార్జెస్ ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో దీనికి 2 ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్స్ ఉన్నాయండి. ఇది ఎందుకు నేను ఇదే పాయింట్ తీసుకున్నానంటే, బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్లో వాడు ఏం చేస్తాడు అంటే దాన్ని తీసుకోలేదు, బట్ నేనేం చేశానంటే తీసుకొని చేశాను. ఈ ప్రాబ్లం వాడు ఏం చేస్తాడు, వాడి అజంప్షన్ ఏం తీసుకున్నాడు అంటే హ్యాండ్లింగ్ ఛార్జెస్ ఏవైతే ఉంటాయో దానిలో ఇది కలిసే ఉంది అనేది వాడు తీసుకునే అజంప్షన్ మీ బోర్డు దానిలో. బట్ టెక్నికల్లీ హ్యాండ్లింగ్ ఛార్జెస్ అనేటువంటివి డిఫరెంట్, లైట్ రైట్ ఛార్జెస్ డిఫరెంట్. హ్యాండ్లింగ్ ఛార్జెస్ ఇంక్లూడ్స్ లోడింగ్ అండ్ అన్లోడింగ్, బట్ నాట్ ద ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ కాస్ట్. అందుకని 2 వ్యూస్ ఉన్నాయి దీనికి. ఈవెన్ సిఏ బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్ కూడా ఈ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది. ఆర్టీపీలోనో ఎంటీపీలోనో అక్కడ ఉంటుంది ఇది ప్రాబ్లం. వాడు సేమ్, అందుకని 2 వ్యూస్ ఇస్తాడు సిఏ బోర్డ్ మెటీరియల్. వాట్ ఎవర్ ద వ్యూ యూ కెన్ టేక్. సో నాకు అనిపించిన కరెక్ట్ అప్రోచ్ ఏంటంటే వీ నీడ్ టు యాడ్ దెమ్. సో దట్స్ వై 80,000 plus 5,000 ship demurrage charges, 15,000 bar charges, we will add them. You will get these amounts and actual cost of insurance. This is the CF value. On the CF value, you need to pay the customs duty. మీకు గుర్తుంటే ప్రాబ్లం ఎలా ఇస్తాడు, BCD rates will be given. One is on the date of bill of entry, another one is on the date of entry inwards or something like that. Which one you shall consider? With respect to rate of duty, which one shall be considered? The date of bill of, if at all it is vessel, date of bill of entry or date of entry inwards, whichever is latter date, not earlier, whichever is latter date. If at all it is aircraft or what is that, by road vehicle, then what is the relevant date for rate of duty? Date of bill of entry or date of arrival, whichever is latter. Ship aithe date of bill of entry or date of entry inwards, whichever is latter. If at all it is aircraft or a vehicle, date of bill of entry or date of arrival, whichever is latter. ఇలా అదే మన వేర్ హౌస్డ్ గూడ్స్ అయితే వాట్ ఈస్ ద రెలవెంట్ డేట్ ఫర్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ డ్యూటీ? ఎక్స్పాండ్ బిల్ ఆఫ్ ఎంట్రీ. విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు వేర్ హౌస్డ్ గూడ్స్ ఆన్ విచ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద రెలవెంట్ డేట్? ఎక్స్పాండ్ బిల్ ఆఫ్ ఎంట్రీ. ఇది మేజర్ పాయింట్స్. ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ అయితే వాట్ ఈస్ ద రెలవెంట్ డేట్ ఫర్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ డ్యూటీ? లెట్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ఆర్డర్. లెట్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ఆర్డర్ ఇస్ రెలవెంట్ డేట్ ఫర్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ డ్యూటీ. ఇది విత్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు రేట్ ఆఫ్ డ్యూటీ. మరి రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్, రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ అంటే వాడు ఎగ్జామ్లో ఎలా ఇస్తాడు? సిబిఐసి నోటిఫైడ్ రేట్, ఆర్బీఐ నోటిఫైడ్ రేట్ ఎలా ఇస్తారు? ఎవరిచ్చింది ఫస్ట్ మనం బేస్ చేసుకోవాలి? సిబిఐసిది. ఏ రోజు 2 ఉంటాయి అక్కడ. బిల్ ఆఫ్ ఎంట్రీ డేట్ ఇస్తాడు, ఎంట్రీ ఇన్వర్స్ డేట్ ఇస్తాడు, ఏది తీసుకోవాలి? రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ ఆల్వేస్ బిల్ ఆఫ్ ఎంట్రీ. ఓకే, అదేవిధంగా వేర్ హౌసింగ్ అయితే ఇంటర్పాన్ బిల్ ఆఫ్ ఎంట్రీ. గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, రేట్ ఆఫ్ డ్యూటీ అయితే ఎక్స్పాన్ బిల్ ఆఫ్ ఎంట్రీ తీసుకుంటారు. Rate of exchange అయితే interbound bill of entry will be considered. So that is the point you should remember. That's it. The major points will be yeah. Okay, that's it. మీ వాల్యూ మీ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అడగట్లేదు. Okay, that's it. Remaining ones, మనం afternoon class లో చూద్దాం. This one is, what is meant by the word baggage then? Baggage means luggage ma. What is meant by the word baggage ma? Luggage. So whereas with respect to this baggage, it can be divided into two types. It can be divided into two types ma. One is accompanying baggage and second one is unaccompanied baggage. What is meant by the word accompanying baggage ma? Along with the passenger, what is the luggage that will be there? It is known as accompanying baggage. And what is meant by the word, what is meant by the luggage which comes as a separate cargo? It is known as unaccompanied baggage. Okay, fine. Simply baggage means luggage, which means the personal effects of a person. And what is the effective rate of this baggage ma? 38.5. 35% is the BCD. On that social welfare surcharge at the rate of 10%, it will be 38.5%. And whereas with respect to firearms, cartridges, that is bullets like things, cigarettes more than 100, cigars more than 25, tobacco more than 125 grams, regarding them 100%, plus social welfare surcharge. So this is a baggage rate. What is the general baggage rate now? 38.5, that is 35% BCD, and social welfare surcharge at the rate of 10%. 38.5 will be the effective rate of baggage. But whereas in the same way, with respect to few items like firearms, cartridges, etc., regarding them, what is the position ma? 100% of the tax plus on that social welfare surcharge. Okay ma? And if at all, the used personal effects on traveling items, 100% duty free ma. Okay. And with respect to any gifts or other articles within the prescribed limit, exemption will be there. What is that prescribed limit will be there in rule number 3 and 4. Rule number 3 and rule number 4 deals with general free allowance. Rule number 3 and rule number 4 deals with general free allowance. So regarding that, what does rule number 3 deals with? Passengers arriving from other than Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar. This is rule number 3. Rule number 4, passengers arriving from Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar. Why ma? Because we're having land route with them. Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, we're having a land route with them. That's why those three are separated and the rest of the things are also separated. So with respect to other countries, other than Nepal, Bhutan and Myanmar, if at all you are Indian resident or a foreign residing in India or a tourist of Indian origin, what is meant by the word Indian origin now? Whether the SSC or his parents or grandparents are born in undivided India, that is before independence, then you will be called as Indian origin person. So in all these three cases, what is the general free allowance that is allowed ma? 50,000 rupees. If at all you are a tourist of foreign origin, this 50,000 is going to be replaced by 15,000. And if at all you are returning from Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, except other than land route, that means 15,000 is the general free allowance. If at all you are coming by land route, in that case, what is the position ma? 0 is the general free allowance. Okay ma? Fine. Next point, with respect to infant, generally used personal effects only exempted ma, and no GFA is allowed there. No general free allowance is allowed. And another point is here, allowance cannot be pulled off any other passenger. What does this mean? We say, for example, in a family, 4 members are there ma. 4 into 50,000, it is not 2 lakhs. Everybody's general free allowance is ma 50,000. We should see them individually. We shall not club them. Example is there. Mr. A and Mrs. A coming from America bring 1 lakh worth iPhone. In such a case, duty free is only 50,000 and duty to be paid on 50. You can't say that Mr. A 50 is there, Mrs. A 50 is there, clubbing them 1 lakh is there. We brought the item which is worth 1 lakh, therefore the duty is 0. You can't say like that. This mobile phone must be shown as a baggage in one of those persons, whether it can be Mr. A or Mrs. A. So in that case, only 50,000 is the GFA And rest of the cases, what is the position, ma? You are required to pay the customs duty. Next one. One laptop is allowed duty free, ma. If at all is a measure, age more than 18 years, one laptop computer is allowed duty free. That means one laptop is on one laptop or notebook, whatever the name it is duty free. This is rule number 3 and rule number 4. So what is rule number 3 deals with, ma? GFA with respect to other countries. Rule number 4 deals with GFA in relation to Nepal, Bhutan and Myanmar. Rule number 3, other countries, what is the GFA? 50,000. If at all you are a foreign origin, 15,000. And rule number 4, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, what is the GFA? 15,000. And individually they should be taken, we should not club them. Fine. Next, rule number 5, jewelry allowance. What is this jewelry allowance, ma? That means any passenger who is residing abroad coming to India, he can bring the jewelry worth up to a specified limit duty free. In excess of that, you are required to pay the customs duty. But rule number 5 is applicable only your stay period abroad is more than 1 year. Your stay period abroad is more than 1 year. Stay period abroad is more than 1 year. In those cases, what is the position, ma? Definitely it is called as GFA. Sorry, jewelry free allowance. Manabashlo. With respect to gentlemen, that means with respect to gents, gentlemen or underlay, with respect to gents, 20 grams or with a value cap of 50,000. Whereas with respect to ladies, it is doubled, 40 grams with a value cap of 1 lakh. So here, say for example, you brought actually 27 grams and the value is 27,000. 27 grams gold you brought, value is 27,000. Are we required to pay any customs duty now? Are we required to pay any customs duty? Yes, ma, because up to 20 grams only it is duty free. In excess of that, 7 grams is there na. Per gram, 1,000, I think in our example, 7,000, you are required to pay the customs duty. You need to see both the cases. You need to see the number of grams as well as the value cap. Any one of them exceeds, you are required to pay the customs duty. See, if the stay period is less than 1 year, no additional benefit is allowed. And for the items other than ornaments, coins, bars, gold biscuits, no exemption, duty on the full amount. That means if at all they are ornaments, then only they will be covered under rule number 5. You bring those coins, gold biscuits, gold bars like that, billion. In that case, they are not be covered under rule number 5. You are required to pay the customs duty on the full amount. Rule number 6 is Naam Ke Vaste. You can see them later on. And where is Annexure 1, ma? I think these are the things Annexure 1. Point number 3. And where is Annexure 2? This is Annexure 2, which is in relation to rule number 6, ma. So, rule number 7 is not for you, and rule number 8 and rule number 9, we will see, ma. Unaccompanied baggage. What is meant by this unaccompanied baggage, ma? The baggage which comes as a separate one, it is known as unaccompanied baggage. So, this unaccompanied baggage also will be treated as normal baggage, ma. The effective rate of customs duty will be 38.5% only. There is no change in the rate of tax, whether it is accompanied baggage or unaccompanied baggage. So it can be arrived before the passenger also. Yes. 2 months before the arrival of the passenger. So even after, within 1 month. And it can be extended up to 1 year by the assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner, depending upon the facts of the case. So the baggage rules are applicable to crew members also. Crew members means staff members. Yes, for them, the GFA is 1,500. In excess of 1,500, definitely they are also required to pay the customs duty. This is the point, ma. How to compute the customs duty? I just gave the stepwise here. Used personal effects was given in the problem, exempted. Traveling items, 100% exempted. Laptop, age more than 18 years, 100% exempted. No value limit, exempted. And any other items like ornaments, cartridges less than or equal to 50, wine less than or equal to 2 liter, cigarettes less than or equal to 100, cigar less than or equal to 25, tobacco less than or equal to 125, other articles. All these items, we will add them. After adding them, what is the GFA? With respect to rule 3, in some cases 50,000, some cases 15,000 will be there, we will reduce that amount. What is the remaining amount that is there? On that, 38.5% customs duty you are required to pay. If at all those items are like this, Annexure 1 items, firearms, cartridges more than 50, cigarettes more than 100, cigars more than 25, tobacco more than 125 grams. In those cases, what is the position, ma? 100% plus 10%, total it will be 110. Whereas with respect to liquor, gold, LCDs, not 110%, at their individual applicable rates, you are required to pay the customs duty. This is the format you need to follow with respect to baggage, ma. In the exam, they are asking only based on rule number 3, rule number 4, and rule number 5. Rule number 3, GFA in relation to other than Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar. In this case, general free allowance is 50,000, foreign origin 15,000. Rule number 4, GFA in relation to Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar. In the case, 15,000. Whereas with respect to infant means less than 2 years, only personal effects are allowed, no GFA is allowed. And rule number 5, jewelry allowance. In order to get rule number 5, jewelry allowance, minimum stay period in abroad is 1 year. If at all you are gentleman passenger, 20 grams or with a value cap of 50,000. If at all she is a lady passenger, 40 grams with a value cap of 1 lakh. So this is rule number 5. Based on the 3 rules only, they are posing the questions till now. If at all able to read them thoroughly, that is more than sufficient. Okay, ma. So the next point we are going to discuss is DBK, that is duty drawback. So regarding the duty drawback, so what is the meaning of the word duty drawback, ma? What is meant by duty drawback? What is the difference between duty drawback and refund, ma? What is the difference between duty drawback and refund? What is that, ma? Okay, generally refund is with respect to the cases in general scenario. But whereas with respect to any imports, if you have imported something and later on you have exported something, in those cases, what is the refund you will get? It is known as DBK, duty drawback. So duty drawback means refund of customs duty or sometimes excise duty paid on non-GST goods on the inputs to the exporter on the export goods. So what is the customs duty you paid? If at all it is allowed as a refund, it is known as DBK. And how many types of DBKs are there, ma'am? There are 2 types of DBKs that are there. One is DBK under section 74. Second one is DBK under 75. So what is the difference between 74 DBK and 75 DBK, ma'am? 74, nothing but trading activity majorly. Whatever the item you import, same item is going to be exported. In those cases, how much customs duty you paid on those imports, it is allowed as DBK as per 74. And what does the DBK under 75 deals with? Raw materials are imported. By using those raw materials, finished goods are produced. And if those finished goods are exported, then whatever the customs duty you paid on the imported raw materials will be refunded to you. It is known as 75. DBK under 75. See, DBK under 74, imported goods on which customs duty paid is exported. Exporter is eligible for the refund of customs duty, IGST, and whatever the other taxes pays. Okay, ma? Imported goods are actually used for exportation. That means simply trading activity. You purchase it from one country, and those goods are going to be exported to some other country. In those cases, whatever the customs duty you previously paid, what is the maximum DBK that is allowed, ma? 98% without being put to use. 98% DBK is allowed. And what is 75 deals with? Duty paid on imported imports, local imports used in the manufacture of final goods. which are going to be exported. In those cases, whatever the customs duty you paid, definitely on those raw materials, it is going to be refunded to you as a DBK. So 74 majorly deals with the trading activity, 75 majorly deals with manufacturing activity. So in order to allow the DBK, first condition is goods must be imported into India. In order to allow the DBK, what is the first condition? The goods must be imported into India. Second one, in order to get the DBK, first thing is you must pay the customs duty. Then only you can claim it as a refund. First one, goods must be imported into India. Second one, on that customs duty must be paid. And same imported goods are entered for export. That means what is the item that is imported, same item is going to be exported. And they can be exported either as a cargo or as a baggage or by post. General export can be done in three ways. As a cargo, as a baggage, as a postal article. In any of these three ways, you can make the export. Okay. But for the exportation, there must be some evidence. Therefore, you need to submit the shipping bill or bill of export. When shipping bill will come into scene? If at all it is a vessel or an aircraft, shipping bill will come into scene. If at all it is a vessel, shipping bill will come into scene. Aircraft or vehicle, bill of export will come into scene. Okay. And AC or DC must be satisfied that the goods imported and the goods exported are the same. This is another condition they need to satisfy. Sir, what is the time limit to make the export, sir? Within 2 years. Within 2 years of the import, you must export those goods. In that case, what is the DBK you will get there? Without being put to use, that's why 98% of the customs duty paid is allowed as DBK. This is a point as per 74. This is a point as per 74. So in order to claim the refund as per 74, what is the position? First one, goods must be imported into India. Goods must be imported into India. Second one, on that customs duty was paid. Third one, imported goods and exported goods are the same. Fourth one, you need to submit the evidence for export. And what is the time limit to make the export? 2 years from the date of payment of customs duty. The date when import duty was paid, from that particular date, within 2 years, you need to make the export. In that case, what is the maximum refund that is allowed? 98%. This is 74 summary. Imported goods, value 2 lakhs, customs duty paid 50,000. Such goods, that means without any further manufacturing, they are exported either without being put to use or used once. Then they are re-exported. Then what is the customs duty that was paid? 50,000. In that 50,000, 98% means how much it will be? 49,000, I think. So that's with respect to 74. This is a summary, na? With respect to 74, imported goods, the value is 2 lakhs. On that, customs duty paid was 50,000. Without being put to use or after being put to use, if at all they are re-exported, how much customs duty that was paid? In that 98%, that is 49,000 will be refunded. Now, so these are the conditions, what we have discussed. The goods must be, that means 74 we are talking about. The goods must be easily identifiable. That means the imported goods and the exported goods are the same. Second one, re-exportation should happen within 2 years. From which date this 2 years shall be counted from? From the date of payment of import duty. Sir, if at all the duty was paid under provisional assessment, then from later on final assessment was done. From which date this 2 years shall be counted from? From the date of provisional assessment or from the date of final assessment 2 years shall be counted, From the date of provisional assessment, 2 years shall be counted from, not the final assessment, From the date of provisional assessment, you are required to compute this 2 years time limit. And another point, market price of the goods exported should not be less than the amount of DBK. That means the local market price of the goods. Let's say you are claiming DBK of some 1,000 rupees on that product. So whatever the DBK you are claiming, that is 1,000, the market price of the goods must be minimum 1,000 rupees. The market price of the goods must be minimum 1,000 rupees. And the most importantly, DBK amount should be more than 50 rupees. DBK amount should be more than 50 rupees. And what is the maximum DBK that is allowed without being put to use? 98% is the maximum DBK that can be used. Next, sir, in few cases, without being put to use 98%, after being put to use, what is the DBK that is allowed? First point, goods is for business purpose. Goods is for business purpose. Then how much DBK is allowed will depends upon how much period it is going to be used. If at all it is going to be used up to 3 months, what is the maximum DBK that is allowed? 95%. 3 to 6 months, 85% is allowed as DBK. 6 to 9, 75%. 9 to 12, 70%. 12 to 15, 65%. 15 to 18, 60%. More than 18, no DBK is allowed. If the goods are imported for business purpose, up to 18 months only, you can claim the DBK. If it is more than 18 months, then DBK is not allowed. And with respect to car and private use, personal use, if you import something, after reducing this percentage, remaining amount is allowed as DBK. First year 4%, second year 3%, third year 2.5%, fourth year 2%. For example, customs duty paid was 100 rupees. After first year, we are actually exported that. Then what is the DBK allowed? Per quarter, 4% means 1 year means 4 into 4, 16. 84 rupees is allowed as DBK. Sir, after 2 years we are exporting that, sir. How much DBK we can claim? First year, 4%, 4 into 4, 16. Second year, per quarter, 3%, that is 4 into 3, 12. After reducing that, what is the percentage, ma? 72%, you can claim it as DBK. After 3 years, we are exporting something, then first year 16%, second year 12%, third year 4 into 2.5, then that is 62% is allowed as DBK after 3 years. If it all up to 4 years, then first year 16%, second year 12%, third year 10%, and fourth year 4 into 2, 8, 54% is allowed as DBK. After 4 years, it is not allowed. Okay, ma. But whereas, with respect to few items, no DBK is allowed. That means negative list of DBK it is. Being put to use after importation into India, then these goods are exported, no DBK is allowed. Wearing apparels, and the shirts, kani, elantivi, textile, tea chest and ivama, tea packets. Tea packs will be there, na? Green tea packs like that, those things. Movies, photographic films and X-ray films, paper and paper plates, one-time use. So that's why they're generally of single use, ma. Generally they are of single use. That's why if these items are exported after being put to use, no DBK is allowed. These are the points that are important under 74 from the examination point of view, ma. In DBK, they're asking only interest, and 74, this personal use majorly. Personal use are that 18 months is there, na? Only these points are actually generally asked in the exam till now. Okay, ma, these things are generally not required, but I'm telling you the overview. So what is the time limit to make the application? 3 months. From which date this 3 months shall be counted from? Let export order. Because once you exported, from the date of let export order, within 3 months, you need to make the application for DBK. Sir, is it possible to extend the time period? Yes. Further, by another 3 months, by assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner, 3 plus 3. After the 6 months, further 6 months, it can be extended by principal commissioner or commissioner. But for that, a fee is required to be paid. So with respect to this one, assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner, what is the late fee you are required to pay, ma? 1% of the FOB or 1,000, whichever is lower. If at all, it is extension is going to be granted by principal commissioner or commissioner, in that case, it will be double, 2% or 2,000, whichever is lower. This is the late fee you are required to pay, ma. These documents are not required. Next one is 75. DBK on the imported material used in the manufacturing of export goods. What is this point is all about? Say on imported goods, you paid the customs duty. Goods purchased in India, you paid the GST. On the input services also, you paid the GST. By using all these inputs, input services, whatever the finished goods you manufacture, they are exported. In that case, whatever the imported material, excisable material, input services you used in the manufacturing of those exported goods, whatever the duties and taxes you have paid, they will be allowed as DBK, that is 75. So what are the conditions for availing DBK under section 75? What are the conditions, ma? First one, the first difference is with respect to 74, DBK is allowed for all the goods. But whereas 75, DBK is allowed only for the notified goods by government. Under 74, DBK is allowed for every good. But whereas with respect to 75, DBK is allowed only if those goods are notified by the government. Next one, market price. Market price of the goods exported should not be less than the amount of DBK. Already we know this one. The local market price of the goods should be more than or equal to DBK amount. And this one is important. They asked 1 or 2 times based on this. The maximum DBK allowed under section 75 is 1/3 of the market price. What is the market price of the goods? In that, 1/3 is allowed as DBK. That is the point. And another one, value addition should be there. The export value should be more than or equal to imported value. That means foreign currency inflow should be more than or equal to foreign currency outflow. That is the point. The minimum DBK allowed is should climb is 50. If any one of those conditions above not satisfied, DBK is 0. These are the points, ma. And next point is, ma, with respect to DBK, 3 types of rates will be there under 75. One is A rate, all industry rate. Second one is brand rate. Third one is a special brand rate. What is all industry rate? What is this all industry rate, ma? All industry rate is generally calculated based on the industry average exports and based on all these points. So generally this will be notified by the government 1st June. All industry rate is going to be notified by the government every year 1st June, ma. If for any product all industry rate was not notified, then you need to apply to the commissioner. In that case, what is the rate that is allowed? It is known as brand rate. See, for any goods, all industry rate has not been announced, then within 3 months from the date of announcement of all industry rate, you need to apply to the commissioner for brand rate. Sir, what is the time period? 3 months. Is it possible to extend that? Yes, for a further period of another 3 months by ACRDC. Further, it can be extended by another 6 months by principal commissioner or commissioner. The fee remains same as previous. 1% of FOB or 1,000, whichever is lower, and doubled with respect to principal commissioner or commissioner. And after this, special brand rate is there. What is the special brand rate? What is the special brand rate, ma? Special brand rate means even though all industry rate was notified, it is less than 80% of the customs duties you have paid. In those cases, you can apply to the commissioner for a rate. That rate is known as special brand rate. Okay, fine. Next one. Interest on DBK. Based on this, a few practical questions are asked previously. What is this DBK now here? Okay, fine. Any drawback is payable to the applicant is not paid within the specified time period. That means the person applied for a DBK, but department is making delay in making payment of DBK. Then, from which date? What is the time period to make the payment, ma? 1 month from the date of filing of DBK claim. That means when the application was made, from that particular date, within 1 month, the DPK claim must be settled by the department. If at all it is not settled, then what is the rate of interest the department will pay? 6%. When? After the expiry of 1 month. Interest shall be calculated from the date after the expiry of 1 month till it was paid. So how much interest department will give you? 6%. Whereas if at all you need to refund the DPK, you got the DPK erroneously, now you need to return that. What is the time period? From the date of demand, when the department demands you to pay the amount, from that date, within 2 months, you need to make the payment. Okay. Sir, for which period what is the rate of interest we are required to pay? GST 18%, customs it is 15%. Sir, which date this is going to be calculated, sir? See, interest shall be calculated from the date of DBK, payment of DBK, till it is recovered. See, the date when the DBK was paid to you, from that particular date until it was refunded to the department, to that particular period of time, interest is to be calculated at the rate of 15%. This is the entire story with respect to, Okay, 74.1 is nothing but without being put to use, and 74.2 is with being put to use. That's okay. Special branded already we discussed. And another one should be there. It's not this. Interest, yeah. These are the points. Generally, with respect to DBK, they are going to ask. The major points will be 74, 75, and 75A. In that 74, the important points will be, first one is that if at all it is used for business purpose, then it is exported, how much DBK is allowed. And second one is with respect to this, what is this, personal use per quarter, the percentage is asked in the exam. And third one is with respect to 75, where all industry rates, special branded theory question can be posed. And interest computation was asked in the exam. That is 15% interest is there now. From which date? From the date of DBK till the amount was paid to the government, you are required to pay the interest. And 50 rupees is there based on that point. 1/3 of the market price. Mixing them, they are posing the questions. This is with respect to DBK, you need to remember. Okay. So with respect to FTP, the major points will be, first point is here, what is the internal structure of entire our ministries is, first Ministry of Commerce will be there. So under Ministry of Commerce, Foreign Trade Development and Regulation Act was framed. Under this act, DCFT was appointed. Under Ministry of Commerce, Foreign Trade Development and Regulation Act 1992 was passed. So under the act, who was actually appointed? DCFT. What is the full form of DCFT? Director General of Foreign Trade. He is the ultimate authority for foreign trade. Okay. And this particular DCFT will create the FTP. This particular DCFT will create the FTP. FTP means Foreign Trade Policy. So every 5 years, this FTP will be created. In fact, it was due in the year 2020. But due to the COVID outbreak, it was actually released in 2023. And it is effective from 1st April 2023. Every year, that means from this 5 years, it will be valid. After 5 years, based on the situations, again, new foreign trade policy is going to be released by the DCF. So, in every year, April, after the budget, it is going to be revised, this FTP, based on the circumstances. Generally, DCFT will give suggestions like what should be the customs duty rate, where exemptions can be given, what are the duty-free import licenses, what are the export incentives that should be given, what should be the import and export policy, what is the import and export procedure. In them, suggestions will be given by DCF. Based on these suggestions that are going to be executed by various working bodies like Reserve Bank of India, CBIC, GST department, Excise department, still CST VAT are there in few cases, those departments will make respective amendments in the respective acts. So whatever the amendments that will come into Customs Act, for that the basis FTP. If FTP changes, foreign trade policy changes. When foreign trade policy changes, Customs Act amendments is required. That is the point you should remember. Okay, ma. So regarding that, what is the role? All this is scrap, ma. You can ignore just only the thing they are asked. See, where it is, just. Where it is. Yeah. These three are asked for 7 marks, ma. In the previous, please write at least 6 or 7 FTP promotion schemes they ask. Advanced Authorization Scheme, DFIA, EPCG, and Authorized Economic Operator Program, Town of Export Excellence, and Status Holders, Duty Revision Scheme, like this, these are there now. So you need to write not the entire story, only names they ask. Various foreign trade policy scheme names, 7 marks they asked. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 names, 7 marks. Just you need to write the names only. They asked only straightforward questions, write the names of the schemes. It was asked for 7 marks. Like this, you need to write. So in FTP. Okay? This. ఉన్నాయి కదా మీ మెటీరియల్లో లేవా ఇవి ఉంటాయి కదా మర్చిపోయారు మెటీరియల్ సో పారేసారా ఇక్కడ కదా మాల్ అసలు ఉంది కదా తర్వాత ఉంచుతాలే రాసుకుందరు కానీ ఇది కూడా పెట్టిస్తాలే కావాలంటే ఓకే ఫైన్ సో ద ఫస్ట్ స్కీమ్ అడ్వాన్స్ ఆథరైజేషన్ స్కీమ్ Okay, with respect to this one, advance authorization scheme. What is this advance authorization scheme? As the name indicates, before making the export, you will get duty-free license to import the goods. Say, for example, you got an export order. For making those export goods, you need some imported raw material. Then definitely, what is the thing you can do, Sir, we are having an export order. For that, we need imported raw material. Please actually give us those imported goods as duty-free. You will apply for duty-free import license. Once the goods are imported, duty-free, then you will make the finished goods. Those finished goods are going to be exported. Then this is the entire chain that will end. This particular scheme is known as Advanced Authorization Scheme. This is the overview. Now we'll come point by point. In advance authorization scheme, first you will import duty-free or first you will export. That's why this scheme is, here if you observe, schemes are divided into 2 types. Pre-export incentives. Second one is post-export incentives. See, in this advance authorization scheme was there. Duty-free procurement of imports. That means before exportation itself, you will get the goods duty-free. That's why this is called as pre-export incentive. Before making the export, you will get the benefit of this particular scheme. That means you will get the benefit of duty-free import. See, I just put the numbering there, first point. So, what is the objective of this duty-free exemption scheme? What is the objective of this advance authorization scheme? Duty exemption schemes enable duty-free import of imports for export production. That means before export itself, you can import duty-free. That is the objective. For that, what is the first point? First, you need to import duty-free. For that, you need to make the application. That's why make an application for authorization. Authorization means nothing but license. Import license. So you need to make the application for duty-free import license on the DCFT website. And if the DCFT has given permission, then you can import duty-free. But remember, it will be for specified quantity. That means import license generally will be quantity specific, time specific, country specific, and product specific also. That means what is the point, Country specific, from which country you can import. Time specific, for how much period it is valid. Product specific, which product you can import. Quantity specific, how much quantity you can import. Everything will be there in import license. Country specific, product specific, time specific, quantity specific. This is import license. Once this import license was given to you, what is the validity period? For how much period it is valid, ma? 12 months. From the date of issue of license, and for deemed export, valid up to 12 months from the issue of date. Simple. Exports can be of two types now. One is normal exports. Second one is deemed exports. If at all importation is for normal export, from the date of license, 12 months. If at all it is for deemed export, from the date of issue of license until 12 months. Overall, then validity period entama 12 months from the date of authorization. Okay. Once you got the import license, what is the first step? You will get the import license here. Once you got the import license, what is the next thing you need to do, ma? You need to import. What you can import there? Say, for example, from US, raw materials, consumables like fuel, oil, catalyst, spare parts. But with respect to spare parts, what is the maximum you can import? 10% of CF value of authorization. That means in the import license value, 10%. 10% spare parts can be imported. Okay. You can import raw materials, consumables, spare parts. And what are the duties that are exempted? Every customs duty is exempt. First step, you will get the duty-free import license from DCFT. What is the second step? You will import raw materials, consumables, and spare parts. But with respect to spare parts, there is a value cap, 10% of CF value. Sir, what are the customs duties that are exempted here, sir? Every customs duty, BCD, CVD, SCAD, IGST, GST compensation cess, safeguard duty, 8B means safeguard duty. Every customs duty is exempted here. Okay. Next point. Sir, who will get this benefit, sir? That means this advance authorization. Is it available for manufacturer or trader or service provider? Only two. Manufacturer and trader. AEOs, they are not required, just ignore them. So only two people will get the benefit of this advance authorization scheme. One is manufacturer and trader tied with supporting manufacturer. Simply manufacturer means manufacturer exporter, and this fellow is merchant exporter. Manufacturing exporter, merchant exporter. Only these two people are being given the benefit of this advance authorization scheme. Okay. Sir, in which way you need to export? It is a physical export or a deemed export? Anyone is allowed. Physical export means to USA, something like that. Deemed exports means supply to special economic zones, 100% EOUs. FGV means foreign going vessel or aircraft. FGV means it's not RGV. FGV means foreign going vessel, or A means aircraft. So foreign going vessel or aircraft. Okay. What right, man? So recording password. Correct. Okay, ma. Where we are? Okay. Fine. With respect to this advanced authorization scheme, what is the position, ma? One is it can be physical export or it can be a deemed export to special economic zones, or 100% EOU means export oriented undertaking, or FGV means foreign going vessel or aircraft. If you supplies them to any of them, then also it's deemed to be a export. Sir, for that, any value addition condition is there? Yes, ma. What is the value addition condition that is there? 15%. What is meant by this 15%? Import value is 100 rupees, then export value should be minimum 115. If the import value is 100 rupees, then export value shall be minimum 115. So here, what is the imported goods value? 1000. What is export goods value? 2500. It is 150%. In fact, we need is only 15%, just like this. Okay, fine. The next question is here. Sir, how much quantity can we import? You got the export order along with you. Then how the department will decide how much quantity you can import, because quantity is specific, I said, na? How much quantity can you import? It will be decided based on CON. CON means standard input output norm. Simply in our language, input output ratio. CON is nothing but input output ratio. Book will be there under FTP. Input output ratio. In that book, okay, 2:1 is the ratio. Then 100 units export order was there with you. Then how much quantity you can import? 2:1 means for making one finished good, 2 units of raw material is required. 100 units of export order means 200 units of raw material you can import. Okay. Sir, if CON is not available, then on a self-declaration basis you can import. Sir, this much quantity we required for what we can say export of for the production of those finished goods, and later on you can ratify that. Okay. Sir, this import license will be given transaction basis or per annum basis also we can import. Generally, they are given on a transaction basis. But if CON is available for that product, even you can import for annual requirement also. What is the maximum value we can import? See, in the preceding financial year, what is the FOB value, exports value that is there? On that, 3 times, 300%, you can import the goods, or 1 crore, whichever is higher. That means yearly once, what is the total requirement? Yearly once, what is the total requirement? The total requirement can also be imported all at once. But what is the maximum ceiling limit? What is the preceding financial year your export turnover, that is FOB value? For that, 3 times or 1 crore, whichever is higher. When this facility is there, CON is available. When input-output ratio is available in FTP, then only annual requirement will be available, facility will be there for you. If CON is available, then what is the position, ma? Then annual requirement facility will be there for you up to a maximum ceiling limit of 300% of export turnover or 1 crore, whichever is higher. If CON is not available, this facility will not be there. But in order to be eligible for this advanced authorization scheme, export experience should be there in minimum 2 years in the preceding financial years. That means you have done the export in the preceding 2 years, then only you are eligible for this advanced authorization scheme. That means first time exporters cannot enjoy the benefit of advanced authorization scheme. That means you should have the export experience of 2 years, then only you can go for this advanced authorization scheme. Sir, what is the maximum time limit? You need to meet that export obligation. 90 days from the import clearance and no extension. That means once the goods are imported, within 90 days, you need to produce those finished goods and you need to export them. No extension will be granted. No transfer of material shall be allowed. That means once you, under import license, myself got the duty-free import of the goods. But later on, I don't want to do manufacturing. I can't transfer them. They will lapse. That import license will lapse, or the imported goods I purchased, what will be there now? So on that, if it already is duty-free, now I am required to pay the customs duty. And those goods cannot be transferred to anybody else. That's why this scheme is actual user condition. What is meant by actual user condition? Actual user condition even after completion of export obligation. That means you imported 100 units, by you in that 80 units are used for export. Still 20 units are there for you. Export obligation was met of that 15% value addition. When 15% value addition was met, your export obligation is over. Still you're having raw material 20 units. That raw material 20 units cannot be transferred to anybody else. Still you are the person only that can use it. You cannot sell it. You cannot transfer it to anybody else. This particular condition is known as actual user condition. Okay. However, waste or scrap can be sold. That means while producing those finished goods, any waste or scrap is going to be generated. It can be sold even before the export obligation is fulfilled. So this is the entire story with respect to this advance authorization scheme. Okay, ma'am. Next scheme is DFIA, duty free import authorization. This is technically post exportation benefit. Duty free import authorization is nothing but post export incentive, means first you will export the goods, later on you will get the license, thereby you can import duty free. Ulta to advance authorization scheme. In advance authorization scheme, first you will import duty free, then you will export. But whereas under a duty free import authorization scheme, it is a post export incentive. That means first you will export the goods, later on you will get the import license. Based on that, you will import duty free. We will see those points one by one. So, first point, file the application for import license. And what is the second step? Go for export. Previously, we go for import license. Here, you will put the application for authorization is the step one. And see, supply to USA, that is either it can be physical export or a deemed export. Once export was done, apply to DFIA. Once this DFIA was given to you, it is valid for 12 months from the date of its issue. That means simply once this DFIA import license is given to you, what is the validity period? 12 months. For that, first thing, you need to export. After export, you need to go for this DFIA, duty-free import authorization scheme. Next one. Once you export it, then you will get the import license. See, this is the point I just read here also, same point repeated here. Once you got the import license, it is valid for 12 months. By using this C, what is this? Transferable. Whereas that advanced authorization scheme license, non-transferable, actual user condition. This DFIA import license can be sold to somebody else. That's why it is a transferable DFIA import license. And another point, based on this particular license, what are the items you can import? Only raw materials and consumables, no spare parts. Whereas under advanced authorization scheme, spare parts can also be imported duty-free. But in this, only raw materials or consumables can be imported duty-free. And most importantly, only BCDs exempt. Rest of the customs duties you are required to pay. Whereas in advanced authorization scheme, almost every customs duty was exempted. But whereas with respect to this one, that is this DFIA scheme, only you can import raw materials and consumables, no spare parts are allowed, and that too, BCD only exempt. The rest of the customs duties you are required to pay, and you can take the ITC on them. With respect to IGST, you can take the ITC. That is the point. See, domestic inputs can be procured duty-free. This is additional benefit. Only BCD is exempt, but along with that, local raw materials also you can purchase and you can procure them duty-free. And how much quantity you can import? Only based on CON. The scheme is not available where CON is not available. What about advance authorization? Whether CON is there or non-CON also, advance authorization scheme is there. But with respect to DFIA, it is allowed only CON. That means input-output ratio was prescribed. And what is the export obligation you are required to meet? 20%. What about advance authorization scheme? 15%. That is the difference. See, I just wrote both of them here. Advance authorization scheme, it is a pre-export benefit. DFIA, it is a post-export benefit. What is the value addition under advance authorization scheme? 15%. Whereas under DFIA, it is 20%. Duty exemption here, all the duties here, only the BCD. And availability, CON or non-CON. Whereas DFIA, only CON. Transferable, no. DFIA, yes. This is the story with respect to advanced authorization scheme and DFIA. And okay, the next scheme is EPCG. What is meant by this EPCG? Export Promotion Capital Goods Scheme. Whereas under advanced authorization or this DFIA, you can import only inputs. But whereas under EPCG scheme, you can import the capital goods. So with respect to this, what is the first one? This is the first one. That means domestic goods or imported goods, that means capital goods, can be procured by getting the authorization for import. That means this is also pre-export benefit. That means before exporting, you will get that benefit. Okay. And this authorization is issued and it is remain valid for 24 months from the date of issue of authorization. Whereas remaining advanced authorization scheme or a DFIA, they are valid only for 12 months. But capital goods heavy expenditure is required now. That's why instead of 12 months, what is the validity period that is there now? 24 months. From the date of import license, within 24 months, we can import the capital goods. Okay. Sir, what are the capital goods that are imported, sir? Computer software systems, plates, jigs, fixtures, refractories, except second-hand capital goods and generator set. Generator and second-hand capital goods, except these two items. Whatever the items, capital goods that are there, you can import duty-free. Okay, fine. Sir, for which purpose we can import, sir? It can be for pre-production activity, like testing, or during production, or after production, like packing mission, whatever it is, you can procure them. But in which form we need to import, sir? It may be CKD, or it may be SKD, or whatever the form it is. Simple form is full version. Dismantled. CKD means complete knockdown condition, A part ka part. SKD means semi-knockdown, few parts come and a white shape. Whatever the form you import, it does not matter. You can import duty-free. From where, sir? Within India or outside India? Sir, what are the duties that are exempted, sir? What are the duties that are exempted, ma? Import duty, IGST, GST compensation cess, everything is exempt. Sir, is there any condition that is required to be satisfied for this exemption? Yes. Actual user condition till the export obligation is fulfilled, either general or specific. Whereas in advanced authorization scheme, even export obligation is fulfilled, their actual user condition is there. In advanced authorization scheme, even export obligation is fulfilled, still you cannot sell or transfer them. But whereas with respect to EPCG, this is there in actual user condition until export obligation was met. Once export obligation was met, you can transfer it. That is the difference. Okay, ma'am. And export obligation, discharge certificate is granted, then you can sell it to somebody else. Okay, fine. Sir, what is the export obligation, sir? There are two types of export obligations. One is general export obligation and second one is specific export obligation. What is the general export, export obligation? Whatever the export turnover that is there in 3 previous financial years, in that average performance must be met with respect to those EPCG scheme holders. And specific one is how much customs duty you saved into 6 times. You need to meet it within 6 years. Sir, if at all there are domestic ones, sir, how much taxes you saved into 4.5 times within 6 years you need to meet. General export obligation entama? Previous 3 financial years export performance, average performance, that means previous 3 financial years average export turnover is, say for example, 10 crores. Then you need to meet the 10 crores export turnover. Plus, specifically, you need to meet how much tax you saved. If at all it is customs duty saved into 6 times. If at all it is a domestic duties, 4.5 into those duties saved. For example, customs duty saved is 1 lakh, ma'am. 1 lakh into 6. 6 lakhs is export obligation you need to meet. If at all it is a domestic one, 1 lakh is GST that was given benefit. 1 into 4.5. 4.5 lakhs is export obligation you need to meet. For that, what is the time period that is given, ma? 6 years. Okay. Another point, ma. While computing the export turnover, advance authorization, DFIA turnover can also be included. Endukani raw materials to capital goods rendu untene kada production cheyagaliyedi. But renditiki veru ela vastayi. Raw material is there, capital goods are there. By using them, we produce the finished goods. Those finished goods are exported. Therefore, the turnover can be counted in advance authorization scheme as well as in EPCG scheme. Okay. And with respect to fast-moving enterprises, If at all you are able to meet general export obligation plus a specific export obligation, low 75% within 3 years, remaining 25% is not required. General export obligation plus in that specific export obligation 75% you met within 3 years, then that 25% specific export obligation need not be achieved. This is the point you should remember, ma, with respect to this. And status holder certificate will be there, ma. Status holders is nothing but ranks, ma. Based on your export performance, one ranks will be given: 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star, Cadbury, Gems, like that. They will give you ranks, ratings will be there based on your export performance. See, if your export performance is $3 million, 1 star, $15 million, 2 star, $50 million, 3 star, $200 million, 4 star, $800 million, 5 star. So, but computing this is the performance you link. Current financial year plus in the preceding 3 financial years. By adding them, this is export turnover you need to reach. That means current financial year plus means total 4 years technically. If at all you are able to reach this export performance, ranks will be given to you. And export performance is necessary in all the 3 previous years. Okay, say for example, in the 3 years, 1 year you had achieved the target, rest of the 2 years you don't have the export orders. That means consistency was not there, you are not a status holder there. So continuity and consistency must be there for all the 3 years. And export performance is non-transferable. Say for example, amalgamation demerger happens. Amalgamated company or resulting company cannot claim that export performance belongs to me. No, that one is different and it is non-transferable. And what are the benefits means? You can study like this, what we can say, import license on self-declaration basis. Generally, CON should be there. CON is not available. Then you can go for self-certification that is allowed to these status holders. See, and further priority will also be given. Maximum within 60 days, your CON is fixed. Just like in hospitals, normal fee is 300, emergency it will be 600. Officially, in one of the ENT doctor near Krishna Picture Palace, I don't want to name him, I know the name even though, that doctor, ENT doctor, famous doctor in Guntur ENT, he has 2 rates. One is 300, a normal queue, normal system. If at all emergency, 600, special line, direct entry. No, seriously, just 2 boats will be there. One is normal fee 300, emergency 600. You don't want to wait, pay 600. Priority will be there for you. That priority will be there to the status holders. Within 60 days, CON will be fixed for them. And they are not required to give any bank guarantee also. And they can have the, what we call them as private warehouses. Warehousing and public warehouses and private warehouses. Private warehouses can be established by 2-star or above people. Like that, so many benefits are there for them. Those benefits, see, permission to establish private warehouses, 2-star or above. These are the benefits that will be there to the status holders. Kunisal exam lo, what are the benefits in Adagatsama? You need to write them. So this is the story with respect to that. Uksari mana vedi samanchina qubits chuddam majorly. See, Mr. Gopal, an Indian entrepreneur, went to London to explore some business opportunities on 1st April. But later on, his enjoyment was closed when his wife came to London on December 1st. They both returned on April 30th next year. Along with them, they brought personal effects of 95,000, music system worth 34,000, jewelry brought by Gopal is 44 and brought by his wife is 25. So write about how much actually DBK that is allowed. What is the duty-free allowance? That is the point they are asking. So what is the answer here? So whereas with respect to this one, as per the baggage rules, what is the position? 50,000. Okay. Where they are returning from? London. London means generally what is the GFA that is allowed as per rule number 3? 50,000. 50,000 is the GFA that is allowed for passenger. And with respect to user personal effects, no customs duty, it was exempted. Music system, 34,000 can be accommodated in any one of them GFA, which is less than 50. Therefore, on this also, no customs duty is needed to be paid. With respect to jewelry allowance, I think it is allowed to Gopal and it is not allowed to his wife. Why ma? Gopal's stay period is more than 1 year. Wife's stay period is less than 1 year. Therefore, with respect to Gopal, 50,000 is limit, I think so, because grams data is not given. Therefore, this is duty free. His wife, 25,000, I think she is required to pay the customs duty. But this one can be allowed under GFA, duty free allowance. Jewelry allowance is in addition to rule number 3 or 4 allowance. Okay, that's why rule number 3, what she is actually having, 50,000 GFA is there. In that, 50,000 she can claim the 25,000. Based on that, no customs duty is required to be paid. However, she is eligible to avail the GFA 50,000. Therefore, no customs duty is needed to be paid. Please see problem number 2, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Please read problem number 2, ma'am. So what about this one? The personal effects like clothes values, 1,35,000. Personal effects exempted. Personal computer exempted or taxable? Taxable. Laptop is exempted. Laptop is exempted. Personal computer is taxable. And 2 liters of liquor, it can be accommodated in GFA. General, it is not exempted. It can be accommodated in GFA. And a camera also be, yes, and plasma TV. Based on that, see, personal effects exempted, personal computer taxable, laptop exempted, liquor can be accommodated, camera. Now, what is the total amount? 2,25,000. What is the GFA? Generally, but they're doing it as the collective one. It is not the correct one, but anyway, fine. So, so that's why regarding this month, 50 plus 50, total it is 1 lakh is the GFA. The baggage taxable will be 1,25,000. Whereas plasma TV, I think covered under Annexure 1 or something. Annexure 1 or Annexure 3? Annexure 1, I think. Annexure 1, Annexure 3 lo only. I can't remember exactly. So, Annexure 2. I think 100% of that means it is not accommodated in GFA. Therefore, 100% of the value is taxable. No exemption will be there. 1,25,000 by adding them. What is the total amount we will get? 2,50,000. On that, we are required to pay the customs duty. That is the story, ma. Fine, ma. Mr. Anil and his wife, non-tourist Indian passengers returning from Dubai after staying there for a period of 2 years. And they wish to bring the gold jewelry. Okay, after 2 years, please. That means definitely this rule number 5, GFA jewelry allowance is allowed, ma. Gentlemen passenger 20 and value cap of 50, whereas ladies 40 and 1 lakh. So regarding this particular point, with respect to CRD 4 travel items, definitely duty-free exempted. Other articles, they can be accommodated in GFA, I think. They can be accommodated in GFA. And what about the cigarettes, ma? With respect to cigarettes, actually, how many cigarettes are there? 120. Up to 100, they can be accommodated in GFA. And with respect to firearms, they are not allowed. Cartridges up to 50 can be accommodated. So based on those values, you need to see. Generally, first you need to write the values, then you need to deduct the things. But your CMA is actually board material is something unique one. Always they will test with the solutions, not with the problems. So that's why here, whether he's coming from foreign origin, what is the GFA allowed? 15,000. In that 15,000, 10,000 was used for this 100 cigarettes, therefore value is 0. On cartridges, 50 is allowed in GFA. 500, its value is 500 into 50. sorry, that is the thing now. 50 into 500. 50 into 500, 25,000. In that 15,000, 10,000 was used, and what is the balance? 5,000. So that's why 20,000 is the taxable value. So ఇది మామూలుగా అయితే మీరు కింద 15,000 వేయాలి. But as per your board material, they made this problem different manner. So this is the taxable value on that 38.5%. This is the customs duty you need to pay. And 20 cigarettes, remaining 20 cigarettes. And firearms always full amount taxable. Cartridges in excess of 50, 25,000. With respect to these, how much might is 77,000, 100% it will be taxable. That is the story, ma, with respect to baggage. This is the way how they are posing the questions with respect to baggage there. Next one is, ma, DBK. Please read calculation number 1, ma. Okay, ma'am. Exporter exports 2,000 pairs of leather shoes at 750 rupees per pair. The all industry rate fixed is 11% of the FOB, subject to a maximum of 80 rupees per pair. The exporter found that actual duty paid on the inputs was 1,95,000. He approached you whether he can go for special brand rate. When you can go for a special brand rate, ma'am? How much customs duty, actual customs duty paid is less than 80% of the all industry rate. First, what is the all industry rate amount? 2,000 pairs into 750 per pair into 11% of FOP. How much amount you will get? 1,65,000 subject to a maximum of 80 rupees per pair. So 2,000 is 160, whichever is lower. Therefore, odd industry rate DBK is 1,60,000. But how much amount you paid? 1,95,000. So in 1,95,000, 160 is how much percentage? 82.05 means which is more than 80%. Na? If at all it is less than 80%, then only you can go for special brand rate. Here definitely it is not like that. Na? Therefore you can't go for special brand rate. Ma. Please see practical question number 3, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So here, Jaggi Mehta imported a car from UK for his personal use and paid 4,50,000 as customs duty. It was re-exported without being put to use. Section 74. without being put to use, 98% is allowed as DBK. Next one. Meenakshi imported a music player from Dubai and paid 12,000 as customs duty, used it for 4 months, now re-exports the same after 4 months. That means definitely it is for business purpose, nothing was mentioned. 4 months means 3 to 6 months, 85%, up to 3, 95, 3 to 6, 85%. Therefore, 85% is allowed as DBK. Next one. XYZ exported 1000 kgs of a metal of FOB value 1 lakh. Rate of DBK on such export is 60 rupees per kg. Market price is 40,000. So how many kgs you exported, ma? 1000. 1000 into 60. What is the DBK amount? 60,000. What is the local value of the goods? 40,000. I told you market price should be more than DBK amount. It is less than, therefore no DBK is allowed. And next one. Interest undale, yeah. Activation number 5. Study filed a claim for a DBK for 50,000 on July 30th, and he received the DBK amount on October 28th. Generally, what is the time limit to give the refund, ma? 1 month. From the date of DBK, generally within 1 month, you need to make the payment. But when you made the application, ma, July 30th, then you are required to pay that DBK claim on or before August 30th, na? August 30th. 1 month means August 31st. Huh? To this, what is the position, ma? Okay, the department will pay us that particular amount within 1 month. If at all it did not pay, they are required to pay the interest. Therefore, August 31st to when the refund is given, ma, that is October 28th. How many number of days, ma? 59 days. So 50,000 into 59 by 365 into 6%, 485 is interest you will get. Okay. But whereas in the second case, erroneous refund of 20,000 was there. That means the DBK was allowed on June 20th, and department issued the show cause notice on August 28th, and you paid the amount on October 20th. Then from which date you are required to pay the interest, ma? When DBK is allowed, from the next day. On which day DBK is allowed? June 20th. Therefore, June 21st to when you paid October 20th, 122 days, you are required to pay the interest on this 20,000 into 122 by 365 into 15%. This is the interest you are required to pay. Okay, fine. What is the FOB value of the goods exported, ma? 50,000. And what is the DBK rate? 1%. So 50,000 into 1% means 500, I think, which is more than 50 DBK is allowed. Second one, FOB value of 2,000 kgs of the goods exported is 2 lakhs. Rate of DBK is 30 rupees per kg. I think 60,000. What is the market price? 50, which is less than the DBK. DBK is not allowed. Next one, exported goods worth 80,000. Rate of DBK 0.8%. 80,000 into 0.8% means how much it will be? 640, which is more than 50. In that case, DBK is allowed or not allowed, ma? Allowed. In this way, the questions will be there in DBK. And with respect to export promotion schemes, these schemes are actually, it is not no more MEA scheme at present. It was removed, ma. Please read activation number 5. Okay, ma. Completed this one. So what is RAM Infra imported some inputs? What is the CF value? 25 lakhs. They procured some goods on advance authorization scheme and they made the supplies to special economic zone. The question is here, they did not make any physical exports. In that case, whether they are eligible for advance authorization scheme or not is the question. Yes, they are eligible, ma. Definitely it can be direct exports or deemed exports. Supply to cess comes under deemed exports. Therefore, definitely they can procure the goods duty free there. And what is the value addition that is required, ma'am? 15%. That is the answer. That means 25 lakhs plus 5. That means total it will be 30 lakhs now. On that 15% value addition, then the FOB value minimum should be 34 lakh 50,000. See this one. This is with respect to EPCG scheme. So what is this? My X Limited, is it completed? X Limited imported a machine from USA under EPCG scheme and no customs duty was paid. Otherwise, if at all there is no exemption, they are required to pay 20 lakhs. Ma. What is the specific export obligation and average export obligation here? So what is this average export obligation? Preceding 3 years. That means these 3 years we should consider now, because we are taking it for 22, 23. 21, 22, 20, 21, by adding them 18, 72, 45. How much amount we will get, ma? 80 plus 72 plus 45. 197 divided by 3. 65.67 is your general export obligation. And what is the specific export obligation? How much tax you saved? 20 lakhs. So 20 lakhs into from foreign 6 times. That is 120 lakhs is a specific export obligation. Within 6 years, you need to meet them. Like this, a question can be posed. And rest of the things are only theory questions. This is the story with respect to this one. So, there ends the entire concepts. Whatever the concepts we covered here, a minimum of 50 marks are definitely that can be there, ma. But in this fast track material, I just gave you more than this. And if at all you are thoroughly able to revise that fast track material that is given to you, exemption is guaranteed, ma. 60 marks is guaranteed from that book. If at all you are not able to read the main book, and please read the theory in this fast track and do the problems in the QB. That is more than sufficient for the exam. Because time is very less now. So అలాంటప్పుడు మీరు సింపుల్ గా థియరీ దీనిలో చూసుకోండి. 125 pages థియరీ అంటే ఈజీగా మీరు రివైజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ మటుకు QB లో చేయండి. ఓకే మ్యామ్, దట్స్ ఇట్. గాడ్ బ్లెస్ యు ఆల్.